Chapter 1004 Alchemy. With the personal intervention of true monarch Chen, Saintess Zio's life was saved, but she inevitably suffered a severe blow to her vital energy. After the great battle between the righteous and the demonic, Saintess Zio led the remaining cultivators of the One Yuan Dao Palace back to 5 Emperors Mountain. However, because of her, 2 nascent soul cultivators and several core formation and foundation establishment cultivators were lost, so she was punished. The entire territory of Dongli is now occupied by the righteous sects of Dongzhu. The Yiyuan Dao Palace has also been allocated a 4th-grade high-quality spiritual vein, Yunlang Pool. Saintess Zio has been punished and sent there to establish a separate residence. In terms of status, she is now the same as you, sect leader Chen. After listening to Yuan Zhen's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ponder deeply. There might be a rebellion within the 5 Emperors Mountain, and the people from the One Yuan Dao Palace would definitely be the first to notice it. Among the Taoist disciples and saintesses of this generation, Chen Lingaming has been missing ever since he left Wudi Mountain, presumably because he knew this. Zio Yuli needed the nascent soul elixir, so even though she sensed it, she had no choice but to return to 5 Emperors Mountain. Since she has successfully formed her nascent soul, it means that the dark forces within the 5 Emperors Mountain cannot completely control everything. At least on the surface, they still need to follow the rules. During the war between the righteous and the demonic, it is unknown whether Zio Yuli volunteered or was forced to lead the cultivators of the Yiyuan Dao Palace to participate. But the result was that he almost died. Now that Zio Yuli has been sent away from Wudi Mountain to open a separate courtyard for the Yiyuan Dao Palace in Dongli, it might actually be her own choice. I would like to find an opportunity to go to Wudi Mountain to pay homage to the ascension statue of the ancestral master. I wonder when Saintess Yuan thinks would be a suitable time. Chen Mobai asked very tactfully, because he didn't know if Yuan Zhen knew about the things Yuan King had promised. Before Master left, he instructed us on this matter. True monarch Chen has already given his approval. As long as the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill you refine reaches the level of a Yuan Dao Palace, we will support you. Yuan Zhen knew about this matter as expected, and Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing it. He was afraid that Yuan King's ascension would be too hasty, and that he wouldn't have explained things clearly. In retrospect, Yuan King seems to be a very reliable person. Before ascending, he not only killed the 3 incarnations of the demonic path, but also made proper arrangements for this minor character. The reason this matter went so smoothly is mainly because sect leader Chen, during the war between good and evil, you led the 5-element sect to hold back the advance of 1,000,000 demons in the desolate sea. Your contribution was immense. Yuan Zhen then recounted the details. Before Yuan King ascended to immortality, he had told Wuchen Zhenjun about this matter. However, since the favors Yuan King and his master owed were not related to Wuchen Zhenjun, he initially only agreed to consider it. After Chen Mobai detonated hundreds of spiritual veins in Dongwu, burying millions of demons in the desolate sea, true Lord Wuchen felt that the righteous path needed such talent and should not mistreat those who had made contributions. After all, if the 5-element sect hadn't held them back, once the 1,000,000 demons of the desolate sea, the Xuanjiao royal court, and the demonic beasts of the desolate ruins had all joined forces, the Golden Crow immortal city would certainly not have been able to hold out, and the eastern peak would probably have fallen as well. At most, the Star Heaven Dao sect would have been able to rely on the Great Formation to protect itself. In that case, the demon army would be able to penetrate deep into the heart of the eastern lands, causing endless trouble. It's all for the righteous path of Dongzhu and for all living beings. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that his sacrifice of detonating the Dongwu spiritual veins was worthwhile. However, to refine the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill, we still need to hunt down the golden flame Sueni in the desolate ruins. Before that, sect leader Chen can communicate more with Saintess Zio. If you can resolve the differences within your One Yuan Dao lineage, it will be a good thing for the eastern continent. Yuan Zhen then spoke again, uttering a profound statement. When Yuan King was around, with his backing, Even the entire Yiyuan Dao Palace combined couldn't match a single finger of his. Naturally, it was no problem for him to forcefully suppress the Five Emperors Mountain with Chen Mobai. However, now that Yuan Qing has ascended, even if Yi Qing is willing to stand up for Chen Mobai, he certainly doesn't have the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, although true monarch Wuchen was willing to give the Tongsheng true spirit pill to Chen Mobai, he would not help him like Yuan Qing did. What Yuan Zhen conveyed was the message from true Lord Wuchen. He hoped that Chen Mobai could settle things with the Yiyuan Dao Palace before the Tongsheng True Spirit Pill was successfully refined and distributed, and then participate in the pioneering work as the leader of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. In this way, it would be perfectly reasonable for the moral sect to give the elixir to Chen Mobai. Thank you for informing me, Saintess Yuan. Chen Mobai nodded with a look of sudden realization. A single batch of Tongsheng True Spirit Pills, according to the alchemy skills of true monarch Wu Chen, should yield more than 7 or 8 pills. Among them, the Tai Su Pio Miao Palace received an additional true monarch Hua Shen during the war between the righteous and the demonic forces, so it will receive 2 pills. Our Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect lacks a nascent soul cultivator to oversee things after our master ascended to immortality. Both our sect leader and senior brother Yi have the potential to reach nascent soul, so we hope to obtain 2 pills this time. However, whether we can get them or not depends on the final quantity of pills produced. In addition to the fact that the Taoist sect uses them for its own purposes, and that they may be obtained from other holy lands in other states, the Tongsheng True Spirit Pills of the Burning Heaven 5 Veins, the Star Heaven Taoist sect, and even the One Yuan Dao Palace are all subject to uncertainty. Yuan Zhen then brought up another matter. In short, there are too many monks and not enough porridge. As one of the few pills in the heavenly river realm capable of assisting those who have reached the nascent soul stage, the Tongsheng Zhen Ling Dan, True Spirit Pill for Saints, is renowned far and wide, and even in the eastern continent, the distribution is somewhat insufficient. At this moment, Chen Mobai understood why Master Xingji had conveyed that message. Participating in the wilderness exploration is a must. Only by hunting down the golden flame Suani can one lay the foundation for refining the true spirit pill of the saintly realm. However, whether one can be guaranteed to receive the pill after participating depends on luck. If true Lord Wuchen refines several pills, then everyone will have some. If there is a shortage, the Holy Land will definitely be prioritized for supply. Now, among the 4 holy lands of the eastern continent, after the war between the righteous and the demonic, everyone knows that the One Yuan Dao Palace no longer has any nascent soul cultivators. It's just there to make up the numbers. Under these circumstances, the competitiveness of Yiyuan Dao Palace might not even be as good as that of Xingshan Dao Sect and Huoyun Palace. But the 5 Elements Sect suddenly rose to prominence. If the 5 Elements Sect and the One Yuan Dao Palace were to merge, then the Star Heaven Dao Sect would definitely be unable to compete. Xingji sent Xingchen with a message, probably wanting to use the 10,000 mu of Panlong spirit rice to do Chen Mobai a favor and get him to give way. However, the Tongsheng True Spirit Pill is crucial to the nascent soul stage, and whether a sect can advance to a holy land, it is almost a battle for the great Tao. Although the 10,000 mu of Panlong spirit rice is precious, it is still far from enough. The main reason is that true monarch Wuchen's alchemy skills are not good enough. This thought came to Chen Mobai's mind. If Qing Nu possessed the nascent soul realm, she could definitely refine 10 true spirit pills into a single pill, with the most likely outcome being some pill poisoning. Even if this kind of pill contains only half the poison, some nascent soul cultivators would probably still be willing to take it. Chen Mobai was even thinking about whether he should ask Qing Nu to give Wuchen Zhenjun some pointers to improve his alchemy skills. As long as there are enough Tongsheng True Spirit Pills, the major forces in the eastern continent will not need to compete for them. I will take care of things at Wudi Mountain before starting the land reclamation. After Chen Mobai had figured everything out, he said solemnly, "Then I shall take my leave. When sect leader Chen comes to the eastern continent, he may visit Tongshan Peak of my sect first. After conveying the message, Yuan Zhen got up to leave. I send you. When the two arrived at the teleportation array, Chen Mobai hesitated, but still couldn't help but ask the question that was on his mind. I wonder if true Lord Chuanshan has already ascended to the immortal realm of the spirit void. As the first cultivator to ascend to immortality in thousands of years, Yuan Kink piqued Chen Mobai's curiosity, and he wanted to know whether Yuan Kink had succeeded. Master has already passed through the 9 heavens tribulation and is currently undergoing purification and transformation of his immortal body. After emerging from seclusion, he will become a disciple of the ancestral master and become the ancestral master's youngest direct disciple. Yuan Jin said this, but her eyes were full of pride. Congratulations. It seems that it won't be long before the Eastern Continent calendar changes from Yiyuan to Xuanshan. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was also happy for Yuan Kink. Once our master emerges from seclusion in the upper realm, our 9 heavens demon-slaying sect will announce this matter to the world. Yuan Zhen smiled and said that after Yuan Kink ascended to heaven, their Yuan family could be considered to have immortal blood. Moreover, the 9 heavens Dao fruit she inherited, after 1,000 years of cultivation by Yuan Kink, is exceptionally compatible with the Yuan family bloodline, and it may very well be possible for her to achieve godhood in the future. Please take care, Miss Yuan. I will have my nephew Yue inform you when the elixir for forming the core is ready. After seeing Yuan Zhen off, Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Holy Land. However, with the immortal sect as his strong backing, he will one day be able to develop the 5 elements sect into a sacred land. Let's set a small goal for now. It is hoped that in the future, the hall masters of the 3 main halls of the 5 elements sect will all be nascent soul true monarchs, and the heads of the 12 departments will all be nascent soul cultivators. With this in mind, Chen Mobai was full of motivation. With this sun's sacred fruit, I won't have to worry about the infant nurturing pill anymore. With the mystic fire spirit mushroom and a 4th-tier demon beast's inner core as the main ingredient, I can refine a batch of infant nurturing pills. It would be even better if I could collect the materials for the infant transformation pill. After Kingnu finished inspecting the sun's sacred fruit, she began to discuss the various arrangements for the nascent soul elixir. Doesn't it exist at the moral sect either? Chen Mobai recalled that Qingnu and Qi Jiansu, the holy maiden of the Dayad sect, had a good relationship. After the Beidou conference, the two had been exchanging letters, mainly with Qi Jiansu seeking advice on alchemy. It is thanks to the moral sect that we were able to gather all the remaining materials for the infant nourishing pill and the infant cultivation pill. Qingnu shook her head and smiled bitterly. Even in the heavenly river realm, collecting the 3 spiritual herbs for nascent soul formation was not easy. The immortal sects have cultivated their medicinal herbs in specific locations over thousands of years, resulting in complete medicinal materials. Moreover, some of the ingredients used in the pills produced by the immortal sects are not available here, so we need to find more medicinal materials to match their properties and improve the pill formulas. Without Qi Jiansu's help, Qingnu would probably only have been able to collect all the materials for the infant nourishing pill. My 9 heavens pure purple Qi and Duluo fire will also help with nascent soul formation. Add the 3 lights divine water, and then you can ask Saintess Qi Jiansu to see if you can buy 2 nascent soul pills from their moral sect. With all these things combined, and the 2 of you having heavenly spiritual roots, the probability is basically over 50%. Chen Mobai counted on his fingers, comparing the resources he had when he formed his nascent soul, and found that he only had Hunyuan True Qi, Yan Bingshuan's Yuan Yin True Cold, and that wisp of innate pure Yang Qi. He succeeded on his first try, so Qingnu and Yin Qingmei are both true geniuses, and they will definitely succeed as well. Our control over the 9 heavens pure purple Qi and the Tushita fire is definitely not as good as yours, but with the 3 lights divine water, we can give it a try. Qingnu was quite confident in her ability to form a nascent soul, since compared to the immortal sects who had to wait for a single nascent soul elixir, she could prepare several times more resources here. The Black Emperor Abyss scripture she cultivates has a true energy attribute that is incompatible with the Daoshui fire, so theoretically she can only utilize the 9 heavens pure spirit purple flower chi. However, she consulted a lot of information at the immortal sect and discovered that she could use the principle of water and fire complementing each other to refine her true water and true energy with the help of the Daoshui fire. It was precisely because of this that she dared to start taking pills boldly to improve her cultivation. Before going to Wanhua Immortal City to refine pills with Kingnu, Chen Mobai called Yue Zhudao over again, wrote him a letter, and asked him to go to Dongli to deliver it to Xiao Yuli. There are still 40 years before the Taoist sect sets a deadline for the reclamation of the wilderness. Since true monarch Wuchen has said so, Chen Mobai must resolve the issue of the One Yuan Dao Palace within these 40 years. However, he knew nothing about the inner workings of Wudi Mountain, and if a purge was to be carried out, a legitimate reason and excuse were needed. Xiao Yuli is a very suitable saintess. Chen Mobai didn't write these things in his letter. He only said that he had important matters to discuss and wanted to have a face-to-face talk with Xiao Yuli. After you deliver this letter, you can start to reopen the 5 Elements Merchant Guild in the East. Upon hearing this, Yue Zhudao nodded repeatedly. During the war between the righteous and the demonic, martial law was also declared in the East. Most of the major merchant guilds were requisitioned, mainly to transport logistical supplies to the front lines. Needless to say, the 5 Elements Merchant Guild was also summoned back by Chen Mobai to protect the sect. Now that the war is over, the 5 Elements sect needs more manpower because its territory has greatly increased. Yue Zhudao and Chu Zuoshu, master and disciple, have not yet gone to the eastern land to rebuild the abandoned 5 Elements Merchant Guild. The post-war market will undoubtedly be full of huge business opportunities. However, Chen Mobai did not expect Yue Zhudao to be able to lead the 5 Elements Merchant Guild to earn spirit stones after he went there. He only hoped to reopen his sect's channels in the eastern land in order to prepare for collecting more medicinal materials in the future. This time, the Dayad sect helped us refine the infant nourishing pill and the infant cultivation pill. We can't keep troubling others every time in the future. Chen Mobai still hoped to be self-sufficient. 2 years have passed quickly. During these 2 years, Chen Mobai accompanied Qing Nu in refining pills in Wanhua Immortal City. With the help of his Daoshui fire, the 2 batches of golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills of the Xingxian Dao sect and the Jiyushan Dangmo sect were easily refined. During the time it took for the pills to nourish him, he and Kingnu adjusted their condition and in one go refined the infant nourishing pill and the infant cultivation pill. Among these, the infant care pill is still made into 4 pills. Pei Ying Dan, on the other hand, contains only 2 pills. This infant nourishing pill uses the remaining parts of the mysterious fire Lingjai and the poison dragon inner core as its main ingredients. Originally, Chen Mobai wanted to use the one from the Azure Sea King, but Qing Nu stopped him. Because it was considered too wasteful, the Azure Sea King was a peak 4th-order demon beast, and even had some 5th-order aura faintly present in its inner core. If it is used to refine the nascent soul pill, the medicinal power of the mystic fire spirit mushroom is not enough, and several other 4th-grade high-quality, fire attribute medicinal herbs need to be added. In that case, it might be possible to refine a batch of 10 infant nourishing pills. But for the 5 Elements sect, there's simply no need for so many. Although Chen Mobai felt that it was possible to take a few more pills when forming the nascent soul, Qing Nu, as a cultivator from an immortal sect, could not accept such extravagance. Moreover, after years of alchemy and refining, the poison dragon's inner core only retains 60–70% of its original energy, making it perfect for this purpose. After she finishes using it, she can use the inner core of the Azure Sea King. Qing Nu was an expert in alchemy, so Chen Mobai naturally listened to her. After refining the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, the infant nourishing pill, and the infant cultivation pill. The two finally refined a batch of fourth-order purple spirit pills. Qing Nu had already improved this pill formula during the Great War between the righteous and the demonic realms. However, Chen Mobai was too busy fighting and killing at that time to have time for it. After the war, the reconstruction, the death of his wife in the immortal sect, and other things delayed the production of the purple spirit pill until now. The difficulty of refining this purple spirit pill is far less than that of the nascent soul elixir, and is similar to that of the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. With the help of the Daoshui fire, Chen Mobai easily neutralized the poisonous gas emanating from the inner core of the dark purple scorpion. Qing Nu then extracted the elixir and placed it in the medicinal pool to nurture and solidify it. It's a pity that even a fourth-tier purple spirit pill isn't very useful to me anymore. But if you and King Mei refine it, you might be able to have the divine sense of the nascent soul realm when you form your core. After King Nu condensed the pill, Chen Mobai took out one, looked at the deep purple pill in his palm, sensed the medicinal power contained within, and then gave his comments. What you're saying is misleading. If this pill were placed in the eastern lands, it would be fought over by everyone. Although Qing Nu has not opened Danxia Pavilion in the eastern lands over the years, she has learned about all aspects of the eastern continent's elixir industry through her exchanges with Qi Jiansu. Knowing that elixirs that enhance spiritual awareness are second only to those that extend lifespan is a valuable skill. Basically, every time it appears at an auction, it gets snatched up. I'll take one pill first and see how it goes. After hearing this, Chen Mobai swallowed the purple spirit pill in his hand under Qing Nu's expectant gaze. Thanks to the unique properties of the phoenix facing the sun painting, he didn't need to worry about any erysipelas issues when testing medicines. However, the effect of this pill was roughly as he had predicted. After it entered the body and was refined, an extremely cold current surged into the purple mansion sea of consciousness. Chen Mobai estimated that if it were a core formation cultivator, the purple mansion sea of consciousness would probably be frozen, or even the mind would be solidified. But for him, it was something that the phoenix phantom in his sea of consciousness could easily resolve with a simple flap of its wings. As the phoenix spread its wings, the extremely cold air currents melted away, transforming into a sweet rain within the purple mansion sea of consciousness, falling everywhere. The jade parasol tree, materialized from divine consciousness, began to sprout even more tender green buds. Even the edge of the purple mansion sea of consciousness was slightly opened up. This made Chen Mobai nod in agreement. There are two types of pills that affect spiritual sense. One type directly increases the strength of spiritual sense, and the other type helps to open up the purple mansion sea of consciousness and increase the upper limit of spiritual sense. This purple spirit pill, however, combines both benefits. However, he had anticipated this, since the pill formula came from the immortal sect. Although the immortal sect had never refined a fourth-order purple spirit pill, the fundamental medicinal effects were definitely the same. After carefully experiencing and digesting all the medicinal effects, and confirming that his spiritual sense had increased by 1%, Chen Mobai opened his eyes. Hell! Across from him, King Nu already had paper and pen in hand, waiting for him to share his experiences and insights after taking the elixir. It's all right, but my purple mansion consciousness sea limit has already been raised to the peak of the nascent soul stage. This pill will have little effect on opening up my purple mansion. Chen Mobai emphasized that the medicinal properties of the pills were extremely cold and yin, making them almost impossible for core formation cultivators to refine. This made King Nu frown slightly. However, she quickly came up with several solutions, such as refining a neutralizing pill to be taken in conjunction with the purple spirit pill to resolve this hidden danger. Whether it will succeed or not depends on the refining process. We'll have to wait and see after Chen Mobai tests it. While waiting for the pills to mature, the two had nothing else to do, so they simply continued experimenting with the purple spirit pill. During this time, King Nu consulted the massive amount of information downloaded from Chen Mo's abacus during the day and finally determined the best resource to neutralize the purple spirit pill, pure yang purple qi. After Chen Mobai tested the drug, it was confirmed that there were no problems. However, it would be best to wait until you have reached the peak of core formation before taking this fourth-tier purple spirit pill, and it would be best if it were taken by your side, so that even if a problem arises, you can intervene. King Nu packed away the remaining 9 purple spirit pills and spoke. Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Currently, among the core formation cultivators in the 5 Elements sect, only Qing Nu and Yin Qingmei are qualified to take it. To ensure safety, I think we can give 2 pills to senior brother Mo and senior brother Joe. If they also have no problems, then your pill neutralization solution can be confirmed to be safe. Chen Mobai, however, remained cautious and spoke up. After listening, Qing Nu also thought it made a lot of sense, so she sealed 2 more portions of purple spirit pills and handed them to him, asking him to give them to Mo Duguang and Zhou Yi. There was a teleportation array in the myriad transformations immortal city, so Chen Mobai asked Qing Nu to guard those batches of pills while he went to the wind and rain immortal city and the bright mirror immortal city one after the other. Mo Duguang and Zhou Yi completely trusted him. After listening to what he said, they immediately refined and consumed the purple spirit pill and pure yang purple qi. Chen Mobai personally stayed by their side. After the 2 refined the pills, he discovered that his divine sense had been raised to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. With Mo Duguang and Zhou Yi's surprise and gratitude, Chen Mobai returned to the myriad transformations immortal city. At this time, the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills that had just been refined were also ready. Among these, the materials for the furnace of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect were naturally supplied by the 5 Elements sect. After all, when Yi Qing obtained the sun's sacred fruit from the fire cloud palace, he paid with a 5th-tier golden light grass. 7 pills were still handed over to the Xingqian Dao sect. Master Xingqian personally came to collect, test, and seal the pills. As for the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect, after Yue Xudao's notification, it was still Yuan Zhen who came. After the great war between the righteous and the demonic forces, Yi Qing began his most arduous cultivation, aiming to reach the great perfection of the nascent soul stage before embarking on the new era. Chen Mobai felt that Yi Qing must be under a lot of pressure. Even though he was in the immortal sect, most people thought he was capable of becoming a god, but there was no pressure on him to become a god. Yi Qing, however, was different. The 9 Heavens demon suppression sect no longer had any nascent soul cultivators, and he was the most likely candidate. All the hopes of the people were placed on him. Chen Mobai only hoped that Yi Qing could remain calm and not act rashly. "Hey, sect leader Chen, there seems to be a bit too many pills." Yuan Zhen took the medicine bottle and probed it with her divine sense. She couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look. There are 9 golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills inside. According to the rules of the heavenly river realm, alchemists should take a 30% to 50% commission. That's right. From now on, we will only take 10% of the pills that your 9 Heavens demon slayer sect refines here. Chen Mobai said with a smile that if he hadn't been thinking about adapting to local customs, he wouldn't have wanted to smoke even this small amount. "Thank you very much, sect leader Chen. You've worked hard, Master Dengxia." Yuan Zhen was very happy to hear this, and while thanking Chen Mobai, she did not forget Qing Nu beside her. She had previously heard that Chen Mobai had become a Taoist couple with a female cultivator of unknown origin, which she found very strange. Who exactly could have caught the eye of the exceptionally talented Chen Gixian? Now everyone in the eastern continent knows that Chen, the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect, has married a master alchemist. Although Dengxia Pavilion has not yet opened in the eastern lands, its excellent quality has already been known to all cultivators through the 5 Elements Merchant Guild, Zion Ancient Shop, and so on. The high-grade pills refined by Qing Nu are now extremely rare in the eastern lands. If Qing Nu hadn't refused to accept orders from the public, nascent soul cultivators from the eastern lands would probably have come knocking on her door long ago. Of course. King Nu smiled and returned the greeting to Yuan Zhen. End of this chapter. Chapter 1005, Exploring the Dharma Realm. Chapter 1005, Exploring the Dharma Realm. The success of the infant nourishing pill this time was all thanks to the sun's sacred fruit sent by Yuan Zhen. If the Five Elements sect wants to refine high-level pills in the future, it will probably still need the help of the Holy Land to collect precious fifth-level medicinal materials. Therefore, Chen Mobai was eager to develop the Five Elements sect into a Holy Land. But unfortunately, the nascent soul stage was as difficult as ascending to heaven. After seeing Yuan Zhen off, Chen Mobai accepted the letter handed to him by Yi Yun. This is Yue Zudao's, and the reply above is Xiao Yuli's. She desperately wanted Chen Mobai to take action and clean up the internal affairs of the Five Emperors Mountain. But unfortunately, when she returned to the One Yuan Dao Palace, she made a vow in order to obtain the nascent soul resources. The contents of the oath could not be revealed, but Xiao Yuli hinted at it indirectly. After reading it, Chen Mobai roughly guessed what it meant. It was nothing more than asking her to form her nascent soul and then lead the cultivators of the Yiyuan Dao Palace out of the mountains to participate in the war between the righteous and the demonic forces. After the war ended, she was to leave Wudi Mountain and establish a separate residence. There was also a part about not being able to join forces with Chen Mobai to target the Yiyuan Dao Palace. This was a great pity for Chen Mobai. Without Xiao Yuli, his reason for going to the Five Emperors Mountain would not be sufficient. Moreover, although the Yiyuan Dao Palace lost the Fire Virtue Mountain Master and the outer sect Nascent Soul Cultivator Kingship during the Great War between the righteous and the demonic, it still had 7 Nascent Soul Cultivators. Although Chen Mobai was confident that he could suppress anyone, Five Emperors Mountain had a 6th Order protective formation and the 6th Order sect protecting magic weapon, the Hunyuan Bell. Throughout history, only the Mingzun dared to force his way in. If Xiao Yuli were willing to step in and help him communicate, Chen Mobai felt that there should still be quite a few cultivators within the Yiyuan Dao Palace who were waiting for the light and were willing to cooperate with him. Soon, Chen Mobai thought of Su Zilu. Although she has been abducted by Mingzun for so many years, after Yuan Kink's investigation, she is now portrayed as someone who has been wronged. Tell her to go back to the Yiyuan Dao Palace and say that she was betrayed, and see if she can sow discord within the Five Emperors Mountain. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately notified Su Zilu and Zhuo Ming to come back. Just then, the 5 elements spiritual fruits in the One Yuan secret realm also ripened. Greetings, Master. After Zhuo Ming returned, he first reported on the situation in Dongwu. Thanks to the various academies in the eastern wilderness starting to train geomancers, Zhuo Ming has more and more people at his disposal. He has already repaired and developed hundreds of thousands of hectares of land in the core of the ancestral vein. These are all 4th or even 5th order spirit fields, but due to the residual power of the 5 elements divine thunder, they can only grow spirit plants such as thunder-like grass at present. 2 years before Chen Mobai started refining pills, he had already sent the 5 elements divine thunder soil to Wenren Zuwei. The latter specially opened a new elective course in Jumeng Dao Academy, gathered a group of 4th-level spiritual plant teachers, plus many students, and personally led the research. The current results are quite good. We have already developed a spirit rice seed that can absorb the essence of thunder. However, whether it can be planted on a large scale still requires further testing. In response, Chen Mobai made 2 preparations. On one hand, he took the newly researched spirit rice seeds to the Tian realm and had Zhuo Ming try planting them in the spirit fields of the eastern Wu ancestral vein. The 5 elements divine thunder and earth that he could bring back to the immortal sect were only a few. No matter how advanced the research level of the Jumeng Dao Academy was, it was still insufficient when it came to large-scale experiments. Fortunately, after the restoration and development of Zhuming in Dongwu, there is plenty of soil, so we can give this a try. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai also processed a type of 4th-grade golden rice from the immortal sect and brought it to the eastern wilderness. the source of the immortal rice in the immortal sect, all comes from a bag of immortal rice seeds brought by the ancestor Changchun. After thousands of years of cultivation by the Jumeng Taoist Academy, combined with the soil and climate of various immortal sects, it has transformed into all kinds of spiritual rice. The clear water rice from Chen Mobai's hometown and this fourth-grade golden rice both originated in this way. This golden rice gets its name from its golden color and its jade-like, delicate outer shell. Long-term consumption can even help in the formation of a golden elixir. However, in the immortal sects, this golden rice is basically reserved for nascent soul cultivators, and it can only be produced in one place, Huangliang Cave, with a limited output. If a nascent soul cultivator takes it, it can comprehensively enhance their blood and energy, spirit and acuity, among other things. Chen Mobai's choice of this particular seed, from among the many fourth-tier spirit rice seeds of the immortal sect, was made after much consideration. First of all, this golden rice needs strong sunlight and an environment with extremely rich plant essence, and it also has very high requirements for water source. In the eastern wilderness, Giant Tree Ridge perfectly fits this condition. As the place where he started, the Five Elements sect has seen its status decline in recent years because Chen Mobai has shifted the focus of the Five Elements sect to Baiyuan City. This has led to the decline of Giant Wood Ridge, which was originally the center of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, this decline is almost irreversible. As urbanization in the eastern wilderness becomes more advanced, the spiritual fields and medicinal fields, the core industries of Giant Wood Ridge, will gradually be diluted as the Five Elements sect expands its territory. Chen Mobai planted fourth-tier golden rice here precisely to give Giant Wood Ridge an irreplaceable core asset. This matter naturally received strong support from Zhou Shenking. He heard that Chen Mobai obtained fourth-grade spirit rice seeds from the secret realm of the longevity sect, and even personally took charge of planting them. As a nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Shenking was very clear that once the Five Elements sect had mature fourth-grade spirit rice, it would completely break free from its final constraints and lay the foundation for a great increase in the number of nascent soul cultivators in the sect. When Chen Mobai took Zhuo Ming to Hunyuan Immortal City, they passed by Giant Tree Ridge and went to check on the cultivation of fourth-grade golden rice. Zhou Shenking is, after all, a nascent soul cultivator. If he focuses, learning a fourth-tier spiritual plant cultivation technique and a geomancer shouldn't be a problem. Under his personal guidance, tender shoots of golden rice have already sprouted on the fourth-order spirit field in the core of Giant Wood Ridge. Some plants, even those irrigated with myriad transformation thunder water, have already grown golden ears of rice that gleam in the sunlight. Zhuo Ming looked at the rice stalks with great affection. This golden jade spirit rice is really beautiful. In the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai followed the naming principles of their lineage and changed golden rice to golden jade spirit rice. After giving some pointers at Giant Tree Ridge, the master and disciple went to Hunyuan Immortal City. Currently guarding this place is Kong Shangsu, who has refined the golden elixir of the outer path. However, when they arrived, Kong Shangsu had been transferred by Ning Leshan to practice military formations. Among the Five Elements sect, there are currently 29 core formation cultivators. Among them, the wood vein cultivators are the majority because they were personally taught by Chen Mobai, resulting in fewer core formation cultivators from the other four veins. The Five Elements Taoist soldiers under Chen Mobai's command in Eastern Wu, specifically the Earth formation, even required the mobilization of the Grand Duke Child, which speaks volumes. Therefore, after Kong Shangsu refined the external golden core, Chen Mobai not only had him guard the Hunyuan Immortal City, but also transferred him to the Punishment Hall to form a group of core formation cultivators with the Five Elements attributes, such as Ning Leshan and others, to practice the Five Elements Tao soldiers. After leaving a message for Kong Shangsu using the Sky Pivot device, Chen Mobai led Zhuo Ming into the One Yuan secret realm. The Five Elements spirit fruit was easily removed, and Zhuo Ming sealed it away before taking it with him. Then Chen Mobai began to try to refine this Yuan's secret realm with his own domain. He sat under the five-element spirit tree, closed his eyes and concentrated. Under the realm of heavenly blessings and earthly spirits, his consciousness rippled outwards like water, attempting to establish a deeper connection with this mysterious realm through the precious spiritual plant at its core. At the same time, his domain opened up, transforming into invisible void fluctuations that slowly seeped outwards. Chen Mobai's current cultivation level is the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Due to the passage of time, he has not yet cultivated his domain to its limit at this level, but he already has a space of 107.3 billion cubic meters. Even without using the void teleportation technique, he can now teleport across most of the immortal sect's territory using his own domain. However, the greater the distance of the teleportation, the more it consumes his divine sense, so Chen Mobai rarely uses it. The void shift technique, with its celestial network and location-based positioning by immortal sects, consumes minimal spiritual energy, making it far more convenient. Because of his unique talent in the void, Chen Mobai has expanded his domain to its limit with each advancement over the years. So when he reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, his domain was able to cover the entire Earth star. However, the various blessed lands and grotto heavens of the immortal sect contain the core spiritual hubs of the celestial network. If his domain were to cover them, in order to avoid the connection and interruption of the formation, it would trigger a counterattack from this 6th-order grand formation. Therefore, even Bai Guang would not do such a thing. Currently, only those who have a complete grasp of the celestial network and the star tracing technique can achieve this. But in the eastern wilderness, there would be no obstacles at all. Chen Mobai can expand his territory as much as he wants. However, the collision between the realm and the real world will trigger an impact between the origins of the void. If one's own realm is not strong enough, it will be shattered and damaged. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai wants to make his vast domain even stronger and more solid. This is equivalent to managing a small world. The medicine worlds of the various Taoist academies on the other side of the immortal sects are almost identical to the real world. Because Chen Mobai had only been cultivating for a short time, his domain was essentially a blank space. He had simply used the power of the void to create several separate areas to store necessities such as spirit stones, minerals, spirit rice, and water. If he were to be frugal, it would probably be enough to sustain his food, drink, and spiritual practice for several hundred years. The development of a realm requires drawing upon a massive amount of void power and the origin of heaven and earth. Therefore, devouring other realms or small worlds is the fastest way to grow. Ultimately, it is based on the cultivator's own Taoist techniques and transforms into a Taoist realm that can best unleash its characteristics and combat power. That is the Dharma realm. Within their own Dharma realm, cultivators can unleash their full combat power, because with each breath they breathe, they resonate with the heavens and earth, observe the phenomena of the four directions, and follow the great Tao. If one were to use the Dharma realm to swallow the opponent's strength would be greatly reduced. In the immortal sects, the ultimate realm of the 6 imperial scriptures of Kunpeng Academy is the Dharma realm. Chen Mobai had also experienced the Jade Flat Small realm inherited by the Dance Weapon Academy. It was left behind by ancestor Yunya and was almost a Dharma realm. It was just a pity that it was still missing the most crucial power of void refinement. However, for Chen Mobai, due to his special talent in the void, as long as he reaches the nascent soul stage, he will be able to absorb enough void power, so he may be able to achieve the Dharma realm when he reaches the nascent soul stage. By then, wherever he goes, it will be his home turf. If he possessed the Dharma realm, he wouldn't need to worry about the 6th-order formation of the 5 Emperors Mountain. He could simply cover it with the Dharma realm and separate the formation from the 6th-order spiritual vein, leaving any opponent who entered the Dharma realm at his mercy. According to the notes of ancestor Yunya, the methods of cultivation in the Dharma realm have another special name in the Purple Cloud Star River, Earth Immortal. This is also one of the great Taos passed down by the Purple Cloud Taoist. It is said that when one cultivates to the extreme, the Dharma realm can even replace the entire universe, thus achieving creation. Chen Mobai did not have such a wish. He only hoped to cultivate the complete Dharma realm. In that case, the Dharma realm could be like the real world, refining the void into spiritual energy to supply the beings within the realm with breath and survival, equivalent to a great 1,000 worlds. Chen Mobai recalled the contents of the Dharma realm in his mind, and finally began to recall the universe in the 7 great heavenly books. Gradually, he sensed a subtle resonance between his domain and every inch of the secret realm, every wisp of spiritual energy. This was a sign that his domain was about to grow and absorb and digest this secret realm. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai ultimately chose to give up. Just as he was about to use his own realm to devour the 1 yuan secret realm, Tongshan Jai began frantically issuing warnings, indicating that doing so would have negative consequences. Although Tangshan's warning did not tell him where the danger came from, Chen Mobai immediately realized it. It can only be the altar left behind by the 1 yuan true lord. After giving up, Chen Mobai got up from under the 5 elements spirit tree and teleported to the altar of the state in this secret realm. Although the 1 yuan true monarch has ascended and left, the traces he left behind are not something that Chen Mobai, a mere nascent soul cultivator, can refine. These 5 directions altars of the state are equivalent to an alternative Tao fruit. Chen Mobai was not discouraged and decided to try refining it again after he reached the nascent soul stage. This place was left behind by the true lord of 1 yuan when he ascended to the divine realm. The difference in realm between him and his peak ascension was enormous. Chen Mobai felt that he could suppress it after he ascended to the divine realm. After leaving the 1 yuan secret realm, Chen Mobai saw Zhuo Ming waiting outside. Besides her, Kong Shangsu has also returned. Everyone looked at him with utmost respect when they saw him come out. After Chen Mobai used the 5 jade pendant to close the portal to the secret realm behind him, he chatted with Kong Shangsu for a few words, and then took Zhuo Ming back to Baiyuan City. Over the years, under Su Zilu's guidance, Zhuo Ming has mastered and refined the primordial true qi, and even relied on the 5th-order spiritual energy of the heavenly origin pearl to condense 3 of them on his own. Now that she has these 5 element spiritual fruits, she will soon be able to reach the limit of the primordial true qi at the core formation stage, with 49 strands. At this crucial moment, Chen Mobai did not let Zhuo Ming return to Dongwu. He personally protected his precious disciple as she condensed her Hunyuan true qi. Baiyuan Mountain. Due to Zhuo Ming's practice, extremely rich spiritual energy of the 5 elements gathered at the mountaintop, transforming into colorful and dazzling clouds, creating a unique landscape. This scene also caused a great deal of discussion among the residents of Baiyuan City. However, the 5 elements sect's supreme divine power, the Hunyuan Tao fruit, was renowned. So many people guessed the truth. It is said that it is the 2nd disciple of immortal Chen who is practicing magic. When she was young, the Earth Mother true person had only average talent, but after becoming a disciple of immortal venerable Chen, she seemed to have an epiphany, and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Now she is even able to cultivate the primordial Tao fruit. Only those with heavenly earth spiritual roots and earth spiritual bodies are capable of cultivating the primordial Tao fruit. It is estimated that the Earth Mother true person is a hidden earth spiritual bodies. When she joined the Divine Wood sect, she was not discovered. Fortunately, immortal venerable Chen has keen eyesight, otherwise the 5 elements sect would have lost a future nascent soul powerhouse. In a tea house in Baiyuan City, Chen Lingaming, who was hiding his identity, listened to the discussions around him and looked up at the colorful clouds on the mountaintop with a slightly solemn expression. As a Taoist disciple of the Yiyuan Tao Palace, after leaving the 5 Emperors Mountain, he traveled all over the eastern continent and finally chose the eastern wilderness as his place of seclusion. He concealed his cultivation here, pretending to be a rogue cultivator merchant who traveled between the eastern lands and the eastern wilderness. He purchased a very ordinary third-grade low-level cave dwelling and used spirit stones to cultivate on weekdays. Over the years, he has almost mastered a secret technique and is preparing to form his nascent soul. However, they accidentally discovered another core formation cultivator who had also concealed his identity. This caused a delay, and then we saw the magnificent scene of Zhuo Ming condensing Hunyuan true qi on the mountaintop. Based on his experience at the Yiyuan Dao Palace, it should be that someone infused the five-element spiritual power into Chen Gixian's second disciple, allowing her to quickly form 49 streams of Hunyuan true qi when she reached the core formation stage. Having spent so many years in the eastern wilderness, Chen Lingaming naturally knew of Zhuo Ming. After comparing himself to Zhuo Ming, he realized that at the same age, he was actually inferior to her. In the remote countryside of the East, there is such a gem. Just as Chen Lingaming frowned, the discussions around him started again. This time, the speakers were disciples from the Star Heaven Dao sect and the Heavenly Meal Pavilion. Given the age and achievements of the Earth Mother true person, even if she were in the Eastern land, she would probably be revered as a holy maiden by the One Yuan Dao Palace. Is it not better for her to be the holy maiden of the Five Elements sect now, than for the fading holy maiden of the One Yuan sect? That's true, but the Five Elements sect doesn't seem to have the concept of a Dao child or a saintess. I personally approve of Earth Mother Zhenren as the holy maiden of the Five Elements sect. I even think that the Dao child holy maiden of the One Yuan Dao Palace is not as good as the Five Elements sect. Brother Dao, actually, the current holy maiden of the One Yuan Dao Palace is all right. She has already formed her nascent soul, and during the war between the righteous and demonic paths, she led the cultivators of the Five Emperors Mountain to help the common people. Although her performance wasn't great, she at least lived up to the title of Holy Maiden of the Righteous Path. That Taoist boy, on the other hand, is the #1 coward in the Eastern continent. He had already disappeared before the war even started, and even the Five Emperors Mountain couldn't find him. He's not even as good as the Taoist boy who was killed by the demonic path in the previous generation. At least he was a man. Upon hearing this, Chen Lingaming remained expressionless, but he crushed the chopsticks in his hand into powder with his fingers. At that very moment, the colorful clouds atop Beiyuan Mountain began to shimmer with even more brilliant light, descending towards a certain spot on the mountaintop. Everyone who witnessed this scene praised the power of the Five Elements sect's primordial Dao fruit. Chen Lingaming had lost his appetite. After paying the bill with a spirit stone, he hurriedly left Tianquanlu. Dayazi, I understand. At the summit of Beiyuan Mountain, Chen Mobai, while helping Zhuo Ming refine the Five Elements spirit fruit, explained his plan to Su Zilu. His main goal was to have her return to Wudi Mountain to find out what the current situation was inside the Yiyuan Dao Palace. After receiving the order, Su Zilu did not hesitate and immediately took the teleportation array to the Eastern land. More than anyone else, she wanted to know whether anyone within the Yiyuan Dao Palace had tipped off the demonic path when she was taken away by the Mingzun. Investigating this matter is also very simple. She and the previous Taoist disappeared from the One Yuan Dao Palace. Whoever profited the most is the prime suspect. With a clear goal in mind, Su Zilu first went to the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect to report herself before heading to the Five Emperors Mountain. After Chen Mobai assigned her the task, he called Yi Yun up. This is the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. Put it on the shelves of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and notify those people to come and exchange it. Chen Mobai took out 7 sealed golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills and handed them to Yi Yun, who immediately accepted them respectfully. This time, Qing Nu refined 3 batches in total. In addition to her own batch of 10 pills, there were 3 pills she took from the batch from Xing Tian Dao sect and 1 pill from Jiu Tian Dang Mo sect. After removing the 7 pills that were put on the shelves, Chen Mobai now has 7 pills left. Of these, he plans to select 4 to auction. The main purpose was to give the forces under the Five Elements sect some hope for advancement. For example, in the Eastern Wilderness, They have long cooperated with the Five Elements sect and performed well in various infrastructure projects, but they don't earn much spirit stone. What these cultivation families seek is nothing more than a single elixir for forming the golden core. There are also the cultivation families from Eastern Wu who have come to join them. Over the years, some of them have completely integrated into the various immortal cities of the Eastern wilderness and have adapted to the urban life here. Some, however, maintain the essence of their families, and under the guidance of the Five Elements sect, went to the newly built immortal cities in Yunmings and the desolate ruins to exert their influence, hoping to maintain their independence even while seeking refuge with the sect. Chen Mobai did not suppress them. In fact, he contracted out the infrastructure projects in the immortal city that needed the most manpower to them, giving them the opportunity to earn contribution points and spirit stones. Furthermore, after the Great War between the righteous and the demonic, the Yunyu sect and other native golden core cultivators from the eastern barbarian region, feeling that the Yu Rai Hai was unreliable, decisively sought refuge with the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai treated them all fairly and justly, and notified them all. Upon hearing that the Five Elements sect was going to sell core formation elixirs, all these forces offered their entire fortunes in an attempt to purchase them. In response, Chen Mobai also plans to emulate the Beidou Conference and organize a representative material exchange and auction conference. He'd even come up with a name, the Northern Abyss Assembly, which would focus on imitation. He entrusted this matter to Yi Yun, who naturally did not disappoint him. He mobilized the Five Elements sect to hold a grand event that brought together all the forces from the three border regions of the eastern continent. Even people from the Sunbathing Sea sent over, along with the Star Heaven Dao sect and some eastern forces that received the news. However, because the first Northern Abyss tournament was not well known, only those who knew about the Five Elements sect's foundation, such as the Heavenly Meal Pavilion and the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, came. Fortunately, not many of these major external forces came. Otherwise, none of the 4 golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills that Chen Mobai prepared would have ended up in the hands of any of the forces under the Five Elements sect. Both the Star Heaven Dao sect and the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect have verified the profound mystery of the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill refined by Qingnu, and each of them acquired one during this auction. If Chen Mobai hadn't secretly communicated with them, they probably would have bought all 4 of them. Of the remaining 2, one was taken by Tianqinlu, and the other was auctioned off to the Sun family of Eastern Wu. This result left the various families in the Eastern wilderness extremely frustrated. They were the ones who served the Five Elements sect the longest, so how come all the good stuff was taken away by outsiders? After these family patriarchs from the Eastern wilderness met privately, they selected a few representatives and went to Yi Yun to plead with the Five Elements sect to auction off a few more golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, in consideration of their diligent efforts in maintaining the Five Elements sect's rule for hundreds of years, and to give them another chance. Even if you were given 10 more chances, you still wouldn't be able to compete with the other forces. After listening, Yi Yun shook his head, pointing out the essence of the problem that they had failed to see. Over the years, relying on the Five Elements sect and other local cultivation families in the eastern wilderness, they have indeed earned a lot of spirit stones, but compared with the major sects of the eastern lands or even the core formation families of Eastern Wu, it is definitely far from enough. In any public auction, their financial resources are no match for those of outsiders. After hearing this, the patriarchs of these families looked at each other in bewilderment, and then one of the wise ones immediately asked Yi Yun for guidance. Given your situation, the only solution is for my sect to secretly open a special passage for you, but this is extremely difficult. Yi Yun looked troubled, and immediately the familiar Liang family patriarch handed him a storage bag. But Yi Yun refused with a stern expression. It's only been a few years since the sect leader started rectifying the atmosphere. End of this chapter. Chapter 1006, all in the palm of your hand. Chapter 1006, all in the palm of your hand. This matter can only be resolved if the sect leader speaks up, but the sect leader is a figure of great stature. How could he possibly concern himself with such a trivial matter? Even after refusing the benefits, Yun did not forget his main objective. Well, upon hearing this, everyone sighed. There was no way they would let Chen Mo ask for nothing in return. After waiting for a while, seeing the dejected expressions on everyone's faces, Yun gave a wink to the foundation establishment ancestor of one of the cultivation families, who immediately understood. Is there really no other way? Please, Master Yi, show us the way. The speaker was Liu Jingxian, the patriarch of the Liu family. Because his ancestral grave was emitting auspicious smoke, Liu Wenbai, the senior disciple of Zion Enchen, was born. As a result, the family's development has been smooth sailing in recent years. Relying on the three treasures of foundation establishment, 5 new foundation establishment cultivators have emerged. However, Liu Jingxian is already old and will soon be buried. But with the help of Liu Wenbai, he purchased a lot of pills from Dangxia Pavilion and raised his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. So he wanted to try to break through to core formation. However, Liu Wenbai had no choice but to deal with the core formation elixir, since even the 5 elements sect itself didn't have enough for its own use. This time, Chen Mobai released 4 pills, and even with Liu Wenbai's help, Liu Jingxian couldn't compete with the others. Finally realizing that he didn't have many years left to live, and that his only regret in this life was wanting to try forming a golden core, Liu Jingxian once again sought help from Liu Wenbai. The latter thought that the key to his being able to become Chen Mobai's disciple was the support of his family. Out of gratitude, he thought of something that might be an opportunity and introduced Liu Jingxian to Yun, the acting sect leader. As Chen Mobai's eldest disciple, Liu Wenbai knew a great deal about his master. There was one matter that Chen Mobai had been concerned about, but because it involved too many things, he planned to deal with it later. However, the aftermath of the auction of the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation pill at the Northern Abyss Conference made Liu Wenbai feel that this was a good opportunity. That is to gather the spiritual veins in the Eastern Wilderness that do not yet belong to the 5 Elements sect. Over the past few decades, under Chen Mobai's realm of spiritual enlightenment, all the undiscovered and undeveloped spiritual veins on the Eastern Wilderness have been found and occupied by the 5 Elements sect. These are all unclaimed, but since they are in the territory of the Eastern Wilderness, they belong to the 5 Elements sect. Among these, there are 7 fourth-order spiritual veins, 26 third-order spiritual veins, 147 second-order spiritual veins, 656 first-order spiritual veins, and thousands of others that are not classified but have weak spiritual energy. After locating all of them, Chen Mobai implanted them one by one into the array plates and flags of the heavenly curtain and earthly network. He personally went to the high-level spiritual veins, because there were corresponding graded natural treasures at the core of these spiritual veins. For the low-level spiritual veins, he dispatched disciples from the array department of the 5 Elements sect's spiritual vein division. In the past, there weren't so many elite cultivators in the 5 Elements sect, so most of the spiritual veins that Chen Mobai found were left idle. Back then, foundation establishment cultivators with good connections and strong backgrounds could even receive a 3rd-tier spiritual vein as their own dojo. Core formation cultivators, needless to say, could choose from 4th-tier spiritual veins. Yin Qingmei's Liujia Mountain, Luo Yixuan's Hanying Lake, and Jiang Xingheng's Pipa Valley, under the guidance of the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array, are now almost upgraded to 4th-grade high-quality spiritual veins. But things are different now. Core formation cultivators can only choose the 3rd tier at most, while some non-Taoist core formation cultivators with ordinary backgrounds can even choose the 3rd tier low-grade spiritual vein. Previously, core formation cultivators were allocated 4th-tier cave dwellings in Baiyuan City by the 5 Elements sect, but now they have been uniformly downgraded and can only choose 3rd-tier ones, and they are not even allowed to choose houses in Baiyuan City. However, compared to foundation establishment cultivators, core formation cultivators are at least provided with a house and a separate courtyard by the sect. In the past few decades, after the three treasures of foundation establishment were launched on a large scale, the number of foundation establishment cultivators in the five elements sect exploded. As a result, the benefits of second-tier spiritual vein courtyards for newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators have been directly cancelled, except for the second-tier cave dwellings in remote suburban cities allocated by the sect. For a disciple of the five elements sect, having a temple or separate residence makes all the difference in their lives. Although these dojos and villas are nominally still part of the five elements sect, the spiritual fields and medicinal gardens they cultivate, as well as the spirit beasts they raise, are all managed by these disciples. If they manage them well, the annual profit they can receive can even be higher than their basic welfare benefits. The most typical example is Han Jiling. Despite being a foundation establishment cultivator, she occupied a villa on Tianpeng Mountain with a fourth-tier spiritual vein. Even though she could only receive 1% of the profits each year, she still received thousands of spirit stones. Many cultivators of the five elements sect had reservations about this, and there were even some core formation cultivators who couldn't get a fourth-order spiritual vein. But no one dared to mention this matter during the 3 palaces and 12 departments grand assembly. Because everyone knows Han Jiling's background, the only direct disciple of Zhu Ming, the future nascent soul cultivator of the five elements sect, and the third-generation eldest disciple of the Xiaonanchan lineage. Moreover, she is in the Tianpeng Mountain Villa, helping Chen Mobai take care of that five-pointed ancient maple tree. Even the other nascent soul cultivators from the five elements sect would greet Han Jiling warmly upon seeing her. Now, there are no idle spiritual veins left in the eastern wilderness territory of the five elements sect, and the area encompassed by the heavenly curtain and earthly network array is unprecedentedly vast. However, there are still some spiritual veins in the eastern wilderness that are not under the control of the five elements sect. These are local cultivation families and sects. Chen Mobai wanted to inspect the 9 virtues, so he naturally couldn't use the simplest methods. Moreover, he had to make these forces willingly hand over control of their spiritual veins. He was quite troubled by this. After Yi Yun and Liu Wenbai learned about it, they came up with a plan based on the local situation. The 10-year war between the righteous and the demonic forces was extremely brutal. In order to prevent the eastern wilderness from experiencing a situation like that of the eastern Wu, which could not be defended, our sect leader has recently been working hard to set up a super formation that covers the entire eastern wilderness and mobilizes all the spiritual veins. The spiritual veins under our sect have been basically set up. However, the spiritual veins occupied by various families are still outside the range of the Great Formation. If another great battle breaks out in the future, or even if the demonic beasts in the desolate ruins rush out, we may not be able to take care of them. All families can only pray for good fortune. The sect leader is a compassionate person, and I think he would not want this to happen. I will go and beg him to say that you are willing to offer up your family's spiritual veins so that we can put them into the array plate and array flags. This way, not only can the Eastern Wilderness Grand Array be completely perfected, but you will also be protected within it. It might even make the sect leader very happy and open up a special channel for you to exchange for core formation spiritual medicine. After Yi Yun finished speaking, most of the foundation establishment cultivators present looked at each other in bewilderment. What does this mean? Are we begging to offer up the spiritual veins of our own families? People can't be this shameless. Just as everyone's expressions turned cold and they were about to find an excuse to leave, Liu Jingxian spoke up again. I wonder if, after our family's spiritual vein is inlaid into the array plate and array flags, it will come under the control of your sect, and the spiritual vein will no longer belong to us. Yi Yun immediately shook his head and said what he had already thought of. Our five elements sect only wants to provide the safest environment for all cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Controlling your spiritual veins is only for the purpose of perfecting the Great Formation. Rest assured, everyone, I guarantee that these array plates and flags are only used to construct the array. The ownership of the spiritual veins still belongs to your respective families. However, in times of war, for the safety of the formation, we will take over all the spiritual veins within the eastern wilderness. But at that time, I imagine you might even actively request the protection of our five-element sect. After Yi Yun finished speaking, several Foundation establishment cultivators hesitated, because they clearly knew that since Yi Yun, the acting leader of the five-element sect, had said these things today, it meant that the five-element sect was already preparing to push forward this matter. Even if all the people present were combined, their strength wouldn't be more than 1% of that of the five-element sect. If it weren't for the fact that under Chen Mobai's leadership over the years, the five-element sect's image of adhering to rules had become deeply ingrained in people's minds, they would probably have been preparing to flee upon hearing this news. I am willing to offer up the Liu family's spiritual veins. I wonder if I could use this to request a core formation elixir from your esteemed sect. Just then, Liu Jingxian spoke up again. I can only report this to the sect leader after most of you agree. You must know that refining a batch of core formation elixirs requires a massive amount of precious medicinal herbs. Do you know about the five-element spiritual fruit? That's the main ingredient. Even the major holy lands of the eastern continent don't have it. It's only because our five-element sect received the authentic inheritance from ancestor Yi Yuan that we have such a plant. Yi Yun began to talk about the five-element spirit tree, and everyone nodded in agreement. Many of the people here are nearing the end of their lives. Relying on the pills from Dangxia Pavilion, some of them, like Liu Jingxian, have already reached the peak of foundation establishment, while others have broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment, hoping for the future of core formation. According to the locals, if the family's spiritual veins could be exchanged for a chance to form a core, then it would be worth the gamble. What if I successfully form my core? That would be a meteoric rise, allowing one to become a golden core power and develop the family to become even stronger. Moreover, the spiritual veins of a family are not as good for cultivation as those houses in the immortal cities of the five-element sect, where as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can buy fourth-order spiritual energy. Thinking about it this way, the spiritual lineage passed down in the family doesn't seem so important anymore. I am willing. I wonder if there are any other fellow cultivators who are willing. Seeing that everyone seemed to have thought it through, Liu Jingxian immediately spoke up. Our Luo family is willing too, the second person to ask spoke up. If we can guarantee the availability of core formation elixir, our Tang family is willing. Our Zhu family still has 4 foundation establishment cultivators. I can't make the decision alone, but I will try to persuade them when I get back. After getting the results she wanted, Yi Yun went to the top of Baiyuan Mountain and told Chen Mobai about it. Good, you did a very good job. This has put my mind at ease. After hearing the whole story, Chen Mobai nodded in approval, thinking that he could use the core formation elixir to gain control of the spiritual veins from these cultivation families without bloodshed. I've negotiated with them. Control of a third-grade high-quality spiritual vein can be exchanged for a core formation elixir. If they choose to exchange spiritual veins for core formation elixirs, then they are implicitly handing over control of all spiritual veins under their family's control, whether they are first tier, second tier, or third tier. If there are many spiritual veins, the sect can also compensate them with some Foundation Establishment 3 treasures. Among them, 5 families have fourth-order spiritual veins. I'm afraid one core formation elixir wouldn't be enough. I can't promise the exact number. Please give me your instructions, sect leader. After receiving Chen Mobai's affirmation, Yi Yun happily recounted the specific conditions he had negotiated with those cultivation families. It can only be said that the eastern wilderness is a vast and resource-rich place, and even a mere foundation establishment family has a fourth-order spiritual vein. Then let's promise them 3 pills. However, they can only exchange them when someone in their family reaches the foundation establishment stage. We can also allow cultivators who are about to form their core to enter the Northern Abyss City Library to view all the core formation insights of our sect. The value of a fourth-order spiritual vein far exceeds that of 3 core formation elixirs. However, at present they only want to set up the formation and gain control during the war. The spiritual veins actually belong to those families, so the 3 pills plus the core formation experience are about the same value. With the 5 elements sect's current strength, it can only collect materials for 2 or 3 batches of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills in a short period of time. The Starry Sky Tao sect brought its own materials for its furnace, but the 5 elements sect and the 9 heavens demon suppression sect used their own savings for their furnaces. Even if we were to start the furnace again, the most we could do is collect a whole batch. Therefore, to avoid being unable to redeem the elixir, Chen Mobai stipulated that only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage can exchange for core formation elixirs through this special channel. Currently, there are no more than 10 cultivators from the major families of the Eastern Wilderness who have reached the foundation establishment stage. Yes, sect leader. After hearing Chen Mobai's supplementary terms, Yun nodded repeatedly. There is one more thing. If these cultivation families successfully form their core after reaching the foundation establishment stage, they will definitely need to refine their natal magic weapon and change their cultivation method to one that can reach the nascent soul stage. These are only available to our 5 elements sect in the Eastern Wilderness. If they are willing to sell their spiritual veins, I am willing to personally help them refine their natal magic weapons, and even allow them to enter the library of Baiyuan City to choose a nascent soul cultivation technique. Yun was taken aback by Chen Mobai's words. But upon further reflection, if these people successfully formed their cores, then he would definitely be in charge of the entire family. At that time, he could use the family's spiritual veins to exchange for the possibility of advancing further. Given the nature of the locals, 9 out of 10 would be willing to do so. Sect leader, you are brilliant. Yun left with a look of admiration. When the people from the cultivation families heard about these conditions, many of them were overjoyed. Is it truly possible to view all of your sect's insights on core formation? Can nascent soul cultivation techniques also be exchanged? Quickly sign the contract. I'm willing right now. After Chen Mobai's supplement, the new policy gained the support of the vast majority of people. The rest were excluded from the list because several members of their families had reached the foundation establishment stage, and all wanted the core formation elixir, leading to temporary internal strife. To avoid future disputes, Yun stipulated that if a family were to exchange control of the spiritual vein for core formation elixirs, all foundation establishment cultivators within the family must sign their consent. At this time, the only cultivation family that had reached the foundation establishment stage was thus able to avoid internal strife. The 5 elements sect dispatched disciple to inform all spiritual vein forces within the Eastern Wilderness that were not under their control about this matter. Thanks to the 5 elements sect's good reputation for abiding by the rules over the past century, since Chen Mobai came to power, the foundation establishment leaders of these forces immediately tried to persuade others within their ranks upon receiving the news. The excellent example of Wang Hemin and Wan Dengyang is right there. The 5 elements sect's core formation elixir is truly effective. During this period, the teleportation array in Baiyuan City was constantly lit. Foundation establishment forces and cultivators from all over the Eastern Wilderness who received the news came to visit Yun, who was in charge of this matter. If the 5 elements sect hadn't just recently begun to rectify its practices, Yun could have easily earned hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in benefits from this one wave alone. 6 months later, Yun presented the first list of those who wanted to exchange for core formation elixirs. In addition to the original 8 foundation establishment perfection experts, there are 2 more. After these 2 breakthroughs, he had kept his cultivation level hidden, so Yun didn't know. However, this time, in order to obtain the core formation elixir, he deliberately exposed himself, fearing that he would be left behind in this wave. It just so happens that a batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills has been prepared. However, once the agreement is signed, the 5 elements sect will have to pay 32 core formation elixirs in the future. However, Chen Mobai felt it was a very worthwhile opportunity to bring all the spiritual veins of the eastern wilderness into the heavenly curtain earthly network array. After collecting all the materials for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu went to the myriad transformations immortal city again. Zhu Ting and Gu Yan have been in the late foundation establishment stage for quite some time now. After the pills were finished being refined, Qing Nu reminded Chen Mobai. Upon hearing this, the two women who were helping to hand over the medicinal herbs trembled and lowered their heads to listen. Gu Yan was originally Chen Mobai's maid. After he and Qing Nu became Taoist partners, Gu Yan was sent to Qing Nu's side. Later, due to the establishment of the myriad transformations immortal city, Qing Nu didn't have many trustworthy people around her, so she sent Gu Yan here to manage it. Zhu Ting was from the Snowfall Palace, the predecessor of the myriad transformations immortal city. The two women cooperated with each other here, making things very easy for Qing Nu. The Five Elements sect has refined so many golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills this time that it will be impossible to start another batch for at least the next 10 or 20 years. Therefore, Qing Nu thought of reserving one for each of them. I happen to have more than 3 left on me, so I'll leave 2 for them. Chen Mobai understood Qing Nu's meaning. Considering how diligently the two women had worked in Wanhua Immortal City over the years, he knew he had to make arrangements for them. "Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, madam." Upon hearing this, the two women immediately bowed deeply. Despite Chen Mobai and Qing Nu's recent prolific production of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, this substance remains extremely rare and in high demand within the Five Elements sect. Gu Yan is all right. After all, she is a disciple of the Five Elements sect. But Zhu Ting is different. Her identity is a bit awkward, and her own accumulation is definitely not comparable to the foundation establishment ancestors of those immortal cultivation families. If it weren't for Chen Mobai and Qing Nu's arrangement, she probably wouldn't have been able to obtain a single core formation elixir in her lifetime. Gu Yan will go through the sect's Lingbao Pavilion channels. As for Zhu Ting, let's reward her in the name of your Danxia Pavilion. This way, your employees' enthusiasm for work will also be improved in the future. Chen Mobai also realized that Zhu Ting was not a disciple of the Five Elements sect. After pondering for a moment, he decided to open up another channel for her to obtain the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. This is also for the sake of the future. Currently, among the businesses under the Five Elements sect, the Danxia Pavilion is the most profitable in terms of spirit stones. Compared to the cultivators of the immortal sect, who are very restrained in their use of pills, the cultivators of the heavenly river realm can be described as extravagant. If a bottleneck in one's cultivation level can be resolved with elixirs, and one has enough spirit stones, one will take elixirs to resolve most of them. If Chen Mobai becomes a deity in the future and expands the Five Elements sect's industries, even opening up markets to all corners of the world, Danxia Pavilion will be the most capable opponent. Therefore, in order to ensure that the employees of Danxia Pavilion would be dedicated when opening up the market in the future, Chen Mobai laid the groundwork in advance with Zhu Ting. This is also because the Xingshan Great Merchant Guild rewards its retainers who make significant contributions with the Three Lights Divine Water. For example, Yan Shaiyan, relying on his years of contributions in helping with alchemy, managed to exchange for a flawed version of the Three Lights Divine Water. It is precisely for this reason that the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce is able to be on par with the chambers of commerce in the Holy Lands of the East, and has gained the support of a large number of talented people. There are many ripe immortal peaches hanging on the immortal peach trees over Zion and Mountain. Take my token and pick a few. After consuming them, you will be able to complete the foundation establishment process. Chen Mobai sensed the two women's cultivation levels and then gave them a talisman. The immortal peach is a pure, natural spiritual fruit that allows them to achieve perfect spiritual power without the need for decades of accumulation. Every year when Lingbiaj puts a Tier 3 item on the market, it gets snapped up. Under Zhuo Ming's care, The top of Zion Mountain is now a peach orchard. In addition to the fourth-order immortal peach tree in the very center that suppresses the spiritual vein, there are more than a dozen third-order trees planted from its branches, and hundreds of second-order trees. The Nanshan Peach Blossom Forest is now a very beautiful scenic spot in Jumuling. After receiving Chen Mobai's token, the two women were allowed to pick the fruit from the third-tier immortal peach trees. Qingnu personally led Zhu Ting and Gu Yan to Zionan Mountain, while Chen Mobai returned to Beiyuan City, where he oversaw the integration of the spiritual veins of those cultivation families into the heavenly curtain and earthly network, and continued to protect Zhu Ming as she refined the five elements spiritual fruit. Time flies when you're busy. Chen Mobai commanded the Spirit Vein Department and the Array Department to completely cover the eastern wilderness with the heavenly curtain earthly network array. Yishaoking shared a lot of the burden because he had refined the external golden core. Under Chen Mobai's guidance and tutelage, Yishaoking became a standard fourth-tier array master in the Tianhe realm. However, because the five-element sects assessment of all skills for cultivating immortality has been reformed and has become the standard for immortal sects, he is still only a third-tier array master in the eastern wilderness. But for Chen Mobai, it was enough. He would personally handle the most difficult parts of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. On this day, Chen Mobai implanted the last array plate into the Wang family's fourth-order spiritual vein. Feeling the complete harmony and thoroughness of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array that spanned the entire eastern wilderness, the crown of heaven and earth and all beings involuntarily appeared above his head. At this moment, he not only obtained the heavenly heart of the eastern wilderness, but also the vast land and its boundless spiritual energy were completely in his grasp. The sky is established and the earth is formed. As Chen Mobai uttered these 6 words, he suddenly teleported to the top of Beiyuan Mountain. The instant the heavenly canopy and earthly network array completely enveloped the eastern wilderness, he was able to use the thousands of array plates and hundreds of thousands of array flags placed throughout the eastern wilderness to locate the void shift. This is also the basis for the immortal sect's heavenly curtain and earthly network array positioning. However, because the immortal sect has the fifth-order heavenly calculation beads, it can locate a specific street and building number even more precisely. As long as there are 3 or more flags covering and locating that position, it's acceptable. The heavenly canopy and earthly network array in the eastern wilderness cannot be made so precise because only Chen Mobai set it up. However, now that the main framework has been set up, as long as the array flags are continuously driven into the spiritual veins of the array, we will eventually be able to do the same thing. Even now, Chen Mobai can easily locate the core of all the immortal city spiritual veins in the eastern wilderness. After successfully locating the summit of Beiyuan Mountain using the void shift technique, Chen Mobai nodded in satisfaction. He then teleported back to the fourth-tier spiritual vein of the Wang family and informed Yishaoking and the other disciples of the five-element sect that they could disband. To complete the heavenly canopy and earthly network array that covers the entire eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai and his team have worked tirelessly for a full 10 years. A year before that, Chen Mobai had sensed that his cultivation level was about to break through. However, he could only suppress it temporarily for the sake of the grand formation. Now that the great formation is complete, he no longer has any worries after disbanding his disciples. At the summit of Beiyuan City, a vast and pure fifth-order spiritual energy surged forth continuously. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai easily stepped into the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 1007, Yiyuan Daozi 10K. Chapter 1007, Yiyuan Daozi 10K. That year, Chen Mobai was 162 years old. To reach the 8th level of the nascent soul realm at such a young age is unprecedented in the immortal sects, and there will likely be no one like him in the future. Chen Mobai sat upright atop the North Abyss Mountain, carefully contemplating his current state of being. Under the influence of the heavenly blessing and the earthly spirit, he felt as if he had transformed into this plateau through the core fifth-order spiritual vein of this positive and negative nine-palace formation. His divine sense spread outwards like waves, reflecting every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every stream around all the spiritual veins of the eastern wilderness plateau in his mind. He could feel the surge of spiritual energy in the spiritual veins, see the flowers blooming and falling on the earth, hear the howling wind in the sky, and even sense the breathing of the smallest insects hidden in every corner. The crown of heaven and earth and all beings had unknowingly landed on his head, and the Tao Law fruit on it was shimmering with a profound and serene light. Through the lines on it, Chen Mobai heard one voice after another. This is all beings praying to him. Chen Mobai's mind followed several of the lines to the end, where he listened to the requests of the creatures under his command. Most of them are trivial matters. For him, these things can be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Chen Mobai attempted to resolve the demands of two of the lines, and then he felt that these two lines suddenly shone with a more serene light, infused with the fruit of the Tao. The Tao fruit, which had only recently taken shape, had undergone a barely perceptible increase in strength. At the same time, in the phoenix facing the sun painting, the progress bar for the category of the nine virtues realm progressed slightly. It's about 1 in 10 million of the progress. This is the cultivation method of the Tao Law fruit and the nine virtues. It's impossible for Chen Mobai to resolve all the demands on his own. Fortunately, he possessed a powerful sect and established an unprecedented unified dynasty. Under the circumstances of peace and prosperity, he could accomplish this task through the collective and organizational strength. Since the end of the war between the righteous and the demonic, under his command, the Five Elements sect has not only managed the tens of millions of people in the eastern wilderness in an orderly manner, ensuring peace and prosperity, but has also properly settled the people from Eastern Wu and Eastern Yi who have come to join them. To this day, all 8 new cities outside the eastern wilderness have been completed, and in accordance with Chen Mobai's instructions, the 6 new counties of the wilderness ruins and the Yunmeng County have been divided. On the eastern Yi side, Zhou Yi also divided the area into 12 prefectures and counties. Currently, the Five Elements sect has a total of 38 counties under its jurisdiction, which forms the foundation for the growth of the Tao Law fruit. The largest territory is naturally Yunmeng County, which also has the richest resources. However, because it is mostly water, there are very few mortals, and it is basically the domain of cultivators. Some of the families that came to Dongwu were unable to adapt to the environment in the eastern wilderness, or were ostracized by the local forces. They could only use their families' treasure ships to hunt and sell monsters in the Yunmeng Marsh to support their large families. Thanks to the Five Elements sect having wiped out all the third order and above demonic beasts in Yunmeng Marsh, it is practically a safe place for these families. Under these circumstances, the rampant monster population in Yunmeng Marsh has begun to face a crisis of overfishing. Upon learning of this, Chen Mobai immediately introduced a new policy for the hunting ban period. However, considering that it is not easy for the major families to support their families, the work of desertification control, mining, and farming in the eastern wilderness has been specially opened up so that cultivators from the eastern Wu region can also compete. In the eastern wilderness, after the initial fierce competition, many cultivators, having earned enough spirit stones to make a living, began to choose to settle down. This has led to a severe labor shortage for many physically demanding jobs, such as desertification control and mining. Previously, considering that Eastern Wu had just submitted to the Ming dynasty, Chen Mobai had taken some measures to protect local employment. Now, however, they treat everyone equally, opening the floodgates and letting all the cultivators from Eastern Wu in, and even allowing the Five Elements sect to open up the Spirit Treasure Pavilion missions to them. In the Yunmeng Marsh, the cultivators who had never worked in their lives after hearing about this all cleared their names, wanted to go ashore to work, and then buy houses and settle down. In addition, Chen Mobai also instructed Jiang Zhengheng to use the local civilization of the eastern wilderness as the center, integrate the customs of the Eastern Wu and the Eastern Yi, and use culture to integrate the different mortals of the three places, establish a larger unified dynasty, and create a new Eastern wilderness civilization that encompasses the world. Through these measures, Chen Mobai's progress in cultivating the nine virtues also made rapid progress after the war between the righteous and the demonic. Currently, all 9 projects combined have reached 37% completion. The highest, of course, is the 10% Jun, Chinese letter, who ignited the war in Eastern Wu, making him famous even in the East. Secondly, there's the 8% in growth. Chen Mobai already placed great importance on education, and now he values it even more. In addition to the original 6 academies, Chen Mobai also opened 3 new academies in Yunming's, Huangsu and Dongyi, so that the forces in Dongwu and Dongyi could enjoy the excellent teaching resources of the 5-element sect without having to work hard to buy houses in the eastern wilderness as before. In addition to the education for cultivators, Chen Mobai also instructed Jiang Zhengheng to deeply grasp the spiritual enlightenment and wisdom cultivation based on the mortal foundation. In the past, only children from wealthy and powerful families could afford to attend private schools. Now, these schools are run by the government, and students only need to pay a small fee for textbooks to enroll. These schools also play a role in spreading civilization and unifying thought. With the ideological alignment, Chen Mobai is gaining more and more support from the masses, and his 9 virtues are now 5% for Mo, 4% for Shun, 3% for Ming, and 2% for Wen. The fewest are still class and compare, which have also broken through 0. The former's progress bar is a little over 1%, and the latter is barely close to 1%. This is mainly due to Chen Mobai's diligence in his duties over the past decade or so. However, compared to the people in the eastern wilderness, he possesses the advanced experience and knowledge of the immortal sect, so he can basically make decisions on his own, and few people can offer him brilliant strategies. Most recently, Yi Yun and Liu Wenbai have plotted to gain control of all non-sect spiritual veins in the eastern wilderness. However, compared to the 5-element sect cultivators who had been influenced by him, the foundation establishment cultivators of these eastern wilderness cultivation families were far inferior in foundation. After taking 10 golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, all 7 people who have taken them have failed to form their own cores. Not a single one has succeeded. This led to doubts about the 5-element sect's core formation elixir, with people feeling that its success rate wasn't as high as claimed. The remaining 3 people also began to hesitate and were reluctant to take the medication. Fortunately, another effect of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill was verified. After failing to form the pill, one would only lose some vital energy, but there would be no danger to one's life. In the past, in the eastern wilderness, most foundation establishment cultivators who attempted to break through to the core formation realm died after failing. When this matter reached Chen Mobai's ears, he felt it was necessary to establish another role model. After looking at the information of the remaining 3 foundation establishment cultivators, he selected Bai Jinghang, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Bai family whom he had some recollection of. This Bai family is the Zufeng Bai clan, famous for producing Zhujian Xianya, a type of medicinal herb. In the past, Chen Mobai had a good relationship with his ancestor Bai Dingxian, because when the latter heard that Chen Mobai was collecting various tea trees, he specially gave him a piece of his family's heirloom snow needle immortal bud ancient tea tree. Chen Mobai always remembered this matter. When Bai Dingxian passed away, he even asked his eldest disciple Liu Wenbai to offer incense. After Bai Dingxian was buried, Bai Jinghang became the head of the Bai family. He even came to Xiaonanshan with Liu Wenbai to pay his respects to Chen Mobai and express his gratitude. That's why Chen Mobai remembered him. Bai Jinghang's cultivation has not only reached the peak of foundation establishment, but his divine sense is also almost transforming into the core formation level due to his long-term consumption of snow needle immortal sprouts. He is the most likely to succeed in core formation among all the families in the eastern wilderness who have achieved foundation establishment. Even so, Chen Mobai was still worried. After all, the people here had no restraint in taking pills, unlike him who had the blessing of the burning lamp technique and the protection of the phoenix facing the sun diagram. To ensure that Bai Jinghang could successfully form his core and become another good example of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, Chen Mobai sent a message to his disciple Jiang Zhengheng, who was in charge of education in this area, asking him to go to the Bai clan of Zufeng and give him some guidance. The remaining three, besides Bai Jinghang, are Liang Dayanian from the Liang family and Tai Lan from the Tai family. Although he had never met them, Chen Mobai had dealt with both families when he was young. Liang Jingui, the ancestor of the Liang family, even gave him 2 azure birds, which Zhuo Ming had raised to the second-tier high grade. Out of consideration for these sentiments, Chen Mobai instructed Qing Nu to refine a batch of lesser nirvana pills and put them on the Danxia pavilion, so that those who had exchanged for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills would have the right to purchase them. If, even after all this, no one is able to successfully form their core, it means that the cultivation families in the eastern wilderness lack sufficient fortune and need to accumulate more. Aside from these outsiders, the 7 people within the 5 Elements sect who exchanged for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill were quite lucky. Ding Ying and Lion Maozhai successfully formed their cores. Chen Mobai was very sorry that Qi Rui failed. However, with this experience, the probability of success next time will be much higher. Fortunately, Chen Mobai still had more than 1 golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill on hand, which he had already informed Yi Yun, and would leave it for Qi Rui to exchange later. Ding Ying and Lion Maozhai were both disciples of sects that had been rooted in the education industry in the eastern wilderness for over 100 years. After they formed their cores, Chen Mobai sent them out to take charge of the newly built academies in the eastern barbarian lands and the wilderness ruins, respectively. As Lan Jiyud continued to progress, Chen Mobai's spiritual realm also advanced by leaps and bounds. He is now at the peak of the 8th level of the nascent soul stage and may advance to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage at any time. This is because Chen Mobai wanted to solidify his foundation. It took him 22 years to go from the 7th to the 8th level of the nascent soul realm in the Pure Yang Scroll, which is arguably the longest time among all the minor realms. This was partly due to the fact that he had spent most of his time cultivating the burning lamp technique while accompanying Shi Wanyu in the previous years. This also marked the first time in a long time that Chen Mobai had broken through to a higher realm without taking any elixirs, relying solely on his own arduous cultivation. However, this was also part of his plan. There are still 28 years left before he leaves the wilderness, enough time for him to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Then, if he can obtain the true spirit pill of sainthood, he can try to transform into a deity. But before that, the matter of the 1 Yuan Dao Palace must be resolved. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai considered the intelligence that Su Zilu had transmitted over the years. After she arrived in the east, she first took a stroll around the 5 Emperors Mountain. After the war between the righteous and the demonic forces, the mountain had already been unsealed. Because of Su Zilu's special identity, after careful consideration, she first went to Dongli to find Xiao Yuli to learn about the situation inside the Yiyuan Dao Palace, and then specifically approached the 3 nascent soul elders of the outer sect. The position of outer elder is a post held after failing to be elected as one of the 5 virtues elders. Although they are all nascent soul cultivators, if a Taoist disciple or saintess were to cultivate the primordial Tao fruit, they would be the first to be sacrificed, so they generally harbor resentment towards the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, after Su Zilu approached and revealed her identity, stating that someone in the 5 Emperors Mountain was colluding with the demonic path, the 3 outer sect nascent soul elders all changed their expressions drastically and angrily denounced her for talking nonsense and spreading heresy. After all, compared to the 5 virtue elders on 5 Emperors Mountain, who were stationed in 1 Yuan immortal city when the mountain was sealed off, they were aware of all kinds of news from the eastern continent. Back then, Zhuo Dongdu, the Sand Master of the overseas Flying Sand sect, died under the Hunyuan True Qi. As representatives of the Holy Land, they were invited by the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect to investigate the scene. After returning and discussing it, they felt that it was most likely done by Su Zilu, the holy maiden whose whereabouts were unknown back then. In their view, Su Zilu is the one who is truly colluding with the demonic path, and may even be a member of the demonic path now. If their techniques weren't inherently countered by Hunyuan True Qi, they would all have the urge to capture Su Zilu on the spot and take her to Wudi Mountain. Su Zilu knew that her identity was not enough to convince these outer sect elders, but she directly brought up the Five Elements sect. He declared that he came representing the One Yuan Orthodox school, and that soon, Master Chen Gixian would personally arrive to settle scores with the Five Emperors Mountain. Upon hearing this, the three outer sect elders were so angry they laughed. A branch sect founded by someone who had been kicked out of Five Emperors Mountain dared to call itself the Orthodox sect. It was truly laughable. They probably wouldn't even be able to enter the gates of the One Yuan immortal city, let alone ascend the Five Emperors Mountain. In response, Su Zilu simply said that she had reported her arrival to the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, and that the Five Elements sect, as the Orthodox sect, was recognized by the other holy lands in the eastern continent. The three outer sect elders were skeptical, but unlike at the beginning, they were no longer determined to support the Five Emperors Mountain. Let's wait and see if Chen Gixian dares to come. In the end, Lion Shui, the one with the highest cultivation among the three outer sect nascent soul elders of the One Yuan immortal city, said these words. In other words, Chen Mobai needs to go to the eastern lands in person, no matter what. After receiving the news, Chen Mobai originally intended to set off immediately. However, at that time, Tengxianji began to issue a warning from the heavens. Although the warning was not very strong, it indicated that his past actions would not have a good outcome. Chen Mobai was not in a hurry. If he were to go to the Five Emperors Mountain, he would have to subdue all the talents in the One Yuan Dao Palace in one fell swoop. Since the time isn't right yet, let's wait a little longer. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai once again considered going to Wudi Mountain. This time, although it was still a warning from the heavenly heart, it was much weaker than before. Just as he was pondering, the surrounding spiritual energy of the five elements suddenly began to boil, then converged into the sky, forming a colorful cloud that covered half of Baiyuan City. Chen Mobai couldn't help but be slightly surprised. As Zhuo Ming emerged from seclusion. 10 years ago, the five elements' spiritual fruit ripened, and under his protection, Zhuo Ming spent 3 years refining it successfully, condensing 49 strands of primordial chaos true qi at the core formation stage. Moreover, he also broke through the 7th level of his 9-ren body technique, equivalent to the upper grade of the 3rd-order body tempering realm. After that, Zhuo Ming returned to Dongwu to continue repairing the land and spiritual veins there. Until last year, when Zhuo Ming was planting 5-colored rice, her spiritual energy was at its peak, and she sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. She dared not delay, and after reporting to Chen Mobai and receiving permission, she immediately came to Baiyuan Mountain to go into seclusion, hoping to break through to the late stage of core formation. With her immortal spiritual roots and solid foundation, breaking through will naturally not be a problem for her. However, Chen Mobai soon realized that something was wrong. Because the 5 elements of spiritual energy gathered in the sky were not falling towards Zhuo Ming's cave, and this 5 elements of spiritual energy was too balanced, somewhat like the condensation of primordial true energy or 5 elements of true energy. That's why he initially thought it was Zhuo Ming. Because in Baiyuan City, besides him, only Zhuo Ming cultivated Hunyuan True Qi. At this time, the brilliant clouds formed by the condensation of the 5 elements' spiritual energy were growing larger and larger, gradually covering almost the entire Baiyuan City. This is nascent soul formation. After observing intently for a moment, Chen Mobai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Who is this person, so ignorant of the rules? Didn't you know that the spiritual energy in Baiyuan City is all charged for? Moreover, coming to his territory to form a nascent soul is an overestimation of their trust in the five elements sect. But the fact that this unfamiliar cultivator absorbed fifth-order spiritual energy without even a word made Chen Mobai feel it necessary to teach this stranger a lesson. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately took the array plate of the Northern Abyss Mountain spiritual vein into his hand, activated the heavenly curtain earthly network array, and took control of all the boiling and condensing five elements spiritual energy in the sky. The five elements of spiritual energy gathered in the sky above Baiyuan City, and the colors and clouds formed became increasingly rich, gradually transforming into a five-colored vortex. However, under the effect of the Great Formation, not a single trace of spiritual energy fell from the sky. Even the heavenly tribulation was delayed in taking shape because of this. This scene amazed all the residents of Baiyuan City. They called their friends and family to stand together on the street and watch the spectacle in the sky. This must be immortal Venerable Chen practicing his magic. Such power, and it's clearly made of the five elements of spiritual energy, it must be it. Something feels off. This is a bit like nascent soul formation. In a courtyard house in Baiyuan City, Du Menjian gazed at the strange phenomenon in the sky and murmured to herself. After the war between the righteous and demonic factions ended, the five-element sect lifted all restrictions on cultivators from outside the eastern wilderness entering the country, so she took the opportunity to come directly to this safest place. As it turned out, she made the right bet. After Yuan Kink killed the three nascent soul cultivators of the demonic path, the entire territory of Dongli fell, and the Jade Mirror demonic sect had no choice but to leave its headquarters with all its inheritances and resources. Among these, the soul lamp, which concerns the life and death of each disciple, is clearly included. While tidying up, they discovered that Du Menjian was still alive. When Dio Xianlin found out, she felt that Du Menjian's feigned death to escape the battlefield and her 10-year absence were clearly signs of cowardice and avoidance of battle, indicating that she did not want to contribute to the sect. With Wen Baiyu's encouragement, Dio Xianlin directly pinned the blame for the Xuanji demon sect's annihilation in Dongwu on Du Menjian. Now, Du Menjian has not only been stripped of her position as holy maiden, but also expelled from the sect. Quang Jiyuan of the Xuanji demon sect has even issued a kill order, informing the entire eastern continent of the demonic path to hunt her down. Du Menjian had several avatars among the other forces of the demonic path, so she naturally received this news. She felt that if she hadn't been hiding in Baiyuan City all these years, she probably would have been found long ago. Especially Wen Baiyu, since the two of them each cultivated half of the Jade Mirror demon sect's inheritance. When they were close to each other, they would naturally have a kind of connection in their minds. Knowing this, Du Menjian has not dared to leave Baiyuan City for the past 20 years, and she rarely even leaves her own small courtyard. Even if there was something to do, he would always send orders to Hong to handle it. She had originally thought that she was the most powerful and had the most shady background hidden deep within Baiyuan City, but now someone had actually formed a nascent soul, and judging from the multicolored vortex in the sky, its core seemed to be right next to hers. Upon realizing this, Du Menjian immediately cried out in her heart, "Oh no!" The commotion caused by the formation of the nascent soul stage will definitely attract the killing god of the five-element sect to come and check it out personally. Although he is very confident in his method of hiding himself as a demonic sect member, Sun Huangling's own core formation cultivation level cannot be concealed no matter what. If this attracts Chen Mobai's attention, it will definitely draw the attention of the five-element sect, and in that case, it might not be able to stay in Baiyuan City. Just as Du Menjian was thinking about how to leave and avoid the limelight, a tall figure surrounded by multicolored light and wearing a pure yang immortal robe flew down from the top of Baiyuan Mountain in the center of the immortal city and landed in the sky above this street. His vast and boundless divine sense swept over everyone, making them feel as if they were completely exposed to Chen Mobai's eyes. Du Menjian felt a divine sense, much stronger than her own at her peak, descend upon her. She gritted her teeth and pushed the concealment technique of the demon sect to its limit, hoping to deceive them. Following the central location where the 5 elements of spiritual energy converged, and with the assistance of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, Chen Mobai quickly pinpointed the location of the cultivator who had caused the unusual phenomenon of the 5 elements of spiritual energy. After he arrived, his spiritual eyes pierced through the roof's cover and saw Chen Lingaming sitting upright on a futon in the very center of the cave. Chen Lingaming held 2 top-grade spirit stones in his hands, drawing out pure and vast spiritual energy from them. This energy formed a dense ring that enveloped his entire body, which he continuously refined. The radiance of the golden core emanating from the Danshan seemed to thirst for spiritual energy, wanting to accumulate the immense energy needed for the core to break through and emerge as a nascent soul. However, at this moment, all the spiritual energy of Baiyuan City had been controlled by Chen Mobai through the heavenly curtain earthly network array. Although it was condensed above Chen Lingaming's head, not a single bit could be absorbed. Chen Mobai saw the handsome young man with an extraordinary appearance and wondered who this person was. Judging from the strange phenomenon of spiritual energy gathering, his true energy accumulation was obviously profound, at least several times that of Mo Duguang and Zhou Yi. Such a person is definitely not a rogue cultivator. But since he's not a rogue cultivator, why didn't he go to his own spiritual vein to form his nascent soul, but instead came to Baiyuan City? Could it be that there are powerful enemies nearby, and knowing that the eastern wilderness is a pure land and a peaceful place in the eastern continent, they have come here on purpose? As Chen Mobai's thoughts raced, he glanced at Du Menjian next door and noticed her core formation cultivation level. He couldn't help but sigh that Baiyuan City was becoming increasingly chaotic. He decided to find a way to investigate the entire city, at least to prevent cultivators at the core formation and nascent soul stages from hiding. Thinking this, Chen Mobai reached out and lifted his hand towards the sky. The vast vortex of 5 elements spiritual energy above Baiyuan City seemed to be drawn by his palm, slowly rising into the sky and moving further away from Chen Lingaming. Regardless of whether Chen Lingaming successfully forms his nascent soul or not, this matter will definitely be publicized. At the very least, it will cause housing prices to rise significantly. Fellow Taoists' decision to settle in Baiyuan City demonstrates your trust in our sect, which pleases me greatly. However, your immediate formation of the nascent soul stage without a word has angered me somewhat. If I were not present at this moment, and the heavenly tribulation were to strike, I fear the losses to Baiyuan City would be too much for you to bear. Chen Mobai's clear voice rang out in the sky, spreading far and wide, making all the cultivators in Baiyuan City aware that the strange phenomenon in the sky was caused by someone forming a nascent soul. Immediately, many people widened their eyes, especially the cultivators who lived on this street. If Chen Mobai hadn't been suppressing them from above, they would have all come over to take a look. Chen Lingaming, who was on the futon, was in the process of breaking through, but it was only just beginning. His divine sense had the capacity to keep an eye on the outside world, so he naturally heard Chen Mobai's words. His divine sense surged out and conjured a 5-colored avatar on the roof. He immediately saw Chen Mobai holding a huge 5-element vortex in midair. Shocked, he gritted his teeth and knelt down directly in front of Chen Mobai. Please forgive me, Junior Grandmaster. While I was meditating today, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration and took this step. I originally planned to inform you, my Junior Master, before I formed my nascent soul, but the opportunity to break through came too suddenly, and I was afraid that if I missed it, I would never have a second chance in my life. I have lived in Baiyuan City for many years and have long regarded this place as my dearest home. I have absolutely no intention of destroying it. It was only as a last resort that I had to form my nascent soul. Chen Mobai was stunned when he saw Chen Lingaming kneeling in front of him. Wait, what did you call me again? Junior Grandmaster, which generation disciple are you again? This disciple is the 7th generation. At this critical juncture of nascent soul formation, Chen Lingaming dared not conceal anything, answering whatever Chen Mobai asked. Seventh generation, a newbie, no wonder they don't know the rules. After hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression showed a slight realization. Since he established the generational hierarchy, the latest batch of disciples to join the five-element sect are the seventh generation. Even a seventh-generation disciple shouldn't call Chen Mobai little grandmaster. He should just address him as sect leader. You must have entered the sect with your skills but concealed your identity. However, since you call me grandmaster, I will give you a chance. Honestly explain your identity and background. If there are extenuating circumstances, I will release the restrictions on spiritual energy and allow you to form your nascent soul. Chen Mobai had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if Chen Lingaming successfully formed his nascent soul, it would only be a matter of one sword strike. Therefore, he interrogated Chen Mobai with great composure. Reporting to Junior Grandmaster, this disciple is not a seventh-generation disciple of the Five-Element sect, but rather a seventh-generation disciple of the Five Emperors Mountain branch of the One Yuan Inheritance Dao Palace, named Chen Lingaming. Sensing the intense thirst for spiritual energy within his own body's golden core, Chen Lingaming didn't hesitate at all. He immediately revealed his identity, background, real name, even his birth date and time, and when he came to the eastern wilderness. What, you're the missing one Yuan Taoist? Chen Mobai was taken aback after hearing this. During the war between the righteous and the demonic, as Xiao Yuli led the cultivators of the Yiyuan Dao Palace out of the mountains, the people of the East also learned that Chen Mobai was not the so-called Yiyuan Dao child. However, Chen Mobai has never admitted to this matter and has always refuted it. In addition, due to the deliberate guidance of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, most people in the eastern lands cursed the White Crow ancestor for spreading false information for personal revenge, wanting to make their enemies targeted by various forces. It was around that time that the people of the East learned that Chen Lingaming, the true Dao child of One Yuan, had disappeared decades ago when he descended the mountain. Chen Mobai hadn't initially thought of Chen Lingaming, but now that he had revealed himself, he looked at the five elements vortex he was holding in the sky and suddenly realized. Looking at Chen Lingaming's colorful avatar condensed on the roof, it seems to be a simplified version of an external avatar. I am not missing. Rather, there is a traitor in the Five Emperors Mountain branch who is persecuting me in order to seize the primordial Dao fruit left behind by the first ancestor. In order to save my life, I had no choice but to escape when I went down the mountain. I beg you, Junior Grandmaster, to give me a chance, considering we share the same lineage. If this disciple succeeds in forming a nascent soul, I will serve you like a slave to repay your great kindness. Chen Lingaming felt that most of the top-grade spirit stone in his palm had been used up, and he became even more anxious, bowing repeatedly to Chen Mobai. Sai, I didn't expect you to have such a hidden story. Oh well, after all, you are a disciple of the One Yuan Dao lineage. Although my five-element sect inherits the One Yuan Orthodox lineage, we do not distinguish between primary and secondary lineages. We treat all the successors of the One Yuan ancestors in the world as our own disciples. Since you call me Junior Grandmaster, then I will naturally lend you a hand. Chen Mobai has been in the Heavenly River realm for so long, and he has never seen someone with Chen Lingaming's cultivation level who is also so well-mannered. He was just lacking an excuse to go to Woody Mountain, but unexpectedly, fate had already arranged for him to be in Baiyuan City. As he spoke, he lowered the hand that was holding the colorful vortex. With the restrictions of the heavenly canopy and earthly network array lifted, Chen Lingaming, who had previously been unable to sense any external spiritual energy, was now like a fish that had been hopping on the beach for a long time and had jumped back into the water. The vast and mighty spiritual energy of the five elements transformed into a colorful pillar of light, which fell from the center of the five-colored vortex and enveloped Chen Lingaming. In an instant, five-colored light surrounded Chen Lingaming, and no matter how much spiritual energy of the five elements fell, it was all devoured by the One Yuan golden core in his dantian. You can focus on forming your nascent soul in peace. I will protect you." As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the five-colored avatar on the roof of Chen Lingaming bowed deeply once again. Disciple kowtows in gratitude to Junior Grandmaster. After Chen Lingaming finished speaking, his avatar dissipated, and his divine consciousness returned to his purple mansion sea of consciousness. In the following process, he needs to be fully focused and cannot afford to be distracted. At this moment, beams of spiritual light shone throughout Baiyuan City, which were the core formation cultivators of the five elements sect stationed there. After receiving Chen Mobai's nod, Yi Yun led the group over. After all, the process of forming a nascent soul is a very rare thing, even for them. "King Mei, come here. I'll take this opportunity to tell you about the various details of nascent soul formation." Among them was Yin Qingmei, who happened to have come from Rocco Mountain. This year, she finally reached the perfect stage of core formation and came to Baiyuan City to seek the nascent soul elixir. Chen Mobai gave her the three lights divine water and the infant nourishing pill that he had promised. Among them, the infant cultivation pill was being refined for the first time, and its vital energy was somewhat insufficient when it came out of the furnace. It was then put back by Qing Nu and will need some time to condense into a pill. However, Yin Qingmei was already very satisfied with this. After all, she knew that Chen Mobai, Mo Duguang, and Zhou Yi were able to successfully form their nascent souls by taking the nascent soul pill. This is the first elixir for forming an infant in the longevity sect, not to mention the three lights divine water, a sacred medicine that even the holy lands of the East need to seek. When Yin Qingmei received these two items, she felt as if she were in a dream. She couldn't believe that the Divine Wood sect, which back then didn't even have any core formation elixirs, now had such a foundation and was able to provide so many nascent soul resources. She knew perfectly well who had changed the Divine Wood sect, and even the entire eastern wilderness. While waiting for the infant nourishing pill, Yin Qingmei did not return to Liujia Mountain. Whenever she had free time, she would go to the top of Baiyuan Mountain to pay her respects to Chen Mobai and ask him for advice on the infant nourishing experience that she had copied from the library. "Thank you for your guidance, sect leader." Yin Qingmei came to Chen Mobai's side and bowed respectfully. The key to forming an infant lies in nurturing that initial wisp of spirituality. Chen Mobai pointed to Chen Lingaming below, who was changing step by step, and began to tell Yin Qingmei the story. Those standing nearby, including Yi Yun, looked on with envy at the sight. At the Five Elements sect, as long as someone reaches the perfect core formation stage, Chen Mobai will write a note granting access to all the core formation insights in the library. Yi Yun and Zhou Wangshan had recently reached the peak of the mid-stage of core formation. They felt that in a few more years, they could break through to the same level as Zhuo Ming, so they were now beginning to aspire to nascent soul formation as well. A month passed quickly. On this day, a powerful spiritual light shone from the teleportation array in the suburbs of Baiyuan City and arrived here in no time. It was Zhou Shenking who received the news that the news of Yiyuan Daozi forming his nascent soul in Baiyuan City had spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness. It was even estimated that the news had been transmitted to the eastern lands by the heavenly dining pavilion, causing a huge sensation. While Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking were chatting, Mo Duguang also came over. He had come to see what was going on, but Chen Mobai stopped him. "I'd like to trouble senior brother Mo to protect junior nephew Chen. It seems Minger is about to finish her seclusion, and I'd like to go check on her." Chen Mobai pointed to Chen Lingaming below. Since the latter called him junior grandmaster, then Mo Duguang, who was of the same generation as him, was also Chen Lingaming's elder. "Okay." Without hesitation, Mo Duguang took the longevity sword and sat upright in midair, taking Chen Mobai's place to guard Chen Lingaming as he formed his nascent soul. Chen Mobai thanked him repeatedly and then returned to the top of Baiyuan Mountain, while Zhou Shenking stayed behind to chat with Mo Duguang, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Du Menjian, who hadn't dared to leave her house for a month, shrank back even further after seeing Chen Mobai leave the sky and 2 more nascent soul cultivators from the 5 elements sect appear, not daring to make any unusual moves. In her heart, however, she was cursing Chen Lingaming next door. A Taoist disciple of the prestigious Yiyuan Dao Palace, why choose to form his nascent soul anywhere else but Baiyuan City? He even shamelessly recognizes the 5 elements sect, a branch of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, as the legitimate lineage. No wonder he can't even stay on 5 Emperors Mountain. When Chen Mobai left, he transmitted his voice to Yi Yun, telling him that Du Menjian was a core formation cultivator and asking him to investigate her background. Zhuo Ming's secluded cultivation place is the mountain cave at the top of Baiyuan Mountain, where Chen Mobai and Qing Nu are located. This is the very center of the 5th-order spiritual vein. Chen Lingaming absorbed some of the spiritual energy from the mountaintop when he formed his nascent soul, causing the spiritual energy here to weaken slightly. However, for Zhuo Ming, the amount of 5th-order spiritual energy she could absorb when she broke through to the late stage of core formation was less than 1%. However, after Chen Mobai realized this, he still used the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to draw spiritual energy from other immortal cities on the eastern wilderness plateau to fill Zhuo Ming's cultivation room. Half a month later, the entire Baiyuan Mountain suddenly trembled almost imperceptibly 3 times. Then a large cauldron appeared above the cultivation room, absorbing and refining the rich spiritual energy around it, and injecting it into Zhuo Ming's body inside. Under the influence of the heavenly blessing and earthly spirit, Chen Mobai discovered that the entire eastern wilderness plateau's earth veins, when Zhuo Ming broke through, eagerly channeled their purest earth energy through the spiritual veins to this area. That is why Mount Baiyuan trembled. However, Zhuo Ming had already easily broken through the bottleneck, after only a little bit of the earth energy had been transferred. Then Chen Mobai sensed that Zhuo Ming had used the Earth Mother Seal to soothe the land of the eastern wilderness plateau and send the gathered pure earth energy back along the original route. Another half-month later, Zhuo Ming consolidated his cultivation and emerged from seclusion to stand before Chen Mobai. "Greetings, Master." Looking at the disciple before him, whose skin was as white as jade, whose apricot-yellow mark between his brows had not yet faded due to his recent breakthrough, and whose round face and yellow robes made him feel greatly gratified. "Get up. Once I have subdued the 5 Emperors Mountain, I will appoint you as the new generation's holy maiden of 1 Yuan. Each generation of Taoist saintess has a limited lifespan. Now, Yi Qing's generation has grown up and become the pillars of the Holy Land. It's time to select the next generation of Taoist saintess." Chen Mobai counted all the 5 elements sect members and concluded that only Zhuo Ming was qualified to be the Holy Maiden. It's just missing one crucial element. Among the core formation cultivators of the 5 elements sect, there are many male cultivators with exceptional talent, but compared to Zhuo Ming, they are far inferior, and even Yuan Zhen is not as good as them. If we had to force a match, Jiang Zhengheng would probably be the only one who could be considered. "Really?" Zhuo Ming looked hopeful after hearing this. "That's the holy maiden of 1 Yuan. Of course, do you see those colorful clouds over there? Taoist Yiyuan is forming his nascent soul there. In terms of seniority, he still has to call you junior aunt." End of this chapter. Chapter 1008, Immortal Slaying Thunder. Chapter 1008, Immortal Slaying Thunder. On this day, Chen Mobai, who was instructing Zhuo Ming on cultivation at the top of Baiyuan Mountain, stopped, then got up, waved his sleeves, and came to the sky above Chen Lingaming's cave. Sect leader junior brother. Upon seeing him approach, Mo Duguang nodded and called out first. "Thank you for your hard work, senior brother Mo," Chen Mobai said politely. After learning about the situation, Zhou Shenking returned to Giant Tree Ridge. The golden jade spirit rice that covered the mountains and plains there is now his precious treasure, and he personally takes care of it as a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, the 5-colored light emanating from the cave where Chen Lingaming was located below grew stronger and stronger. Chen Mobai immediately used the void lock to seal the scattered 5 elements true qi within the cave. If he doesn't intervene, these things will spread, and at the very least this street will be destroyed. This also means that Chen Lingaming is currently at the most critical moment, and he is even unable to fully control his own true energy. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly resounded in the sky. This is the beginning of a heavenly tribulation taking shape. Chen Mobai, who was connected to the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, had already sensed this when he was on the top of Baiyuan Mountain, so he guessed that Chen Lingaming had successfully formed his nascent soul. Chen Mobai did not use the grand formation to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so the energy gathering above Baiyuan City became increasingly violent and soon evolved into the prototype of a heavenly tribulation. It seems he succeeded. Mo Duguan glanced at the tribulation clouds above his head, recalling the situation when he first formed his nascent soul, and couldn't help but speak. After all, he is a Tao child of the first origin, and the primordial true Qi is inherently very helpful for nascent soul formation. Chen Mobai used the sound of the empty valley to understand the progress of nascent soul formation better than Chen Lingaming himself. As the two were talking, the other core formation cultivators of the five-element sect also sensed the formation of the heavenly tribulation. Their hearts pounded, and they flew into the sky. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, they immediately came over to pay their respects. Announce to all residents of the city that the nascent soul tribulation is approaching. However, Baiyuan City is protected by a powerful array, so there is no need to worry. But to avoid anyone going into Qi deviation due to the sounds of the tribulation, it is still recommended that everyone refrain from meditation and cultivation during this period. Chen Mobai gave an instruction to Yi Yun, who nodded and immediately flew back to arrange the matter. 3 more days passed, and Chen Lingaming's cave suddenly erupted with a dazzling 5-colored light, engulfing and annihilating the entire cultivation room. The void lock set up by Chen Mobai was immediately activated. As these colorful lights rushed outward, a layer of seemingly very thin silver light lit up, blocking and intercepting them. The primordial energy, which had broken through all 5 elements, only caused the faint silver light to tremble slightly before being repelled. At this moment, Chen Lingaming's body trembled, and the outward radiating 5-colored light suddenly contracted around him. An invisible wave rippled throughout the entire cave, and gradually a small 5-colored figure emerged from above his head. The moment the nascent soul appeared, the top-grade spirit stones that Chen Lingaming was holding in his hand shattered, and were swallowed up by the nascent soul, along with the vast surrounding 5 elements of spiritual energy. Although Chen Mobai's void lock sealed Chen Lingaming's cave, it did not prevent the influx of spiritual energy from the outside world, demonstrating its exquisite craftsmanship. In recent years, besides diligently cultivating the pure Yang scroll, he has not forgotten other protective techniques. Aside from the myriad swords Dharma body, which currently boasts the most powerful combat ability, the 4 books of the Great Void are the ones he practices the most diligently. His talent in the void is outstanding, and his void lock has reached a new level in his years of cultivation. As the 5th-order spiritual energy of Baiyuan City surged in, Chen Lingaming's nascent soul finally emerged from his body, unleashing a powerful aura that caused Chen Mobai's void lock to begin to distort slightly. Rumble! The celestial tribulation in the sky had now fully materialized. Within the dark clouds, streaks of silver-gray lightning flashed, carrying a terrifying power capable of annihilating all living beings. Immortal slaying thunder. Upon seeing this scene, Mo Duguan couldn't help but show a look of surprise. I never expected to trigger the legendary immortal slaying lightning. It seems this Tao child of one origin has an extraordinary foundation. Chen Mobai looked at the silver-gray lightning in the sky and felt the terrifying fluctuations within it, and was slightly surprised. The immortal slaying lightning is one of the most powerful tribulation lightnings. It is said to contain destructive power capable of killing immortals and gods. Many nascent soul cultivators who tried to overcome the 9 heavens tribulation died under the immortal slaying lightning. However, the immortal slaying lightning that Chen Lingaming triggered was definitely not complete. At most, it only contained a trace of the aura of immortal slaying lightning. Even so, it is still extremely terrifying for a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, Chen Lingaming had already refined all the 5 elements of spiritual energy into his nascent soul. The nascent soul figure above his head bowed to Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang before disappearing into his purple mansion sea of consciousness. Thank you so much, my 2 grandmasters, for protecting me. Chen Lingaming opened his eyes and thanked Chen Mobai and the other person again. After forming his nascent soul, his temperament had undergone tremendous changes, but his attitude remained unchanged, and he was very respectful. Well, now that you've successfully formed your nascent soul, go and undergo your tribulation. If you can't hold on, just call out, and I'll release the formation to let you in. Chen Lingaming is a great cause sent by heaven to Chen Mobai, so he certainly hopes that Chen Lingaming can successfully form his nascent soul. However, there was no need for the heavenly canopy earthly network array to expose its ability to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for the sake of an outsider like Chen Lingaming. Moreover, Chen Mobai also wanted to see his true strength, so he removed the void lock and released the array. Yes, Junior Grandmaster. Chen Lingaming nodded, then wrote a tower-shaped magical artifact that shimmered with 5 lights and flew into the sky. Rumble! The instant Chen Lingaming left the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, the immortal slaying lightning in the sky struck down on his head like shooting stars, each carrying a silvery gray radiance. Chen Lingaming dared not be negligent and offered up his natal magic weapon, the 5-light spirit pagoda, above his head. In an instant, the peak of his primordial true energy transformed into a multicolored spherical light shield, illuminating the tower and enveloping his entire body. Amidst the deafening roar, all the cultivators of Baiyuan City surged out and stood on the street, witnessing this rare sight. At first, the heavenly tribulation descended, causing those with lower cultivation levels to tremble with fear. But they soon discovered that some of the dissipating aftershocks of the heavenly tribulation landed on the city's protective array, dissolving into nothingness without even causing a ripple. Gradually, they all relaxed and even started to comment on each other. Sure enough, there's a reason why these houses are so expensive. The protective array alone is worth the price. It's a pity that I haven't finished paying off the mortgage on this house yet. Otherwise, I would really like to buy another one. After this nascent soul tribulation, the housing prices will definitely rise again. Many people are discussing housing prices, but most are not thinking that fast enough and are focused on the impending doom. This tower seems pretty powerful. It should be a 4th-tier magic artifact. I estimate there are more after all. This is a Tao child of 1 yuan. I never expected that I would be able to see someone undergo the nascent soul tribulation in my lifetime. This life has been worthwhile. Given the current momentum of the 5-element sect, it's estimated that it won't be long before there's a 2nd or 3rd nascent soul heavenly tribulation, and perhaps even a deity transformation heavenly tribulation. When Chen Lingaming was undergoing his tribulation, Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang also left the sky above his cave, so Du Menjian took this opportunity to run out immediately. Listening to the discussions among the people on the street, she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The transformation into a deity is not something that can be achieved so easily. Throughout history, countless exceptionally talented Taoist disciples and saintesses from both the righteous and demonic paths of the heavenly river realm have ultimately stopped at the threshold of the nascent soul stage, passing away in sorrow. Although Chen Gixian seems to have boundless luck now, Du Menjian feels that the possibility of him becoming a deity is at most 10%. As she was thinking, she walked to the end of the street to go to the teleportation array, only to find a gaze fixed on her. A young man dressed in black with a calm expression looked at her from midair. Du Menjian immediately recognized the man as Yu Lion, the deputy hall master of the punishment hall of the 5-element sect. In the sky, there was not only Yu Lion, a core formation cultivator from the 5-element sect, but everyone was also very curious about the nascent soul tribulation. However, even under these circumstances, Yu Lion did not forget his responsibilities. "We've been targeted." Du Menjian immediately realized that it must have been when Chen Gixian came over that he noticed the core formation cultivation level of her avatar, which was why Yu Lion, a related person, was paying so much attention to her. She lowered her head and immediately changed the direction she wanted to take to leave the city, arriving at the Tianquanlu restaurant not far away. Chen Lingaming had just achieved nascent soul, and she had been confined for over a year as well. She had long since run out of spiritual rice and other necessities, and was surviving entirely on fasting pills. Now, she was enjoying a big meal at the heavenly dining pavilion to satisfy her appetite and think about what to do next. Yu Lion was distracted, keeping an eye on Du Menjian while also watching the nascent soul heavenly tribulation above. After 7 days and 7 nights, Chen Lingaming was disheveled and pale. He hadn't expected his tribulation to be so terrifying. Moreover, this immortal slaying lightning is not within the range of being restrained by primordial true qi, so one can only rely on their own magical artifact to withstand it. However, his natal magic weapon is only a mid-grade 4th-order weapon. Under the relentless bombardment of the immortal slaying lightning, cracks have appeared in the tower's body, and the top of the tower has been blasted away. "It seems we can't get through this." At the summit of Baiyuan Mountain, Mo Duguang saw this and couldn't help but speak. In the heavenly river realm, the power of the heavenly tribulation depends on the cultivator's foundation. Although he and Zhou Yi had both successfully formed their nascent souls, their foundations were only average, so the power of the heavenly tribulation was not very great. But Chen Lingaming was different. Several decades had passed since he failed to form his nascent soul at Wudi Mountain. He hid in the eastern wilderness and cultivated the One Yuan Dao scripture to the extreme of core formation. His true qi was so profound that it could rank among the top in the thousands of years of history of the One Yuan Dao Palace. That's why he dared to attempt to form his nascent soul without any spiritual medicine or resources. However, this also triggered the immortal slaying lightning. "Please, Junior Master, save my life." At this moment, Chen Lingaming also realized that he would die if he continued. Seeing that the power of the immortal slaying thunder was becoming more and more terrifying, he disregarded his pride and once again begged Chen Mobai for help. After all, it is also a single-element inheritance. Chen Mobai was waiting for Chen Lingaming to speak, and after listening, he nodded and said this. The heavenly curtain and earthly network array opened a gap, allowing Chen Lingaming, who was on the verge of death, to hide inside. However, the heavenly tribulation did not dissipate. In fact, it condensed into an even more powerful force, transforming into a sky full of tribulation clouds that roared and enveloped the entire Baiyuan city. "Junior brother, should I make a move?" Mo Duguang, watching the sky filled with lightning that seemed to slay immortals, felt the longevity sword on his back eager to be used. With the help of the remnants of the golden light grass left by Yi Qing, Chen Mobai used the sword cleansing pool to help Mo Duguang's sword also develop spirituality, turning it into a semi-fifth-tier flying sword. Mo Duguang had been in the nascent soul stage for decades and had also completed his sword technique. Although this heavenly tribulation was terrifying for Chen Lingaming, he was confident that he could withstand it. "Let me do it. Besides, this immortal slaying lightning should be a very good source of energy for my sword." Chen Mobai, however, smiled and stopped Mo Duguang. Then a colossal phantom rose up from behind him, like a giant god standing on a mountaintop, wearing a white jade crown, with clouds rising and falling with his breath, as if heaven and earth were in harmony and all things were descending. This is Chen Mobai's 10,000 swords Dharma body, which is almost at the 4th level of mastery. Aside from his own cultivation over the years, he has devoted the most mental energy to this great art. By lowering the innate turbid yin energy and combining it with the essence of the 5 elements, the 72 earthly evil energies formed are extremely refined and pure, and also contain some innate mysteries, allowing Chen Mobai's myriad swords Dharma body to progress at a rapid pace. According to his estimate, in about 10 years, this myriad sword's body will be able to reach the peak of the fourth rank. If the Tao Law fruit improves by then, it might be possible to obtain near-divine power within the scope of all living beings in the world. This is similar to the nascent soul stage in the immortal sect, where one refines the rules. However, the rules of the immortal sect have been nurtured and matured over thousands of years. Once you successfully refine them, you can gradually release the power of the rules for your own use. There are no bottlenecks until you reach the peak of the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai's Tao Law fruit was based on the mortals of the eastern wilderness, plus half of the eastern barbarians. The entire eastern Wu, in terms of both territory and population, was far inferior. However, it has great potential for the future, and is also blessed by the special advantage of being the crown of all living beings. According to Chen Mobai's estimate, by the time the land reclamation begins, the super-unified dynasty he has integrated should have a population of over 100 million. Under the nurturing and development of a peaceful and prosperous era, the Tao Law fruit will grow rapidly. By then, the Fourth Order Ultimate Myriad Sword's Dharma body, equipped with the crown of all beings of heaven and earth, will definitely be able to break through to the Fifth Order within the range of the Tao Law fruit. That is the ultimate realm of external avatars, which also allows Chen Mobai to possess an avatar with the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator while still in the nascent soul realm. It was precisely for this reason that, when the Myriad Sword's Dharma body stood atop the North Abyss Mountain, all the cultivators who saw it felt a sense of awe. Some even couldn't help but want to bow and worship in the direction of Baiyuan Mountain. One Yuan Dao body. Du Menjian, who was dining at the Tianqinlu restaurant, was shocked the moment she saw the Myriad Sword's Dharma body. This is the ultimate secret technique of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Even among the grand elders and palace masters of all generations, only a handful of people have been able to master it. Didn't Chen Gixian say he was a fake Yiyuan Daozi? How come his methods are even more like those of the One Yuan Daozi than those of the One Yuan Daozi? At that moment, the Myriad Sword's avatar atop the North Abyss Mountain, its enormous body having already transcended the range of the heavenly curtain and earthly network, reached out and grasped at the void, and a long sword gleaming with purple light suddenly appeared in its palm. In an instant, the purple lightning sword condensed the boundless essence of tribulation lightning from all around, creating a 100-meter-long sword that conformed to the body shape of the Myriad Sword's technique. Master, this stuff seems to be incredibly nourishing for me. After emerging from the realm, the purple lightning sword also sensed the silver-gray, immortal-slaying lightning within the heavenly tribulation, and couldn't help but shout out in a telepathic voice. Chen Mobai had already discovered this through Tengxianji. The characteristics of this immortal-slaying thunder encompass everything of Yang thunder, but it is not only Yang thunder, but also Yin thunder, and even the 5 elements thunder, etc. This seems to be the origin of the thunder magic in this world. It was precisely because of this that the primordial chaos true qi could not be restrained, and Chen Lingaming almost died. I can give it to you, but for the next 10 times you perform a service, you won't receive any spirit stones as payment. Chen Mobai immediately seized the opportunity to tap the purple lightning sword. He felt that if the purple lightning sword could refine the immortal-slaying thunder, it might be able to break through its bottleneck again and become a 5th-grade high-quality sword. By then, having already gone astray, it will probably have to charge more money every time it makes a move. So Chen Mobai decided to have it write an IOU first, to prevent them from becoming lawless in the future. Master isn't 10 times too many. Purple Lightning Sword instinctively began to bargain. Then I'll switch to another one. This immortal-slaying thunder also includes Yin thunder attributes. Qing Shuang should like it very much. Master, what I mean is, it's my honor to help you. Talking about the number of times would hurt our feelings. Upon hearing the telepathic message from the purple lightning sword, Chen Mobai sighed inwardly, lamenting how such a simple sword had become like this. He felt it wasn't his fault, but rather the inherent nature of the purple lightning sword. After the agreement was reached, The purple lightning sword immediately unleashed its most powerful force in the hands of the myriad swords avatar. A beam of purple light, reaching to the heavens and the earth, flashed up from the top of Baiyuan Mountain, instantly cleaving through the dark clouds. It then spread to all parts of the tribulation clouds, covering the sky with silver-gray lightning that seemed to attempt to merge with it. Amidst the crackling thunder, purple lightning and silver-gray lightning intertwined in the sky. The purple lightning continuously dissipated, yet it relentlessly generated again. Gradually, one of the immortal slaying lightning bolts began to dissolve, permeated by the purple lightning, and the two began to merge into a wisp of silver-purple lightning. The appearance of this wisp of lightning greatly surprised the purple lightning sword, which then mustered all its strength, and, in conjunction with the myriad sword's body, unleashed its unparalleled purple radiant sword intent, bursting forth with even more purple lightning sword light. The immortal slaying lightning contains a terrifying aura of destruction, requiring dozens of bolts of purple lightning to fuse into a single bolt. Chen Mobai's myriad swords avatar stood atop the North Abyss Mountain, precisely at the fifth-order spiritual pivot of the heavenly curtain and earthly network. Under his control, a continuous stream of fifth-order spiritual energy was absorbed and refined by the purple lightning sword. Junior brother, your purple flower sword manual has surpassed that of the ancient sages. Mo Duguang, who was standing to the side, was greatly amazed when he saw this scene. When he formed his golden core, he received the purple flower sword manual from Chen Mobai. It was through this manual that he was able to re-examine his flawed swordsmanship and lay the foundation for his nascent soul formation. However, the purple flower sword manual can only be cultivated to the nascent soul stage at most, and even the content on sword intent reaching the fifth level is all based on speculation and conjecture. This means that the sages of the longevity sect who created this sword technique also failed to cultivate the fifth-order sword intent. Now, Chen Mobai, wielding the purple lightning sword with his myriad swords avatar, unleashes a strike that surpasses even the final chapter of the purple flower sword manual. Mo Duguang, also a sword cultivator, knew best how terrifying his swordsmanship talent would be to achieve this. Without a doubt, the sect leader's junior brother is not only the #1 swordsman in the history of the Eastern Wilderness, but probably even in the Eastern lands. There are very few who can compare with him in terms of swordsmanship talent. It's just a matter of the times. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. As Chen Mobai spoke these words, the sky was filled with purple lightning sword light, which had already covered and permeated all the immortal slaying lightning, and the heavenly tribulation had reached its peak and was beginning to weaken. The myriad swords avatar released the purple lightning sword, allowing it to fly into the remaining tribulation clouds and absorb and refine the immortal slaying lightning. Mo Duguang saw the towering 10,000 swords Dharma body slowly shrink and eventually disappear behind Chen Mobai, but he misunderstood his meaning. Junior brother, are you saying that combining an external avatar with swordsmanship can surpass the limits of a cultivator and unleash unimaginable power? I suppose so. Once my myriad swords Dharma body is perfected, I will write it down as a legacy and leave it within the sect to see if any disciple will be able to master it in the future. Chen Mobai knew that Mo Duguang was a serious person, so he could only change the subject and talk about his myriad swords Dharma body. In that case, we disciples of the Golden Clan are truly blessed. As expected, the first thing Mo Duguang thought of after hearing this was that it would be beneficial to their financial resources. After all, over 90% of the sword cultivators in the 5 Elements sect are from the metal vein. This myriad swords body technique is clearly the ultimate skill of sword cultivators. This disciple is deeply grateful to Junior Grandmaster for his help and for saving my life. I will never forget this kindness. At this moment, Chen Lingaming arrived. Although he was weak and pale, he still tidied his appearance and bowed deeply to Chen Mobai in midair. You were injured during your tribulation and need to recover properly, otherwise it will damage your very essence. With Chen Mobai's use of the empty valley sound technique, he understood Chen Lingaming's current state. lifted the restrictions on the top of Baiyuan Mountain and let him in. Minger, go find an empty fourth-tier spiritual vein cave and take him there to recuperate properly. Chen Mobai then gave an instruction to Zhuo Ming beside him, who immediately nodded and then directed Chen Lingaming to walk down the mountain. Thank you for your hard work, junior sister. After thanking Chen Mobai again, Chen Lingaming didn't forget to say something to Zhuo Ming, who had led the way. After the two descended, the tribulation clouds in the sky had completely dissipated. After absorbing all the immortal slaying lightning, the purple lightning sword was now covered with bright silver lightning arcs. Chen Mobai gently waved his hand, and the purple lightning sword immediately fell into his palm. After sensing the immortal slaying lightning and the current state of the purple lightning sword, Chen Mobai drew a talisman in the air and pressed it onto the sword blade. This talisman will temporarily seal away the immortal slaying thunder that you cannot yet refine. Later, I will have King Mei send you to the Myriad Transformations Immortal City. During the day, you will enter the sword cleansing pool, and at night, you will temper yourself with the Duoluo fire. In about 20 years, you will be able to upgrade to the 5th-tier high grade. Most of the knowledge about weapon crafting is common to both. After refining the Dao fruit on the jade tree in the pill cauldron and comprehending all the contents of the lamp-shaped magic artifact, Chen Mobai gradually discovered that, as time went by, his understanding of magic artifacts had reached the 5th level even without the Cantong Pact. This made him understand why the Dan Ding sect stipulated that only 5th-level weapon refiners could refine Dao fruits. Because in that case, there's no need to learn at all. The Dan Ding Taoist probably did this to prevent his disciples from lacking training and reaping rewards without effort. But for Chen Mobai, this was wonderful. It saved him at least 100 years of his life. It was precisely for this reason that, when Chen Mobai reached out and pressed it, an image appeared in his mind of the purple lightning sword being upgraded to a 5th-tier superior grade by combining with the current resources. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this, the purple lightning sword immediately manifested a sword spirit phantom with purple hair and purple eyes, resembling a child of about 12 or 13 years old, whose facial features were a miniature replica of Chen Mobai's appearance, and spoke with delight. Come in. Chen Mobai reached out and slashed at the 4th-tier longevity tree on the mountaintop. Immediately, a thick branch fell down and transformed into an open wooden sword box in his palm. Upon hearing this, the purple lightning sword immediately flew obediently into its scabbard. After closing the box, Chen Mobai affixed another talisman. Yin Qingmei was only at the peak of the core formation stage, and now that the purple lightning sword had absorbed the immortal slaying thunder, it was somewhat unable to control its sword energy. Therefore, in addition to the sword box, he added another seal. Sect leader, you were looking for me. At this moment, Yin Qingmei, who had received his telepathic message, flew over. Seeing that Mo Duguang was also present, she could only address him by his title. Send this sword box to Zhu Ting in the Myriad Transformations Immortal City, and have her collect the medicinal herbs according to this list, and dissolve them in the sword cleansing pool. Chen Mobai explained to Yin Qingmei what she needed to do, and the latter nodded repeatedly. After memorizing the incantation to break the seal on the sword box, Yin Qingmei respectfully accepted the purple lightning sword with both hands. My sword is currently in an unstable state and cannot be used via the teleportation array. Chen Mobai gave another instruction, which is why he asked Yin Qingmei to make this trip. Because he is in Baiyuan Mountain, he cannot leave until Chen Lingaming's matter is resolved. Junior brother, I can actually make a trip there on my way. After Yin Qingmei left, Mo Duguang said something. It's just a small matter, so I won't trouble you, senior brother. Besides, sometimes having the disciples do the work is also a way to cultivate their sense of belonging to the sect. Chen Mobai's words made Mo Duguang seem thoughtful. It seems that's really the case. Within the 5 Elements sect, not just anyone is qualified to serve the nascent soul ancestor. Especially regarding Chen Mobai's matter, all the core formation cultivators of the 5 Elements sect were vying to do it. Half a month later, Chen Lingaming, who had seemingly recovered, immediately went to the mountaintop to thank Chen Mobai once again. No need for formalities. I saved you because you are useful to me. Chen Mobai knew that Chen Lingaming was able to hide in the eastern wilderness for decades to form his nascent soul, and that he could be both compliant and accommodating to Chen Mobai, indicating that Chen Lingaming was the kind of person who saw through everything. So there was no preamble, we got straight to the point. After you have recovered your strength and consolidated your realm, go to Mount Wudi. Su Zilu is over there. The two of you will represent me and persuade the nascent soul elder of the One Yuan Dao Palace to acknowledge that my five-element sect is the true lineage of One Yuan. Once this matter is accomplished, I will allow you to enter the secret realm left behind by the first ancestor and ascend the altar of the state. If you fail, you will be of no value. End of this chapter. Chapter 1009, 5 Organs Returning to Origin Technique. Chapter 1009, 5 Organs Returning to Origin Technique. Chen Lingaming looked troubled upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, but he knew he had no choice but to agree. From the moment he formed his nascent soul in Baiyuan City, there was no turning back. Don't worry, Grandmaster, I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Chen Mobai nodded when he saw that Chen Lingaming had made the expected choice. However, since there was no foundation of trust between the two, a restriction still needed to be added. Make a vow. As requested by Chen Mobai, Chen Lingaming, with the 5-element sect as the main body, made an oath. Although I know that there are ways in the heavenly river realm to pass on the threads within me, so that my disciples can bear them on my behalf, it would be best if I could remain untainted myself. However, the main carrier of Chen Lingaming's oath was the 5-element sect, because Chen Mobai is now the sect leader of the 5-element sect, so he still sensed a colorful line falling on his heaven and earth crown. Hurled. Upon sensing this line, Chen Mobai couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Compared to the other lines that adorn all living beings in the world, Chen Lingaming's lines are truly unique. They not only contain 5 colors, but are also brighter and thicker than those of ordinary people. Chen Mobai compared the stats of the other nascent soul cultivators in the 5-element sect and found that even if they were all combined, they could only barely compare to Chen Lingaming. The size of the line is related to the fortune it carries. The higher the cultivator's cultivation level, the more fortune they have, and the thicker the line becomes. Once there is a causal connection, it becomes correspondingly more difficult to resolve. Ordinary people's lines are plain and colorless. Only cultivators with special fortune and karma have lines of various colors. But Chen Mobai had never seen anything like Chen Lingaming's multicolored appearance before. As Chen Mobai thought about it, he found the threads of the other Holy Land disciples and holy maidens. He discovered that, although many of them were thicker than Chen Lingaming's, they were mostly bright, solid colors. After comparing them, Chen Mobai was surprised to find that Chen Lingaming's thread was almost the same thickness as Zhang Pangkong's. Yi Qing's thread was the thickest, and Chen Mobai was connected to him by more than one thread. Below Yi Qing is Yuan Zhen, who, for some reason, possesses astonishing luck. But as soon as Chen Lingaming formed his nascent soul, his thread was already 7 or 8/10ths the thickness of Yuan Zhen's. Could this be the legendary person with great fortune? No wonder it triggered the immortal slaying lightning when he was forming his nascent soul. Chen Mobai couldn't help but think of the protagonists in immortal sect novels, who were ordered to save their sects in times of crisis and create new glories. He looked deeply at Chen Lingaming, who, after making the oath, kept his head down respectfully. I heard Zhao Yuli say that you Taoist disciples and saintesses will not be taught supernatural powers, such as the primordial 5 elements extinction, divine thunder, and the great 5 elements extinction, divine ray, before you form your nascent soul. Since you want to work for me and have now successfully formed your nascent soul, I will teach you the primordial 5 elements extinction, divine thunder first. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out a blank jade slip, inscribed it with his divine sense, and handed it to Chen Lingaming. Thank you for passing on the Dharma, Junior Master. Chen Lingaming excitedly accepted the gift with both hands, and even politely placed it on the table without looking at it immediately, continuing to listen to Chen Mobai's teachings. Why did you choose to form your nascent soul here in Baiyuan City? You trust me so much that you won't stand in my way. Chen Mobai asked the question that had been bothering him. Although there were precedents of rogue cultivators forming their nascent souls in the 7 great immortal cities of the eastern lands, this was the first time such a thing had happened in Baiyuan City. Most importantly, now the entire eastern continent knows that the 5 Elements sect is vying with the One Yuan Dao Palace for the title of Orthodox sect. The One Yuan Dao Palace has the strongest influence in the eastern lands. Since I want to avoid it, I have no choice but to leave the eastern lands. Besides the 7 great immortal cities of the eastern lands, the Golden Crow and Northern Abyss cities are the most suitable. Compared to Ancestor White Crow, Junior Ancestor, your reputation is better, but this nascent soul formation was truly an accident. Chen Lingaming talked about his original plan to form his nascent soul. He had refined a 4th-order formation and found a 4th-order spiritual vein in the desolate ruins. When he was ready, he would leave the eastern wilderness and go to the desolate ruins to form his nascent soul. To his surprise, one day while meditating, the spiritual energy within his golden core was suddenly nurtured. After I left the Yiyuan Dao Palace, I was unable to obtain the nascent soul elixir, so I specifically cultivated the 5 organs returning to origin technique. This is a fragment I found in a cave in the backyard of the 5 Emperors Mountain. I don't know which senior in the sect left it. It can store the essence of the 5 elements in the 5 organs and help the nascent soul grow and take shape when forming the nascent soul. However, perhaps because it is an incomplete version, after the nascent soul appeared in my golden core, the essence stored in this technique was uncontrollably drawn in and flowed into my danshan, stimulating the process of forming the nascent soul. If I stop, decades of hard work will be wasted. Of course, the most important reason is that you have a good reputation in the eastern wilderness for over 100 years, and I believe you will definitely protect the residents of Baiyuan City. After Chen Lingaming finished speaking, he took out a jade slip from his storage bag, on which was the 5 organs returning to origin technique that he had prepared long ago. Chen Mobai took it and tried it out with great interest. This technique does indeed help with nascent soul formation, but it is only applicable to cultivators who have practiced primordial qi. I wonder which genius from the Yiyuan Dao Palace created it. I'll ask Su Zilu later and see if she knows. This method is useful to my disciples. Since you have given it to me, I should give back in some way. After learning that Chen Lingaming had amazing luck, Chen Mobai began to think about whether he could genuinely subdue him. It is my honor to be able to help Junior Ant and Junior Grandmaster. Your help in helping me overcome the heavenly tribulation is already an immense favor. Chen Lingaming was a very eloquent person, and he shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he did not need any benefits. Your natal magic weapon was damaged during the heavenly tribulation. I happen to have some suitable materials on hand. Let me help you repair it. Chen Mobai spoke up, reminding everyone that besides Yu Ming, he hadn't forgotten his daughter, Chen Ziohe, who also cultivated the primordial chaos true qi. The nascent soul elixirs from the immortal sects were difficult to obtain, and this cultivation method could be a great help. Then I'll have to trouble you, Junior Master. Upon hearing this, Chen Lingaming stopped being coy and immediately took out his natal magic weapon. Looking at the damaged version of the 5-light spirit pagoda in his palm, Chen Mobai had more than a dozen ways to repair it without using the Kantong Qi. He took out a small piece of 5th-grade Xuanjin, a 5th-grade Hantai, a 4th-grade longevity wood, and a 4th-grade gentian stone. Finally, he spread his hand out, and the purple-green divine flame Daoshui fire enveloped all the materials and the 5-light spiritual pagoda. Following the order of the 5 elements, Chen Mobai refined these materials one by one. Soon the cracks in the tower healed, and the missing spire began to be rebuilt. To Chen Lingaming's astonishment, his severely damaged natal magic weapon was easily repaired in just half a day, and even had an additional layer added. This means that the Five Light Spirit Pagoda has advanced one level and become a fourth-grade superior magic artifact. It's a pity I don't have any fifth-tier wood or earth attribute materials. Otherwise, I could help you lay the foundation for upgrading to the fifth tier. You just need to cultivate the magic weapon spirituality. After the repairs were completed, Chen Mobai played with the small, exquisite pagoda in his hand for a while without activating it, and then handed it to Chen Lingaming beside him with some regret. Chen Lingaming had stood up on his own initiative to help Chen Mobai when he was refining the weapon. As a Taoist disciple of the Yiyuan Tao Palace, he also possesses extraordinary skills in weapon crafting, being a fourth-tier weapon crafter. He crafted the five-colored spirit pagoda himself. He stood there for a long time, but all he did was hand Chen Mobai a cup of tea. As expected of the young master, he is the leader of the One Yuan sect. In terms of weapon crafting, it is estimated that only the One Yuan ancestor descending to the mortal realm could surpass you. After receiving the repaired natal magic weapon, Chen Lingaming expressed his sincere admiration. You have a good talent for weapon crafting. After you have handled the affairs of Five Emperors Mountain, you can learn from me for a period of time. You may be able to advance to become a fifth-level weapon crafter. When Chen Mobai was repairing it, he asked a few questions, and Chen Lingaming answered them all fluently. This shows that he is not one of those mediocre fourth-level weapon refiners, but is truly talented, so they gave him another glimmer of hope. Thank you, Junior Grandmaster. I hope that you will be able to refine a sixth-order supreme treasure in the future, so that I can also become a sixth-order weapon refiner. Chen Lingaming said this with a smile, which made Chen Mobai truly feel that even without his help, Chen Lingaming's character of knowing when to advance and retreat and being polite would enable him to achieve great things in the future. The reason I've been hesitant to head to Five Emperors Mountain is because of that sixth-order primordial bell and the sixth-order grand array. How much do you know about their current status? Chen Mobai then took the opportunity to ask about the most treasured artifact of the Yiyuan Tao Palace. Reporting to Junior Grandmaster, it's actually the same thing. The core of the sixth-order grand formation is the primordial bell, but only cultivators who have refined the Tao fruit can control and activate the primordial bell. Now, within the Five Emperors Mountain, the Earth Virtue Mountain Lord has usurped the throne and may not be able to control the primordial bell. In that case, the primordial five elements formation will at most have the power of a fifth-order formation. It's a pity that junior sister Zio was also expelled from Five Emperors Mountain. According to the palace rules, after she formed her nascent soul, she should have refined the primordial Tao fruit left behind by ancestor Yiyuan. Chen Lingaming then recounted the inside story of why he left Wudi Mountain. After his and Zio Yuli's master, the Grand Elder of the Yiyuan Tao Palace, failed to break through to the nascent soul stage and passed away, the Hunyuan Tao fruit left behind by the Yiyuan ancestor was taken away by the Tude Mountain Lord under the pretext of safekeeping. At that time, neither of them had reached the nascent soul stage, so naturally they had no way to refuse. After obtaining the primordial Tao fruit, the Lord of Tude Mountain has been in seclusion, clearly attempting to refine it. Although Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli were both Taoist disciples and saintesses, without a master, they could only rely on themselves to read the scriptures in the Taoist palace and comprehend their cultivation. Under these circumstances, both of them were able to form a nascent soul, demonstrating their exceptional talent. The previous holy maiden Su Zilu of the Tao Palace said that someone within the Five Emperors Mountain was colluding with the demonic path and betrayed her and the Tao child. Now it seems that this Earth Virtue Mountain Lord is the most suspicious. After listening, Chen Mobai immediately set a goal. However, for him, regardless of whether the Lord of Tude Mountain did this or not, he was someone he needed to defeat. Grandmaster, when I was forming my nascent soul at Five Emperors Mountain, I sensed a strange killing intent. I felt it was the Earth Virtue Mountain Lord. After I recovered from my injuries, I immediately returned to the Eastern Land and went to Five Emperors Mountain with senior sister Su to confront the Earth Virtue Mountain Lord. If the Lord of Tude Mountain is willing to hand over the primordial Tao fruit, that would be best. After I get it, I will immediately take it back to the eastern wilderness and present it to you, Junior Grandmaster. With the primordial Tao fruit, the legitimate lineage of the one primordial ancestor will undoubtedly belong to the Five Elements sect. After Chen Lingaming finished speaking, Chen Mobai looked at him with even greater respect. After all, the primordial Tao fruit left behind by the one Yuan true monarch can guide cultivators directly to the void refinement stage. Chen Lingaming was actually able to give up even this. Chen Mobai was somewhat skeptical. After all, he knew the locals' personalities all too well. Faced with the opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage or even the void refinement stage, it is estimated that 99% of cultivators would take a gamble. Even if they have made a vow, they would still have corresponding delaying methods. However, since Chen Lingaming said so, Chen Mobai was willing to give him a chance. Although I can ascend to the nascent soul stage and the void refinement stage even without the primordial Tao fruit, this is still a symbol of orthodoxy. If you can bring it to me, I will give you this orthodoxy, along with the primordial Tao fruit, after my ascension. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Chen Lingaming bowed deeply with great excitement. Your disciple obeys. After dealing with Chen Lingaming's matter, Chen Mobai used the Tongshan instrument to contact Yin Qingmei, who had already delivered the purple lightning sword to the myriad transformations immortal city. Zhu Ting is currently collecting medicinal herbs to upgrade to a 5th grade superior quality. The resources required are almost equivalent to 2 or 3 batches of nascent soul elixirs. Even with such a large territory, the Five Elements sect would find it difficult. Chen Mobai also took this into consideration. With his level of 5th-tier weapon refiner, he flexibly adjusted the list of medicinal herbs, discarding those 5th-tier herbs that were difficult to purchase and replacing them with more 4th-tier and 3rd-tier herbs. Generally speaking, this will result in the flying sword not being refined to a sufficient degree. But the purple lightning sword possesses the dual Yuo fire, so it is not afraid of this. 5th grade medicinal herbs are hard to buy, but 3rd and 4th grade herbs are much easier to obtain, especially now that Danxia Pavilion's pills have made a name for themselves in the eastern continent. Many forces in the eastern lands are eager to deliver them to their doorsteps as soon as they hear that the Five Elements sect is collecting them. Everyone knows that the Five Elements sect is not short of spirit stones. Moreover, many forces want to exchange the medicinal herbs they cultivate for the pills from Danxia Pavilion. Because Danxia Pavilion has not opened any branches in the eastern lands, only the Five Elements Merchant Guild and Zion Ancient Shop will sell some of its products. This has led to the emergence of a purchasing agent industry in the eastern wilderness, where people with Five Elements sect property and Danxia Pavilion purchasing qualifications help cultivators in the eastern lands buy these products. Among these, the Nirvana pill is a pill that nascent soul cultivators in the eastern lands are scrambling to buy. That's why Master Xingchen was willing to risk everything and clear out all the pills that Danxia Pavilion in Baiyuan City put on the shelves every day. The profits are simply too great. Even if they were to take back their own Dongyu, they could still make 2 or 3 times the profit. Knowing that everything went smoothly with the purple lightning sword, Chen Mobai nodded in relief. However, after completing the mission, Yin Qingmei wanted to return. No need to rush. Just stay in Wanhua Immortal City. My wife should be coming over in a while. You can ask her about the taboos and procedures for taking pills then. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yin Qingmei felt unconvinced. Godfather isn't taking pills, just swallowing and refining them. I don't think it's necessary to trouble the sect leader's wife. After Yin Qingmei achieved the perfect core formation, she was already fantasizing about becoming the first female nascent soul cultivator in the Five Elements sect. She felt that Qing Nu was just lucky to have caught Chen Mobai's eye, and that in terms of talent, she was not as good as her. While you're right, the order in which you take the infant nourishing pill and the infant cultivation pill, as well as the timing for activating their effects, are quite important. If you get them wrong, it could very well affect your success rate in achieving conception. Godfather, I think I'll stay in Wanhua Immortal City. I'm mainly worried that there might be problems when you refine your flying sword. After all, junior sister Zooting is from an outer sect, so it will be easier for me to mobilize the sect's resources from here. Upon hearing that it was related to the success rate of nascent soul formation, Yin Qingmei immediately retracted what she had just said, but she still made up an excuse. Well, by the time the nascent soul pill is ready, I should have almost finished dealing with things here. When you return to Liujia Mountain to form your nascent soul, I'll use the grand formation to temporarily boost the spiritual energy of your cultivation ground to the 5th rank. Because the Azure Emperor longevity scripture that Yin Qingmei cultivates is very special, she needs to be with her natal spiritual plant when breaking through cultivation realms, so she can only do so in Liujia Mountain. However, Chen Mobai had already considered this point. The Liujia Mountain spiritual vein was one of the earliest spiritual cores to be incorporated into the heavenly curtain earthly network array. Through the gathering of spiritual energy, it could be upgraded to the 5th rank, just like Baiyuan City. However, this would cause the spiritual energy of several immortal cities in Hangjin to decline during the time it takes for Yin Qingmei to form her nascent soul, which could even affect the normal cultivation of some people. Chen Mobai, however, felt it was worthwhile. The suffering of those below is for the sake of the sect gaining a nascent soul cultivator. The sin is in the present, but the merit will last for generations. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai ended his call with Yin Qingmei and called Zhuo Ming up. This is the 5 organs returning to origin technique. Chen Mobai gave the martial arts technique that Chen Lingaming had offered to Zhuo Ming, who took it and was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. This technique is, after all, an incomplete version. Although I have verified that there are no major problems, there may still be some details that I am unaware of. Before you leave, you can consult Chen Lingaming and also ask about the rules and regulations for the Taoist saintess. Chen Mobai said to Zhuo Ming, if the Xingqian Dao sect can set up Dao sons and saintesses, I think that with the current scale of the 5-element sect, it is also worth considering this matter. The Holy Maiden is undoubtedly Zhuo Ming, and as for the Dao Son, if all else fails, the position can be left vacant for now. Alternatively, after dealing with the 5 Emperors Mountain, Chen Lingaming can fill in for a while. After all, they are all from the same lineage of the One Yuan Taoist school. When Xiao Yuli left Wudi Mountain to establish a branch sect in Dongli, she had already voluntarily given up her status as a saintess. Just like when Li Zhangji was kicked to the eastern wilderness to establish the 5-element sect. This is probably also the purpose of that Earth Virtue Mountain Lord. As long as there is no legitimate Taoist disciple or saintess in the 5 Emperors Mountain, he can occupy the primordial Tao fruit forever. My junior sister's talent is so high that I am ashamed. That day, Chen Lingaming looked at Zhuo Ming in front of him and couldn't help but be amazed. When Zhuo Ming came to ask for guidance on the 5 organs returning to origin technique, he naturally taught him without reservation. He originally thought that it would take at least a year and a half for Zhuo Ming to master the basics, but to his surprise, Zhuo Ming had already entered the inner sanctum in just 25 days, opening the gates of the 5 organs and being able to store the essence of the 5 elements. Next comes the watermilling process. Perhaps it's because I've condensed a lot of Hunyuan true qi. Zhuo Ming was very happy to confirm that she had mastered the 5 organs returning to origin technique. After thanking Chen Lingaming again, she bid farewell to Chen Mobai. She hadn't forgotten the arduous task she still had in Eastern Wu. She was returning to Baiyuan City to break through to the late stage of core formation and consolidate her realm. She wondered if the newly planted 5-colored rice there had adapted and grown properly. 5-colored rice was developed by Wenren Zuwei and the Jumeng Academy. It is a type of rice that can germinate and mature in the 5 elements divine thunder soil. After Zhuoming conducted large-scale experiments using the spiritual fields near the ancestral veins of Dongwu, it has now perfected the 1st and 2nd-tier spiritual rice and is currently cultivating the 3rd and 4th-tier rice varieties. This spiritual rice is named for its 5 colors, as it absorbs the essence of thunder from the five elements. Zhuo Ming even discovered that this kind of spirit rice might be able to evolve into a fifth-order product. This is mainly because the spiritual rice seeds of the immortal sects all originate from fifth-grade immortal rice, and the five-colored rice researched by Wenren Zuwei is no exception. After Zhuo Ming discovered this through the earth, he became extremely concerned about the five-colored rice. After all, only the Holy Land in the entire Eastern continent has a fifth-order spiritual rice inheritance. Even the Yiyuan Dao Palace, with its weak foundation, didn't have it. The highest grade of spiritual rice in Wudi Mountain is the fourth-grade superior longevity rice. Just from the name, you can tell that it must be an ancient rice variety obtained from the ruins of the longevity sect. It is said that it was originally a fifth-order crop, but because there is no suitable environment for it to grow in, although it can barely survive in the Five Emperors Mountain, the spirit rice after it bears ears is only a fourth-order crop. When Zhuo Ming left, he also took with him a new batch of geomancers trained by various academies in the eastern wilderness. Currently, the five-element sect in eastern Wu has several thousand geomancers and tens of thousands of disciples who have some knowledge of geomancy. With Zhuo Ming having completed the restoration of the core territory of Dongwu, Chen Mobai plans to guide the cultivators in the three immortal cities above Yunming's to develop their work in Dongwu. Over the years, Chen Mobai has developed a lightning-repelling talisman that allows cultivators to wear it without being affected by the remaining five elements' divine lightning power from the Eastern Wu. It is precisely for this reason that the five-element sect was able to send out a large number of disciples. Chen Mobai always believed in one thing: there is strength in numbers. The sooner the cause and effect in Eastern Wu is resolved, the closer he will be to the divine transformation stage. Only when all living beings in heaven and earth are flawless can the power of the Tao's laws be brought to its fullest potential. After Zhuo Ming left, Chen Mobai immediately summoned Yi Yunyu and other people from the five-element sect to come up and arrange the specific matters of supporting Dongwu. Then he asked about the unfamiliar core formation cultivator next door when Chen Lingaming was forming his nascent soul. Yu Lion. The investigation revealed that he is from the Eastern Wu region, named Sun Yun, and the procedures were handled by the Sun family. Yi Yun. I contacted the head of the Sun Huanglong family and gave him a portrait of Sun Yun. The latter recognized it as his sister Sun Huangling, who had gone missing during the war between the righteous and the demonic. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, but immediately realized the problem. The war between good and evil has been over for so many years. Logically speaking, Sun Huangling should be able to return to the Sun family and reunite with Sun Huanglong. Why would she hide her identity and live in seclusion in Beiyuan City? Yi Yun, perhaps there's something you can't say. Should I call over Sun Huangling or the head of the Sun Huanglong family? Chen Mobai shook his head. The matter of core formation was not worth his attention. You should meet with Sun Huangling and have her sign a commitment letter. The power of a core formation cultivator, if out of control, can be quite destructive to Beiyuan City. Not only her, but all non-sect core formation cultivators who have settled in any of our sect's immortal cities need to make a commitment. Chen Mobai added this new policy, and Yi Yun immediately nodded in approval. After the two went down, Chen Mobai returned to the immortal sect and taught the five organs returning to origin technique to Chen Ziohe, who had recently broken through to the fourth level of the golden core stage and was still mainly cultivating the five elements technique. This is a secret method for forming a nascent soul that I created based on the primordial true energy. Your current cultivation level is just right for you to practice it. Chen Mobai continued to maintain his genius persona in front of his daughter. As expected, Chen Ziohe looked on with admiration after reading it. Dad, no wonder you were able to succeed without the nascent soul elixir. It turns out you created such an astonishing secret technique. As Chen Ziohe spoke, he sat down in front of Chen Mobai and began cultivating. She can't compare to Zhuo Ming. It took a whole year before I could barely get the hang of it. However, this is also because her cultivation level is low and her primordial energy is thin. According to the standards of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, when Chen Mobai reaches the mid-stage of core formation, he can inject a complete strand of primordial chaos true qi into Chen Ziohe so that she can begin to try refining and cultivating. However, the immortal sect is not as dangerous as the heavenly river realm, so it's better to wait until Chen Ziohe's foundation is more solid. It would be best to wait until all the inheritances of the Yiyuan Dao Palace have fallen into Chen Mobai's hands, and it is confirmed that there are no problems before doing this. While Chen Ziohe was cultivating the 5 organs returning to origin technique, Chen Mobai also dealt with the matters accumulated in the Hall of Righteous Law. In recent years, the immortal sect has begun to target the Ascension sect. The Heaven Mending Group, as the main force, has deployed all its elites to clean up those who practice forbidden techniques in the 36 Grotto Heavens and 72 Blessed Lands. After reviewing all the files, Chen Mobai had 2 main concerns. First, there was King Nu's former teacher, Gu Changfeng, who was critically ill. It is due to the natural exhaustion of lifespan and the depletion of vital energy and spirit. Another one is Chansey, who was possessed by the master of Huakai Academy. During his imprisonment, he successfully formed his core. The former was a minor matter, but Chen Mobai was wondering whether he should inform Qing Nu about it. The latter, however, is no small matter. After all, the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master is essentially a nascent soul cultivator. It's unknown how Kaingsing handled things back then, but she was still able to break through again. However, a mere core formation cultivator can't cause any major upheavals. Recalling his time in Dengxia City, when he needed to join forces with Lan Haitian and Gongsun Jilu to threaten the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master, Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel at how quickly he had improved. The Tao reaches the heavens. A stunning feast for the mortal world Taoist master. I'm going to become an immortal. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:10, A New Path to Nascent Soul. Chapter 10:10, A New Path to Nascent Soul. After approving all the pending matters, Chen Mobai made a phone call to his secretary. Soon, Zhuang Jialan compiled all the information about Gu Changfeng and Chan Si over the years and brought it in. Chen Mobai first opened Gu Changfeng's document and started reading it. The document records his various outstanding performances while serving his sentence in prison. Gu Changfeng was originally sentenced to 60 years for practicing forbidden techniques. Later, due to Chen Mobai's interrogation, it was discovered that he had colluded with the dragon tiger ancestor of the Ascension sect and followed the latter's instructions to guard Qing Nu. As a result, his sentence was directly increased to life imprisonment. Gu Changfeng is still serving his sentence in Yumu City's prison. However, considering that he was an elderly man, and because Chen Mobai had spoken to his subordinates out of respect for Qing Nu, Gu Changfeng had been living in a separate courtyard in prison in recent years, where he could read books and grow flowers, which could be considered as living a life of retirement. In the immortal sect, besides her younger siblings, Gu Changfeng was practically family to King Nu. Although Chen Mobai had told her that Gu Changfeng took her as his disciple because of the instructions from the Ascension sect, given her personality, she would probably still cherish this kindness. So after much deliberation, Chen Mobai decided to tell her about it. He made a copy of the documents concerning Gu Changfeng, and then began to look at Chan Si's dossier. After Chen Mobai reported him, Chan Si was brought back to Wangwu Cave and interrogated by the star-piercing ancestor. It is unknown what the two talked about, but afterward, according to the instructions of the star-piercing ancestor, Chan Si was placed in a prison cell in the western profound cave heaven. That is where the Heaven Mending Academy is located. During the time Chan Si was serving his sentence, Master Yuangsu interrogated him several times. Chen Mobai glanced at the reason for the trial, which was researching forbidden techniques. That's quite frank, which is typical of Yuan Su's character. Chen Mobai is now a business partner with Yuan Su, so he called him directly. The forbidden technique, flowers bloom in an instant, is quite useful. After learning about it, I cultivated a spiritual plant in my realm. intending to make it my natal spiritual plant, just like my natal magic weapon. That way, when it burns and transforms into a celestial flower, because I personally nurtured it, it will definitely be a perfect match, and the chances of it transforming into a god will be much greater. After hearing Chen Mobai's question, Yuan Su did not hide anything, and told him in detail about his research results on the forbidden technique of flowers blooming in an instant over the years. As they chatted, Chen Mobai realized that Yuan Su was truly a talented individual. This is almost identical to the Green Emperor's longevity scripture, albeit through a different path. However, the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture requires the cultivator to grow together with their natal spiritual plant, and does not include the part about burning spiritual plants to offer to the cultivator. It emphasizes harmonious coexistence. But soon, based on Yuan Su's research, Chen Mobai thought of another aspect. Although Yin Qingmei possesses a heavenly spiritual root and cultivates the divine transformation immortal scripture, the chances of her ultimately achieving divine transformation are extremely slim. After all, even someone with his talent wasn't entirely confident. If Yuangsu's research could be incorporated, for example, by modifying his Azure Emperor longevity scripture so that Yin Qingmei could completely fuse her natal spiritual plant into her body when she reaches the nascent soul stage, and combine the power of the two with the forbidden technique of flower blooms in an instant, the probability of her breaking through to the divine transformation stage would definitely be much higher. The difficulty lies in whether a cultivator's vital energy will be severely damaged when fusing with and absorbing their own natal spiritual plant. After all, according to the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, cultivators and their natal spiritual plants share a common destiny, rising and falling together. It's like a personal magical artifact. If Yin Qingmei's natal spiritual plant were to burn and condense into a celestial flower in the instant it blooms, and then be consumed by Yin Qingmei, theoretically it would achieve glory without damage, but this would require extensive research. This applies not only to the fleeting bloom of flowers, but also to the Green Emperor's longevity scripture. Before Chen Mobai mastered the 5 musical scales, he certainly didn't have this ability. Yuan Su should be able to do it. However, it was not appropriate for Chen Mobai to take out the Azure Emperor longevity scripture. After all, no matter how talented he was, he could not possibly create a nascent soul cultivation technique that was completely incompatible with his own attributes out of thin air. You can't exactly say it came from a blind box, that would be too blatant. If it came from Zixao Palace, that would be more plausible. But unfortunately, the Zixao Palace hasn't opened yet. However, if this idea succeeds, it will be a truly monumental achievement. Therefore, after careful consideration, Chen Mobai decided to gather the most talented people under his command and use the collective strength to overcome the challenge. The first person to be persuaded, naturally, is Master Yuangsu. Chen Mobai, after listening to what you said, I suddenly had a great idea. Let me come over and talk to you about it. Although he couldn't take out the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, Chen Mobai felt that the content about natal spiritual plants could serve as inspiration for Yuan Su, pointing him in the right direction for research. If it really succeeds, it might pave a path to nascent soul for the immortal sect and even the 5 elements sect, a path that is almost as easy as the true spirit pill of the saintly realm. All right, I'll wait for you. Before Yuan Su could finish speaking, he sensed a sudden fluctuation in the void above his research institute. Chen Mobai had already used the void shift technique to arrive at the Heaven Mending Academy. You're really fast. Yuan Su also arrived in midair to greet him. Seeing that Chen Mobai had teleported over from Wangwu Cave Heaven while speaking, he couldn't help but express his envy. Once I have a deeper understanding of the universal heavenly book, I will simplify the void shift and lower the threshold for the void substitute, so that even nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect can use it. Chen Mobai continued to maintain his genius persona, and Yuan Su nodded expectantly after hearing this. He has achieved remarkable success in various fields of research, but the field of void is the most demanding in terms of talent, which even his small book cannot overcome. As the two were talking, many golden core cultivators in the Bushan Dao Academy noticed the sudden appearance of nascent soul energy and looked over from their respective offices. "Let's go down and talk." Yuan Su immediately led Chen Mobai into his research room below. "Let me start by sharing my thoughts. I think your research on the fleeting nature of blooming flowers is on the right track, but its scope is a bit narrow." After sitting down, Chen Mobai didn't even drink a drop of water before guiding Yuan Su to think about creating a new secret technique. If this research is successful, we can allow those geniuses in the immortal sects who have the potential to become gods to adopt a spiritual plant that matches their cultivation attributes from a young age. Take the jade phoenix tree in Danxia City, for example. Students of Danju and Chixia Academy have the custom of receiving a green phoenix tree seedling when they enroll. Now it is a forest of phoenix trees all over the mountains. However, these students are generally not very talented. Even foundation establishment is difficult for them. So most of these phoenix trees are only at the first level, and the second level is very rare. But if it's those children who have shown genius from a young age, and they choose a cultivation method, and adopt a sapling, after hundreds of years of careful nurturing, the sapling will definitely grow into a fourth-order tree. And because it was nurtured from a young age, when they use the flower blooms instantly technique to integrate with themselves, there will definitely be 100% compatibility without any problems. For others, this might be a waste of time and a delay in cultivation, but for the geniuses of the immortal sects, they spend most of their lives waiting for breakthrough pills. If this path is opened up, it can perfectly fill this empty time for them. Moreover, since these are spiritual plants cultivated by the cultivators themselves, the three major halls of the immortal sect do not need to contribute any resources and can also avoid the corresponding Tao law restrictions. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yuan Su stood up excitedly. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. The ability to bloom instantly has been proven feasible over the years, but within the immortal sects, the only problem with performing this forbidden technique is that it is not environmentally friendly. Moreover, many high-level spiritual plants in the immortal sect belong to the collective. Whoever uses them will cause dissatisfaction and cause the Tao law fruit to tremble. But it's different if you raise them from a young age. Their sense of ownership is clear. When you use your own things, no one can raise any objections. It seems that the immortal sect doesn't have any laws on this matter yet. You and Ying Guanghua can discuss it together and work together to add this as a new rule, so that the people below can feel at ease when they spend resources cultivating their natal spirit plants. Master Yuangsu offered a supplementary suggestion, which Chen Mobai immediately agreed to. Following the rules is the principle of the immortal sect. Once the rules are in place, this path can be implemented more easily. Let's go see Master Huakai. After Chen Mobai and Master Yuangsu reached an agreement, without the former needing to say anything, the latter immediately took him to see the person most familiar with the moment of blooming flowers. For this path to be successfully opened, it will require the participation of people who are highly proficient in spiritual plants, cultivation techniques, or their innate abilities. When Chen Mobai got up, he shared some of his thoughts. "Then let's have Jumeng Academy send someone too. Who do you think would be suitable?" Yuan Su politely sought Chen Mobai's opinion. At this moment, Yuan Su suddenly saw the hope of becoming a deity. He had previously held some hope for the flowers to bloom in an instant, but not much. But now, after Chen Mobai's reminder, he realized that his path was right here. Wenren Zuwei, she has mastered the everlasting spring skill, so she would be more suitable if we were to try out different techniques. Without any hesitation, Chen Mobai named his closest business partner. Really? Yuan Su nodded immediately after hearing this. It's perfect for practitioners of the Changchun Gong to test new techniques and secret arts. Principal Chengshuan has tried the flower blooming in an instant and is the most knowledgeable person in the entire immortal sect about natal magic weapons. Inviting him to join will definitely save us a lot of detours. Chen Mobai then started talking about the second candidate for the team, and Yuan Su naturally had no objections. When the principal tried the flower blooms in an instant last time, Master Yu Yi of the Heavenly Book Academy also participated in the whole process. Among all the nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects, she knows the most about various cultivation techniques and secret arts. Why don't we let her join in as well? Yuan Su hesitated for a moment when he heard Yu Yi's name. This is not someone from the four major academies. However, Chen Mobai's words made sense, and he couldn't very well refuse. Master Plum Blossom of the Star-Gazing Academy has a deep understanding of extraordinary skills and techniques, as well as various ancient forbidden arts. I think we can let him participate. After Chen Mobai selected 3 of his own people to join this great project, Yuan Su thought about it and also recruited one of his own people. Very good. Master Meihua is also a disciple of Kaixing, and because he was previously trained as a successor of the Divine Mechanism Bureau, he is an authority on various texts and histories of the ancient Taoist tradition. With his addition, Chen Mobai felt that the project had a greater chance of success. After the two finalized their team members, the people in the prison brought Chansey over. The prison was guarded by 3 core formation cultivators from the Bushan Dao Academy, one of whom was even at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage and held a position in the Zhengfa Hall military. However, his job was in the military headquarters of Zixuan Cave Heaven, and without orders, he could not come to pay his respects to Chen Mobai, his superior. Chen Mobai recognized the 2 core formation cultivators currently guarding this place, Lu Fengcheng and Ling Daoshi. They were all former top scholars of the Heaven Mending Academy, and also his defeated opponents. Lu Fengcheng was doing his job, while Ling Daoshi was temporarily transferred here. After Chansey formed his core, the cave master of Zixuan Cave Heaven was afraid that this place would fall. Lord, the prisoner has been brought in. Lu Fengcheng walked in first and handed the interrogation documents to Chen Mobai for signature. Behind him was Ling Daoshi, who was escorting Chansey. Yes, thank you for your hard work. After signing his name and filling in the reason, Chen Mobai handed it to Yuan Su beside him. After Lu Fengcheng and Ling Daoshi received the documents signed by the 2 nascent soul cultivators, they left Chansey alone in the room. Chen Mobai frowned slightly as he looked at the evil tycoon before him. In any case, the people possessed by the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master were all people she knew. Unfortunately, even a nascent soul true lord couldn't save him after he was possessed. Especially in the hands of those old fogies from the Ascension sect. It was precisely because of this that Chen Mobai and Qing Nu had already considered Kong Feiken and Yang Jing as dead in their hearts. You're quite the troublemaker. You actually managed to form your core even with your cultivation sealed. Chen Mobai spoke his first words. The cultivators in the prisons of the immortal sect have all had their Danshan and Qi Si sealed, so theoretically they cannot absorb and refine spiritual energy. At most, they can only meditate and contemplate their cultivation techniques. However, the Flower Blossom Academy Master successfully formed his core under these circumstances, which put the entire Zhengfa Hall in a very passive position and led to him being reprimanded for dereliction of duty by the other 2 halls. Zhongli Tianyu, the current Minister of Law Enforcement, had personally come to interrogate Chansey after she formed her core, and he knew why she was able to form her core. It is enlightenment and the formation of the elixir. The celestial sect's restrictions are naturally powerless before the great laws of heaven and earth. The head of the Huakai courtyard raised her head. Compared to before, her eyes had lost all their light, leaving only a calm expression. However, the moment she saw Chen Mobai, she couldn't suppress her surprise. You've reached the nascent soul stage. Those inside the prison cannot receive news from the outside world. In addition, given her special status, to prevent her from harming people with the devouring god technique, the immortal sect will not allow her to come into contact with any newcomers. Therefore, her impression of Chen Mobai was still based on the moment he was arrested. That was almost 80 years ago. Chen Mobai chuckled and shook his head. Let me introduce you. This is currently the master of the righteous law hall of the immortal sect. He is expected to reach the nascent soul stage soon. At this moment, Venerable Yungsu spoke to the Academy Master Huakai about Chen Mobai's current identity, and the latter was even more shocked after hearing it. Is this the #1 genius of the immortal sect? The head of the flower garden muttered to herself. She had initially looked down on Chen Mobai, a genius who had grown up in Dangxia City, which she was in charge of, thinking that he would at most be the next Yu Tianguang. But now, the handsome and dignified young man before her told her that he was no one but Chen Mobai of the immortal sect, the next nascent soul true monarch. Could you give me a way out? After understanding Chen Mobai's current status, the head of the Flower Blossom Academy immediately put aside the huge sense of loss in her heart and prepared to seize this opportunity to speak. What route do you want? Chen Mobai asked. I have already died twice from my injuries, and I don't have much time left to live. Although I was fortunate enough to achieve enlightenment and form a core this time, if I don't break through to the nascent soul stage, I will soon be nothing but a skeleton. I don't want to waste the rest of my precious time here. After Hua Kaiyuan finished speaking, she looked at Chen Mobai with a yearning gaze. How did ancestor Kaiying discuss things with her back then? After listening, Chen Mobai turned to Yuan Su beside him and asked. She confessed everything, and her master agreed to spare her life, allowing her to enjoy her old age and pass away peacefully. As expected, Yuan Su knew the details of the conversation between ancestor Kaiying and Master Huakai. When Chen Mobai asked, he simply told him. In that case, let's do as the ancestor wishes. After listening, Chen Mobai said this. I want freedom, I want to cultivate myself, and I still have the chance to become a deity. After hearing this, the head of the Huakai Academy spoke urgently. You need to know one thing. You are alive now because you took another person's life, and that person is my friend. You are able to stand before me and speak to me unharmed because the star-piercing ancestor promised you. This is already your way out. One should not be greedy. Chen Mobai said calmly. If you set me free, I can cultivate under the supervision of your immortal sect. I can also return this body to you. Aren't there artificially synthesized immortal buds? I can change my body. Before the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master could finish speaking, Chen Mobai sighed and then used the void lock to restrain her. You can come and interrogate me now. I'm going back first. After saying this, Chen Mobai teleported away. He somewhat regretted coming with Yuan Su for the interrogation. Although the immortal sect's investigation revealed that Chan Si had already been bewitched into practicing the devouring god technique while at the Crimson Cloud Academy, Chen Mobai had, after all, been friends with her. Seeing the appearance of the headmaster of the flower garden now, he couldn't help but recall the carefree days when he was practicing qi cultivation. Unfortunately, what's past is past and can never be returned to. Even after cultivating to his current level, he still faces many unsatisfactory things. It's nothing like the carefree days of youth. Chen Mobai suddenly recalled the moment he parted ways with his classmates in Dangxia City, and even now, his feelings could still be described by this poem. Time rolls ever onward, and family, friends, and bonds gradually fade away. As we age, the threads binding us to the earth decrease, but we also feel increasingly empty, drawing us closer to that realm of emptiness. Looking back, the time I most want to hold on to is my childhood. Back then, there weren't so many regrets and sorrows. Everything was so beautiful and innocent. How wonderful it would be if, at the very end of one's spiritual practice, one's family and friends were all by one's side and still alive. Chen Mobai suddenly discovered what he wanted most. It was at this very moment that his already vast and boundless divine consciousness in his purple mansion sea of consciousness broke through another bottleneck, transforming into an even more expansive mental storm. At the very center, the phoenix phantom on the jade parasol tree slowly materialized, its feathers radiating a faint colorful glow, like a colorful sun appearing in the sky. This means that one's spiritual consciousness has broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai closed his eyes and began to feel his now exceptionally powerful divine sense. He had a premonition that if he were to fully unleash his divine sense now, it would cause the celestial curtain and earthly network array of the immortal sect to tremble. A burst of fire appeared behind his head. It was the pure yang pearl. The moment his divine sense broke through, his second nascent soul also advanced, easily gathering more innate pure yang energy and reaching the 9th level of the pure yang scroll nascent soul realm. At this point, theoretically, one can attempt to reach the nascent soul realm. However, Chen Mobai would definitely not do that. He always prepares for the extra. Moreover, the key to the second nascent soul breakthrough lies within himself. Just then a flash of silver light appeared. It is precisely the primordial void. The moment Chen Mobai broke through to his second nascent soul stage, he keenly sensed a terrifying aura that sent chills down his spine. He immediately stopped the interrogation and teleported over. Seeing an old friend evoked some emotions, and I made some small breakthroughs in the phoenix facing the sun painting. When Chen Mobai saw Yuan Su approaching, he explained the situation and at the same time put away his second nascent soul, which transformed back into a precious pearl as bright as the sun and disappeared into the back of his head. "Your talent is a bit too much." After hearing this, Yuan Su's lips twitched. He sensed the energy of the second nascent soul and said this. After centuries of arduous cultivation, relying on the resources and rewards gained from opening up wars, he recently reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. However, Chen Mobai had only been in the nascent soul stage for a short time, less than 100 years, yet he already possessed a second nascent soul at the same level as him. This made Yuan Su feel that he was somewhat mediocre. The main reason is that the Mother Queen's inner core left to me by ancestor Bai Guang is of a high grade. After I refine it, I only need to improve my spiritual sense realm. It just so happens that I am also very compatible with the phoenix rising to the sun diagram. In recent years, I have abided by the rules of the immortal sect and practiced the 9 virtues of a saint king, so I have made rapid progress in this area. Chen Mobai's words were all true, but not entirely. However, in all these years of the immortal sect, he is the first person to cultivate the phoenix rising to the sun diagram to the 7th level, so he is the authority. He said it was because the phoenix facing the sun painting allowed for rapid breakthroughs in spiritual awareness, and Yuangsu could only nod in agreement. But I still think it's mainly because you have high talent, and it has little to do with the cultivation method. Although Yuan Su believed Chen Mobai's words, he still insisted on his own point of view. After all, when the ancestor Yuan Yang was cultivating the pure Yang scroll at the Bushan Dao Academy, he also referred to the phoenix facing the sun diagram. In the end, the sages who repaired the heavens felt that this divine sense technique was very difficult to master under the circumstances of the immortal sects, because due to the heavenly curtain and earthly network and the fruit of Dao law, the 2 realms of Tongshan Jiying Dialing were essentially severed. As for mastering the final 9 virtues, it requires relying on a powerful, unified, and peaceful world, which involves too many uncertainties. In comparison, the other spiritual cultivation techniques can all be mastered through one's own hard work, and one's future is in one's own hands. Therefore, when Chen Mobai chose the phoenix facing the sun painting, the upper echelons of the immortal sect were quite surprised. However, it has now been proven that Chen Mobai's choice was correct. Although the phoenix facing the sun painting is difficult, once mastered with the blessing of various auspicious phoenixes, the path of cultivation thereafter will be almost entirely smooth. How's the interrogation going? Seeing that Yuan Su seemed to still want to ask about the phoenix facing the sun painting, Chen Mobai immediately changed the subject. It's mostly what I already know. What was inside her was already taken out by my master long ago. It's just some details about the inheritance of the ancient Taoist lineage, Huakai Academy. Yuan Su spoke up, saying that given the poverty of the Ascension sect, even the Flower Blossom Academy master himself had never experienced the instant blooming of flowers. However, the lineage of Huakai has a history of successfully achieving godhood using this technique. That's why Yuangsu came over to ask questions repeatedly during his research. Anyway, the person is in your hands. It was a way out promised by the old ancestor of the stars, so I'll leave it all to you." After listening, Chen Mobai nodded and got up to leave. He was quite confident in Yuan Su's professional abilities. After passing on this matter, he prepared to return to the eastern wilderness and tell King Nu about Gu Changfeng's situation. "Please inform Wenren Zuwei and the other two. I'll call Master Meihua." Yuan Su sent Chen Mobai into the air, but didn't forget to remind him. "Yes, I imagine they really want to join." Chen Mobai nodded, transformed into a streak of silver light, and disappeared from the spot. In the office of the head of the Zhengfe Hall. When Chen Mobai returned, Zhuang Jialan was tidying up the documents on the table. When she saw him suddenly appear, she looked completely unfazed. "Hello, Principal, there's something I need to ask you." Chen Mobai took out his phone and called Master Chengshuan. Upon hearing the call, the latter immediately expressed his willingness to join. After ending the call, he also used the void teleportation to go to the Heaven Mending Academy to discuss the specifics with Yuangsu. All right, I didn't make a mistake in making you my friend." Wenren Zuwei, needless to say, although she had mastered the everlasting spring skill, she was not confident about reaching the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, she was overjoyed. When Yu Yashangren received the news, he could hardly believe it. How could such a good thing happen to someone as insignificant as her? End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 11 Qing Nu achieves perfect core formation. Chapter 10, 11 Qing Nu achieves perfect core formation. Chen Mobai helps those around him whenever he can. Master Yu Yi once helped him refine a water spirit talisman, a favor he always remembered. Therefore, when it came to researching flowers bloom in an instant to open up a new path to nascent soul, he immediately arranged for her to participate, provided her abilities were suitable. After ending the call, Chen Mobai created a small group chat. The 6 nascent soul cultivators involved in the project quickly joined in. Chen Mobai, as the leader, first shared his thoughts, mainly extracting the core content about natal spiritual plants from the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, and directing Yuan Su and others to study in this direction. While everyone was amazed by his inspiration, Chen Mobai said that he needed to go into seclusion for a while, citing a breakthrough in his cultivation, and that he would leave the project to everyone. Chengshuan, Chunyang, cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Don't be too tense. Wenren Zuwei, slow down, give me a glimmer of hope that I can catch up with you. Yuan Su, this time I personally witnessed the breakthrough of the pure Yang Venerable's phoenix facing the sun diagram. His divine sense has surpassed his own realm and reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Plum Blossom, truly worthy of being the most talented person in the history of the immortal sect. Yu Yi 666. Chen Mobai returned to the eastern wilderness amidst everyone's praise. Upon returning, the first thing she did was to inform King Nu Valley Changfeng about the matter. However, she was in seclusion in Huanglong Cave, intending to break through to the peak of the core formation stage as soon as possible. Chen Mobai didn't want to barge in and wake her, so he left her a text message and then went to Baiyuan City to handle other matters. Chen Lingaming's injuries have healed, and his cultivation level has been further consolidated. It's time for him to go to the 5 Emperors Mountain. Chen Mobai went over all the details again, and gave Chen Lingaming a communication talisman to contact Su Zilu. This disciple will certainly do his utmost to fulfill his mission. Chen Lingaming said solemnly, then bowed and transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into Baiyuan Mountain. Then Chen Mobai dealt with some other miscellaneous tasks. Half a month later, King Nu emerged from seclusion at Huanglong Cave. Upon seeing the message left by Chen Mobai, she immediately called anxiously, "Can I go back to see him? Will it be inconvenient?" Even under these circumstances, Qing Nu was still worried that if she appeared at the immortal sect, it might affect Chen Mobai's future there. "It's all right. There's no one in the immortal sect who can make things inconvenient for me." Chen Mobai said something like this. He is already the master of the immortal sect's righteous law hall, and the only one above him is the nascent soul stage. since the nascent soul stage doesn't interfere in affairs and trusts him completely. Chen Mobai can now be considered a powerful figure in the immortal sects who can control everything. Arranging a meeting between King Nu and Gu Changfeng would be a piece of cake for him, given his power. After the two returned to the immortal sect, Chen Mobai made a phone call to Zhongli Tianyu. Soon, Gu Changfeng, whose lifespan had been exhausted and whose spiritual power could no longer be contained, was placed under extralegal medical treatment and supervision, in accordance with the rules of the immortal sect. Not far from the prison in Yumu City, there is a sanatorium called Qingting. After completing his diagnosis, Gu Changfeng will soon be transferred here to spend the last days of his life. Chen Mobai, who had been transported there by the Great Void teleportation, sat in an office, looking at Qing Nu, who had just changed her clothes, his eyes filled with memories. "You were wearing this outfit when I first met you." King Nu was dressed in a neat nurse's uniform. Her hair was tied up and she wore a white cap. Her delicate face was covered by a mask, completely concealing her identity. However, compared to the vibrant and energetic girl we first met, she now possesses a mature gentleness, and her demeanor is dignified as she stands there. "Thank God that you were brought to my doorstep at that time." King Nu looked at Chen Mobai with gentle eyes and said this. "No, I should be the one thanking you." Chen Mobai responded with a smile. "Knock, knock, knock." Just then a knock came at the door, which meant that Gu Changfeng had been brought over. "Go ahead, you and your master should have a lot to talk about." Chen Mobai said to King Nu. In Yumu City, elderly people like Gu Changfeng, whose Danshan Qi Si cannot lock their spiritual power, are sent to this sanatorium. King Nu nodded, turned around and opened the door. Together with the head nurse who was arranging work outside, she helped Gu Changfeng, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a vacant look in his eyes and wrinkled skin, out of the car. Besides them, there were two other guards from the law enforcement department, both of whom were only at the Qi refining stage. This is about the only manpower available in Yumu City. Moreover, even when Gu Changfeng is nearing the end of his lifespan, his cultivation is sealed, so there's no need to worry about being unable to subdue him if he has a moment of despair. "You." When Gu Changfeng got out of the car, he saw King Nu. His unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at her face, which was covered by a mask but still had a somewhat familiar outline. He hesitated slightly. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Zio Chen, the nurse who will be taking care of you from now on." King Nu nodded with a very professional gesture and began to speak. Upon hearing that her surname was Chen, Gu Changfeng immediately reverted to his original state, realizing he had mistaken her for someone else. Perhaps he was about to die and was missing his family. When he saw someone with a similar facial structure, he thought it was his apprentice. They were clearly very different. The one in front of him was dignified, gentle, and poised, while his apprentice was somewhat withdrawn and introverted. "I wonder how she is doing now, and whether she was taken away by the dragon-tiger ancestor. But her boyfriend is so capable, he should be able to protect her well." "Not necessarily. That guy is supposedly a scumbag, and now that he's in a high position of power, he might have already taken advantage of King Nu and then abandoned her." While Gu Changfeng was lost in thought, Qing Nu pushed him in his wheelchair to a detached courtyard. There was a garden in front of the door and a small river beside it. Beyond the river was the iconic large green forest of Yumu City. The environment was beautiful and the air was fresh, but the spiritual energy was a bit thin. This is the best-equipped place in the sanatorium. Gu Changfeng felt that he needed to be cared for alone, so this arrangement was made. After all, he had practiced the devouring god technique. If he came into contact with outsiders and taught this forbidden technique, it would be a dereliction of duty by the Hall of Righteous Law. "Mr. Gu, from now on, Zio Chen will be your professional nurse. These two gentlemen will also take turns coming over to help Zio Chen take care of you for the rest of your life." After giving a brief introduction to the sanatorium, the elderly head nurse pointed to Qing Nu and the two cultivators sent by the enforcement department to oversee the sanatorium. "Thanks." After hearing this, Gu Changfeng thanked him very politely. At his age, he has lost all his temper. Can I watch TV? When Gu Chengfeng saw the screen hanging on the wall, he couldn't help but ask. Having served more than 100 years in prison, all I've ever read are some newspapers that are long out of date. Regarding the changes in the immortal sect over the years, all that remains in memory are the major events. For example, the Leadership Transition Conference, the start of a war, the new nascent soul cultivators, major breakthroughs in the study of the void Tao, the new deity transformation cultivators, the new three great hall masters, and so on. Many of these contents involve someone Gu Chengfeng is familiar with, Chen Mobai. This young man, whom he once considered a greenhorn, had risen through the ranks to become one of the three great hall masters of the immortal sect. This made Gu Chengfeng realize that he had truly looked down on people back then. Such an amazing genius, and I didn't even realize it. If I had known he was so talented, I should have entrusted Qing Nu to him after meeting Lan Haitian. Looking back, aside from the tedious and boring 100 years in the prison cell, Gu Chengfeng's memories of Qing Nu and Chen Mobai were mostly from his own pharmacy. Okay. As Qing Nu spoke, she picked up the remote control and turned on the TV on the wall. The content playing on the TV was the hottest news from the immortal sect recently. A project spearheaded by the master of the Zhengfa Hall, involving 4 top universities, Mending Heaven, Wuqi, Jumeng, and Tianchu, has officially commenced. This was announced yesterday at a press conference held by Venerable Yuangsu. The relevant departments of the Zhengfa Hall and Xianwu Hall are currently promoting the implementation of new forestry regulations based on the proposals put forward by the 4 universities. Kaiyuan Hall is closely monitoring the situation. If this project succeeds, the immortal sects will have another practical path applicable to everyone breaking through to the nascent soul realm. According to the press conference, the project was proposed and led by the master of the Zhengfa Hall, who also assembled a research team. Gu Chengfeng's eyes widened as he watched the news broadcast. What happened? They've only been closed for a little over 100 years. How could the immortal sects have progressed so quickly? This path to nascent soul, applicable to everyone, has begun research and development, and it's being led by that kid. Looking at Chen Mobai in a formal suit, looking dashing and spirited on the screen, Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh that the younger generation is replacing the older one. Over the years, the only stage in the immortal sect from nascent soul to deity transformation has relied heavily on the individual talent of the cultivator, with no elixirs or similar remedies to depend on. If this project is successful, then the immortal sects may maintain a normal number of 3 or 4 nascent soul true monarchs in the future. Perhaps in a few years, the first cultivator to reach the void refinement stage on Earth origin star will appear. After watching today's news on TV, Gu Chengfeng started watching the replays from earlier episodes. Before he knew it, it was getting dark. 2 cultivators from the enforcement department built a dwelling on an open space outside using wooden hut talismans. One rested, while the other continued to stand guard. It's time to take your medicine and rest. King Nu checked the time and handed a glass of water and a few pills to Gu Chengfeng, who obediently accepted them and took them. Although his spiritual energy was dissipating, Gu Chengfeng's physique, honed in prison, was still quite good. Apart from his legs being unable to walk, his carving hands remained remarkably steady. After taking his medicine, Gu Chengfeng obediently rested. Day after day, night after night, King Nu cared for Gu Chengfeng through the final moments of his life, just as she would care for her own father. On this day, Gu Chengfeng, who was watching the news broadcast from 36 years ago, suddenly had a dim look in his eyes, and his whole aura dropped to an almost inaudible level. King Nu immediately came to his side and put a few red pills into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Is this what it feels like to be dead? After Gu Chengfeng finished taking the medicine, his face, which was wrinkled like tree bark, suddenly became rosy. This was a final burst of energy before death. Do you have any last wishes? King Nu's eyes reddened slightly as she asked. My last wish, My parents, relatives, and elders have all passed away. I never married and live alone. I only had one disciple, but I don't know how she is now. Gu Changfeng lay in his wheelchair, barely breathing, with a look of regret on his face. She's doing well and is very happy now. After hearing this, King Nu gave a firm reply. Really? That's good, that's good. After hearing this, Gu Changfeng nodded happily, but he soon realized something was wrong and turned his head with difficulty to look at King Nu next to the wheelchair. How did you know? After hearing this, King Nu reached behind her ear and took off her mask. That mature yet almost unchanged face made Gu Changfeng's eyes widen, and he breathed heavily with excitement, struggling to get up from his wheelchair. Teacher, I've come to see you off on your final journey. King Nu reached out and grasped Gu Changfeng's trembling, emaciated right hand, and said while fighting back tears. How did you get here? Gu Changfeng's breathing grew weaker and weaker, but his face became more and more relaxed. He looked at King Nu in front of him and asked with a look of relief. He informed me of your situation, and I wanted to take care of you during your final days, so he arranged for you to be here. King Nu spoke briefly but did not say who he was. However, Gu Changfeng knew that it could only be Chen Mobai, the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall. Okay. Knowing that King Nu was still with Chen Mobai, Gu Changfeng was completely relieved and relaxed. The master and apprentice talked for a while longer. Gu Changfeng was mainly asking questions, and King Nu was answering them. When he learned that King Nu was already in the late stage of core formation and was about to break through to the nascent soul stage, he was filled with pride. Although I am only at the foundation establishment stage, I have taught a disciple who is about to form a nascent soul. It was mainly his help that provided me with all sorts of resources for core formation and cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. King Nu, however, attributed the credit to Chen Mobai. Please apologize to him for me. I'm so glad that you two didn't break up because of me, otherwise I would regret it even if I died. Upon learning that King Nu had become a Taoist couple with Chen Mobai, Gu Changfeng finally uttered the words that had been weighing on his mind for a very long time. King Nu, yes, he never took it to heart. King Nu had heard Chen Mobai talk about Gu Changfeng, and she knew that although Gu Changfeng took her as his disciple because of the guidance of the dragon-tiger ancestor, she was able to live in Dangxia City after leaving the orphanage because of Gu Changfeng's help. Judging by actions, not intentions, everything Gu Changfeng did for King Nu was an act of kindness. With him by my side, I can leave in peace. After saying this, Gu Changfeng closed his eyes with a satisfied smile and without any worries. King Nu sensed that his pulse had completely disappeared, and she could no longer hold back her tears, which fell down her snow-white cheeks. A silver light illuminated the room, and Chen Mobai appeared beside King Nu. The latter couldn't help but rush into his arms and began to sob. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. Everyone will die one day, but I hope that the two of us can walk hand in hand to the end of time. Chen Mobai put his arm around King Nu and comforted her. After hearing this, King Nu raised her head and nodded firmly, yes. With no news of Kong Feiken and Yang Jing, and having lost Gu Changfeng, King Nu now truly only has Chen Mobai as her family. She doesn't want to experience the pain of losing a loved one again. She also didn't want Chen Mobai to experience the sadness of losing her. Therefore, she will put in unprecedented effort to keep up with Chen Mobai's cultivation. King Nu had never been so resolute in her Taoist heart as she was at this moment. At that moment, her spiritual energy suddenly surged like a tidal wave, shattering the last bottleneck that had been holding her back. A boundless spiritual power, like the vast ocean and abyss, burst forth from her body, carrying a perfect aura. If Chen Mobai hadn't used the void lock in time to restrict the surroundings, it's likely that not only Yumu City, but even the neighboring Dangxia City would have been able to sense her breakthrough to the perfect core formation stage. Chen Mobai immediately sent King Nu into his own domain, then took a handful of high-grade spirit stones and set up a spirit gathering array around her to provide her with the spiritual energy needed to break through to the peak of the core formation stage. Over the years, under Chen Mobai's influence, King Nu has been taking pills to improve herself and has already accumulated enough spiritual power in her body. However, he could never get past the hurdle of reaching the peak of core formation. Unexpectedly, it was at the moment of Gu Chengfeng's death that I realized my true self and broke through the obstacle. At this moment, the Black Emperor Abyss scripture that Qing Nu cultivated transformed into a dark and deep vortex centered on her, continuously absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the spirit gathering array into her body and refining it into Abyss true water. The refining efficiency was faster than Chen Mobai had ever seen before. It was almost as efficient as when he first formed his nascent soul, using the pure Yang scroll to cultivate and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qing Nu has only just reached the peak of core formation, which shows how terrifying the Black Emperor Abyss scripture is. However, it was precisely for this reason that this technique became one of the sources of demonic cultivation in the ancient times of the heavenly river realm. Refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth using the Black Emperor Abyss scripture can achieve the efficiency of a nascent soul when one reaches the peak of core formation. If one directly refines the spiritual power of a cultivator, the result will be twice as effective. This is the Devouring Sea Demon art. King Nu's late-stage core formation was more than 10 years slower than Yin Qingmei's, but the time it took for her to reach the peak of core formation was about the same. Besides having an abundance of elixirs, the main reason is this Black Emperor Abyss scripture. Moreover, the deeper one's realm, the faster the Black Emperor Abyss scripture can refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This water element immortal scripture of the longevity sect is all about accumulating strength before unleashing it. The speed of cultivation is relatively normal when one reaches the core formation stage. But when one reaches the nascent soul and spirit transformation stage, the speed of cultivation advancement will far surpass that of one's peers. The only downside is that it's easy to go astray and become possessed by evil. The speed at which his spiritual consciousness and physical body improved could not keep up with the abyss true water, and he eventually exploded and died. The spiritual aspect is manageable. Chen Mobai can teach her the devouring god technique to solve this problem. However, King Nu will need to work twice as hard on body tempering in the future. However, as an alchemist, this wasn't a big problem for her, since body tempering mainly required adequate nutrition and sufficient elixirs. After 7 days and 7 nights, Qing Nu had completed the enhancement of the abyss true water, consolidating her perfect core formation realm. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Chen Mobai looking at her with concern. She couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness throughout her body. "Thank you for protecting me. We're an old married couple. Why are you saying all this? Let's go out and take care of Gu Chengfeng's funeral arrangements." Chen Mobai reminded King Nu that Gu Chengfeng's body outside was still warm. Upon hearing this, King Nu immediately exclaimed in surprise. Gu Chengfeng's funeral arrangements were very simple, since he had no immediate family members, and all his collateral relatives severed ties with him after he went to prison. After law enforcement arrived and verified his death, the nursing home arranged for cremation. As for the sanatorium, since King Nu was taking care of Gu Chengfeng, this matter fell to her. Half a day later, King Nu came out carrying a box of ashes, then found a cemetery, chose an auspicious spot, and buried Gu Chengfeng there. Chen Mobai also came over and lit an incense stick. "We can come again in the future." After offering incense, Chen Mobai saw Qing Nu's sorrowful expression and spoke. While King Nu was arranging Gu Chengfeng's cremation, Chen Mobai had already erased all traces of her at that sanatorium and had a female nurse with the real surname Chen come to work there, replacing King Nu's records. King Nu nodded gently, then reached out and shook hands with Chen Mobai. The two transformed into silver light and returned to the Yellow Dragon Cave. Upon their return, they sensed that the sky above the cave was filled with dark clouds, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. "This is a heavenly tribulation, who is it?" Chen Mobai was slightly surprised when he saw the scene in the sky. Judging from the aura, It should be the core formation heavenly tribulation. But the Yellow Dragon Cave is full of disciples from the Five Elements Sect's Spirit Plant Department. Although there are quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators, there are no geniuses who don't need core formation spiritual medicine, right? It's Jinger. On the contrary, Jingnu quickly thought of something and led Chen Mobai to a pool inside the cave. After the restrictions here were lifted, the devouring serpent, coiled up in a ball, was seen struggling to shed its skin and complete its rebirth. I had almost forgotten about it. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile and speak. After Qing Nu arrived, he entrusted the devouring serpent to her. Qing Nu took care of it like a younger sister, providing it with all kinds of spiritual fruits and vegetables at every meal, and often concocting special pills for spirit beasts. Among these, Chen Mobai obtained the true spirit transformation technique by killing the poison dragon ancestor, and also gave it to Qing Nu for her to teach. Therefore, the devouring serpent, whose cultivation speed should have been far inferior to that of humans, was able to advance to the third level in less than 100 years. Qing Nu had long sensed that the devouring serpent was on the verge of a breakthrough, so she prepared all sorts of resources by the pool to help the spirit beast break through. As the devouring serpent consumed pill after pill, its aura grew stronger and stronger. After the molting was complete, a long snake, as clear and lustrous as black jade, soared into the sky. Chen Mobai saw that two small, crystal-clear horns had even grown on its head. This is the beginning of its transformation into a dragon. The true spirit transformation technique is still effective. It's just unknown which type of dragon's true spirit blood can evolve into. Thinking this, Qing Nu beside Chen Mobai took out a piece of cloth from her storage bag and threw it to the devouring serpent that was flying out in midair to undergo its tribulation. With a flick of its tail, the devouring serpent flung the stitched-together fragment of the Xuan Guangzhou carved banner above its head. As rich and pure demonic energy was injected, azure spiritual light was instantly activated, enveloping its entire body. Rumble! After flying out of the Yellow Dragon Cave, the heavenly tribulation that had been brewing in the sky suddenly struck down, transforming into streaks of crimson gold lightning that covered the slender, long and thin devouring serpent. The nearby Fengyu immortal city naturally noticed the commotion, and a golden light flew out first, which was Mo Duguang, who was guarding the place. Chen Mobai immediately transmitted his voice to him, and Mo Duguang stopped immediately after hearing it, while also stopping the other cultivators flying out of the immortal city. Before long, many people were flying in the air above the wind and rain immortal city, watching the rare scene of a spirit beast undergoing tribulation next door. It is said to be the pet beast of the sect leader's wife, and it seems to still have a trace of true spirit bloodline. With two horns on its head and a body as black as ink, could it be the true spirit bloodline of the Xuanjiao royal court? It's possible. Those dragons in the Xuanhai Sea are very lewd, sowing their seed all over the world. Almost any snake that achieves some success can go to the Xuanjiao royal court to claim kinship. While everyone was discussing this, the devouring serpent had already easily passed through the first few waves of tribulation lightning. However, it seems that because it has evolved a true spirit bloodline, this third-order heavenly tribulation is unexpectedly long and powerful. But thanks to the fragments of Qing Nu's Xuan Guangzhou Dao banner, it ultimately survived without serious incident. Watching the devouring serpent disappear back into the Yellow Dragon Cave, Mo Duguang transformed into a sword light and went to visit Chen Mobai and his wife. The others, of course, dispersed. Among them was a Foundation establishment cultivator with a blank expression, who witnessed the entire scene of the devouring serpent undergoing its tribulation. The scale of this heavenly tribulation is probably not that of an ordinary true spirit bloodline, and I also sense the aura of the true spirit transformation technique. This Foundation establishment cultivator left the wind and rain immortal city and sensed the water's surface at the edge of the heavenly tribulation for a while, muttering to himself. He was a disciple sent by the beast-taming sect. After the poison dragon ancestor was killed, The myriad spirit sect in the Central Plains received the news and sent a message to the beast-taming sect in the eastern lands, asking them to investigate the reason. The beast-taming sect simply inquired at the heavenly dining pavilion and learned the truth. When the poison dragon ancestor was born, he was unlucky enough to encounter Chen Gixian of the Five Elements sect and was killed. At that time, it was widely rumored throughout the eastern land that Chen Gixian was Chen Qingdi, the Taoist disciple raised in the eastern wilderness by the Yiyuan Dao Palace, and that he had a close relationship with Yi Qing of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. So the nascent soul cultivators of the beast-taming sect discussed it and felt that they were not to be trifled with, so they truthfully informed the myriad spirits sect of the matter, and then symbolically sent a disciple to the eastern wilderness. This is the Foundation Establishment cultivator with the blank expression. His name is Mei Longzhang. He was exiled here because he offended the offspring of a nascent soul ancestor in the sect. The beast-taming sect only allows him to return to the sect when he makes a significant discovery. He originally thought he would never have the chance in his lifetime. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:12 Imperial Sword Tao. Chapter 10:12 Imperial Sword Tao. The true spirit transformation technique can be considered the foundation of the beast-taming sect. This was one of the three inheritance methods that the patriarch of the beast-taming sect took with him when he left the myriad spirit sect in the Central Plains. According to the rules of the myriad spirit sect, only the true spirit bloodline demon beasts they raised could cultivate it. Even if the beast-taming sect really doesn't want to clash with the Five Elements sect, they will definitely have to step in after learning about this. Mei Longzhang suppressed his excitement and sent the message back to the eastern lands. He hoped to take this opportunity to return to his sect, and perhaps even obtain the cultivation techniques and resources needed for the next stage of core formation. Huanglong Cave. After the devouring serpent completed its advancement, Qingnu took it to get a physical checkup, while Chen Mobai chatted and drank tea with Mo Duguang, who had come over. Over the years, most of the troublemakers in Eastern Wu have been eliminated. As for the remaining minor figures, the subordinates can handle them. I'm practically dispensable here. After inquiring about the devouring serpent, Mo Duguang told Chen Mobai about his situation. I've heard a lot about how renowned you are in Yunming's over the years, senior brother. After hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled and handed Mo Duguang a cup of tea. After the war between the righteous and the demonic, the Five Elements sect annexed Eastern Wu. However, most of the immortal cultivation families and rogue cultivators in Eastern Wu could only make a living in Yunmeng Marsh because they had lost their homes. Although the restrictions on entry into the Eastern Wilderness have been lifted, the Five Elements sect's entry review is still in place. Many of the independent cultivators, and even those from family clans in the Eastern Wu region, have more or less worked as tribulation cultivators. Therefore, only a small number of cultivators with clean backgrounds or those who have bribed the Five Elements sect's review personnel are able to enter the Eastern Wilderness, this pure land. That's why Yunming's was very chaotic at the beginning. After all, Yunming's can be said to be the largest resource treasure land on the border of the Eastern continent. Now, so many cultivators have poured in to make a living. Even with the Five Elements sect suppressing it, such a large area, apart from its own immortal city, cannot be managed by the Five Elements sect in every aspect. This resulted in favorable weather and peace within the territory of the Five Elements sect in Yunming's. Outside the Five Elements sect immortal city, things have become even more chaotic, and the law of the jungle has intensified. Chen Mobai naturally could not tolerate this situation. After the war, he kept Mo Duguang here, with only one requirement. Anyone who dared to cause trouble or become a thief cultivator would be killed immediately if verified. At the same time, patrol teams were also formed, mainly composed of sword cultivators from the Golden Vein, to continuously patrol the Great Swamp. With the Five Elements sect's intervention, the dozen or so groups of cultivators hidden in the Yunmeng Marsh all suffered greatly. After the Five Elements sect and other cultivators from Eastern Wu reported their supposedly secure base, it attracted the personal attention of Mo Duguang, a nascent soul sword cultivator. With a single sword strike, the formation shattered, the island crumbled, and blood flowed like rivers. Mo Duguang had been killing people in Yunmengs for nearly 20 years. Even two large families from Dongwu who had defected to him were involved in the tribulation cultivation. They were confirmed to be the masterminds behind many tribulation cultivation groups in Yunmengs, and Mo Duguang made an example of them. After summoning the core formation elders of these two powerful families, Mo Duguang only asked one question: "Will you kill them, or will I?" After speaking, Mo Duguang placed the sword in front of the two core formation cultivators. Under Mo Duguang's coercion, the two great clans' nascent soul elders had no choice but to make a tough decision and return to personally execute the core disciples of their clans who had participated in the tribulation cultivation. Because they were well aware of the subtext of Mo Duguang's words. If they don't give an explanation, Mo Duguang will kill them and exterminate their two clans. It's just that these families in Dongwu had made some contributions during the war between the righteous and the demonic, and they had only recently submitted to the government. Mo Duguang didn't want to discourage the other Dongwu families. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have already wiped them all out. For the past 19 years, Mo Duguang has led the sword cultivators of the Golden Clan in Yunmengs, slaughtering indiscriminately. Finally, a peaceful Yunmengs was created through the fighting. Even now, the few remaining cultivators who engage in calamity are extremely cautious when committing crimes. They didn't even dare to form groups, fearing that if they grew too large, they would become the next target of the 5-element sects patrol team. I've killed quite a few people over the years, and I've gained some new insights into the way of the sword. I plan to return to Golden Light Cliff to cultivate in seclusion. Mo Duguang shared his thoughts. After the Big Dipper conference, he switched to cultivating the Imperial Sword Dao. Although this sword technique of the Eastern Imperial Court was incomplete, it could still be cultivated to the late nascent soul stage. The core tenet of the Imperial Sword Path is to suppress the world with the sword, subdue all living beings, and bring peace. This is exactly what the 5-element sect has been doing all these years. Therefore, Mo Duguang is very compatible with this sword technique. From the beginning of the war between the righteous and the demonic forces until now, he has been using his sword to kill for the sake of the common people of the eastern wilderness. Now, 32 years later, he has not only completely transformed his swordsmanship foundation, but has even reached a higher level. A vast and bright sword intent, as brilliant as the sun and stars, is about to burst forth in his mind. The sword cultivation tradition in the eastern wilderness is also incomplete, especially in terms of sword intent. This is because sword intent is formed by the fusion of a cultivator's own will, experience, thoughts, and beliefs. Therefore, most sword cultivators here comprehend it on their own. Those who can comprehend the essence of swordsmanship are true sword geniuses. In the eastern wilderness, for thousands of years, the path has been to break through all laws with a single sword. Apart from Chen Mobai, no one has ever been heard of comprehending the sword intent. Some sword cultivators don't even know what sword intent is. Mo Duguang did know, but the 5-element sect did not have this kind of inheritance, nor did the primordial ancestor. He could only try to understand it on his own, and often went astray. It was only after obtaining the Purple Flower Sword Manual from Chen Mobai that Mo Duguang understood the complete system of sword cultivation. Even so, it took him 100 years to nurture his sword heart, and another 32 years of sword wielding and killing, before he could clearly perceive the magnificent and boundless sword intent flickering within his sword heart. Senior brother should have told me about this sooner. Your cultivation is more important than the entire Yunmeng Marsh. It was my oversight. When Chen Mobai listened to Mo Duguang recount his swordsmanship insights over the years and asked him for guidance on sword intent, he realized that the latter had actually reached this level and couldn't help but feel guilty. It's mainly because of the purple spirit pill you gave me before, junior brother, that greatly enhanced my spiritual sense. Otherwise, the sword intent in my heart would still only be in its infancy. Mo Duguang shook his head. indicating that the credit for being able to sense the sword intent so quickly still belonged to Chen Mobai. Of course, the effects of the exercises are also very significant. The Golden Phoenix sword technique he practiced before was so difficult that even its founder hadn't mastered its sword intent, let alone him, its successor. The imperial sword path of the Eastern Imperial Court has produced countless geniuses who have mastered sword intent throughout history. Although each cultivator's sword intent is certainly different from that of their predecessors, being able to refer to many aspects can save a lot of time. Moreover, Mo Duguang also referenced several other metal attribute sword techniques obtained from the Big Dipper Conference, and even the White Emperor's military elephant scripture, a nascent soul cultivation technique. He wanted to create a sword technique for the five elements sect that could be cultivated to the nascent soul stage and form a complete sword system. Chen Mobai naturally supported this. Don't worry, senior brother. I've arranged for my nephew Ning to take over the Fengyu immortal city. He's been fighting alongside you here for nearly 20 years, so he knows the place well and won't cause any trouble. Upon hearing this, Mo Duguang shook his head and voiced his objection. Ning Leshan is good at killing, but his management skills are average. Besides, I hope to take him back with me to help me look after the gold mine. It's the same if Ban Jiadan stays. He's been with me from beginning to end and is familiar with this place. But now that the killing is over, the main focus is on governance and resolving conflicts. I think junior nephew Joe is capable of doing that. Although Mo Duguang only knew how to fight and kill, he was, after all, a nascent soul cultivator. Over the years, he had been in Fengyu Immortal City and knew the situation in Yunmeng's like the back of his hand. Before leaving, he also expressed his inner thoughts. Senior brother is right. Things are finally on track at the Spirit Treasury. It's a bit of a waste of Zhou Wangshan's talents to be working there. Chen Mobai nodded and accepted Mo Duguang's suggestion. At this moment, he felt that he had made a slight improvement in the compare aspect of the 9 virtues. After explaining things to Chen Mobai, Mo Duguang left Fengyu Immortal City with Ning Leshan, satisfied. Soon after, Zhou Wangshan, having received the news, also arrived at Huanglong Cave through the teleportation array to pay his respects. Senior brother Mo recommended you, so don't let him down. Besides the Wind and Rain Immortal City, you'll also be in charge of managing the other 2 newly built cities, Wind and Waves and Wind and Frost. Also, regarding Dongwu, whatever resources and manpower Ming'er needs, you must arrange them for her immediately. If you can't do that, go to Baiyuan City and discuss it with Yi Yun. Restoring Dongwu is the sect's top priority right now. When the Eastern Wu region is restored in the future, that territory will require at least 1 nascent soul cultivator to oversee it. I have seen your diligent and conscientious attitude in serving the sect all these years. I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhou Wangshan was immediately energized and vowed to build Yunmeng's into a pure land like the eastern wilderness. He will treat all of Sister Yu's requests from Dongwu as the sect leader's business and do his best to fulfill them. After Chen Mobai finished painting a picture of a pie for Zhou Wangshan, he inquired about his cultivation progress. Zhou Wangshan and Yi Yun are progressing at almost the same pace. They both reached the peak of the mid-stage of core formation a few years ago and are currently in a bottleneck period. Both of them listened to Chen Mobai's words. Although they had access to the extensive resources of the 5 Elements sect, they basically had to hone their spiritual power bit by bit through their own hard work and cultivation. Therefore, the foundation is considered solid. You two should try for a few more years. If you still can't break through, then take the purple jade porridge. It's not shameful to take pills after breaking through the barrier. Moreover, given the current situation of the sect, we can probably prepare 1 or 2 sets of nascent soul resources every 20 or 30 years. The most recent batch was given to my wife and Qingmei. The next batch should be senior sister Sheng and senior brother Fu. You and Yi Yun will both reach the nascent soul stage around the same time, so the resources will be available. However, this is just my rough estimate. There might be some key medicinal herbs that will be in short supply by then, so you still need to work harder and strive to be the best in your cultivation. After Chen Mobai finished instructing Zhou Wangshan on his cultivation, he said something that immediately made the latter nervous. Although Zhou Wangshan knew that with Zhou shanking around, he would definitely be able to get a share if the sect had resources for nascent soul formation. But if Yi Yun gets it before him, Zhou Wangshan feels that he has lost mentally. We cannot afford to lose to Ian. Don't worry, sect leader, I will definitely work hard. Yes, but remember not to rush things, lest you go astray. After fully mobilizing Zhou Wangshan's enthusiasm using his workplace experience, Chen Mobai did not forget to remind him of this point. A month later, after confirming that the devouring serpent was without any problems, Qingnu released it back into the pool of Huanglong Cave. Jinlinger, I'm going to Wanhua Immortal City with the sect leader. I'll leave the cave dwelling here to you. That day, Qingnu spoke to her disciple. There are natural formations in Huanglong Cave, so there's no need to worry about safety. The main reason is that during the war, Qingnu transplanted all the precious medicinal herbs from the Dongyi region here, so there are hundreds of spiritual plant growers from the Five Elements sect here to take care of them, and they need someone to lead them. Previously, it was little yellow dragon girl who did this, and when she was busy, Zhu Ming, Gu Yan, and others would come to help. After Shi Yuk joined the sect, these matters were handed over to her. Besides these spiritual plants, there is also the feeding of the devouring serpent. Only our own people can put our minds at ease. Yes, please rest assured, Master. Shi Yuk nodded and bowed. Although she secretly preferred to lead the Five Elements sect disciples across the battlefield, in this peaceful era, the sword cultivators of the gold vein were almost out of work, so she could only take care of the spirit plant master. After seeing that Qingnu had made the arrangements, Chen Mobai and his companions teleported away from Huanglong Cave, and then took the teleportation array of the neighboring Fengyu Immortal City to Wanhua Immortal City. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader's wife. At the entrance of the teleportation array in Wanhua Immortal City, Yin Qingmei, who had been eagerly waiting for a long time, was already waiting with Zhu Ting and Gu Yan. When they saw Chen Mobai and Qingnu come out, they immediately bowed. The main reason for my visit this time is to see the completion of the Pei Ying Dan, a traditional Chinese medicine formula. According to the time set by Qingnu, now is the perfect time for it to be fully nurtured and ready for production. If it is too late, the medicinal properties will settle and it will be difficult to refine. You've worked hard these past few days. Chen Mobai waved his hand, indicating that the three women did not need to be so polite, and then spoke to Yin Qingmei. It's not hard work. It's an honor for all disciples of the Five Elements sect to be able to serve the sect leader. Yin Qingmei shook her head repeatedly, showing a high level of awareness. Chen Mobai laughed and went with Qingnu to the medicinal pool, where the infant nourishing pill was prepared. With Qingnu's alchemy skills, there were naturally no mistakes, and the pill was perfectly condensed and produced. Qingmei, this is all the sect can do for you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chen Mobai took a nascent soul pill from Qingnu's hand and handed it to Yin Qingmei, saying solemnly, "This disciple will definitely succeed in forming his nascent soul." Yin Qingmei naturally knew how precious the nascent soul elixir was. Even in the holy lands of the Eastern lands, not every cultivator who had reached the peak of core formation could obtain nascent soul resources. Within the Five Elements sect, her contributions were limited to opening up the Great River, developing the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, managing the desert, planting trees, and slaying demons on the Eastern Wu battlefield. She had never faced life-or-death situations, yet she so easily obtained the Three Lights Divine Water, the Infant Nourishing Pill, the Infant Cultivation Pill, and even the 6Jia Mountain Spiritual Vein. It can only be said that he chose the right person to follow when he was in the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Since then, his cultivation has been smooth sailing, and he has never lacked resources. It was precisely for this reason that Yin Qingmei felt she had to successfully achieve nascent soul formation. I cannot let down the precious resources my adoptive father has poured into me. Since junior nephew Yin is preparing to form his nascent soul, as an elder, I should also prepare a gift. At this moment, Kingnu, who was beside Chen Mobai, also spoke up. Thank you for your kindness, Madam Sect Leader. However, I have no other requests at the moment, except to form my nascent soul. Before Kingnu could finish speaking, Yin Qingmei had already politely declined. She didn't want to owe Kingnu too much, lest she be unable to repay it in the future. This is a fourth-order myriad transformation thunder water that I have refined. Water it on the jade wudong tree. If you successfully form your nascent soul, it will definitely be able to evolve into a fourth-order spiritual plant. Of course, if you want to be on the safe side, you can wait another 10 or 20 years. Maybe after the jade phoenix tree has digested this myriad transformations thunder water, it will be able to advance on its own without your help. If your natal spiritual plant is already at the 4th level before you form your nascent soul, then you're basically guaranteed success. Kingnu smiled and took out a glass tube from her gourd, introducing her gift. Yin Qingmei pursed her lips slightly, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation, lowered her head and raised her hands. Thank you, Madam Sect Leader. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the gift. But this fourth-order myriad transformations thunder water was extremely important to her. Chen Mobai only dripped 1 drop, and it advanced her natal spiritual plant to the 3rd tier. It should be noted that the advancement speed of spiritual plants is normally about 10 times slower than that of human cultivation. However, Yin Qingmei's jade wudong tree became a high-grade 3rd-order plant in just over 100 years after advancing to the 3rd order, because Chen Mobai later gave her a 4th-order myriad transformation thunder water. Although Chen Mobai estimated that Yin Qingmei's chance of achieving nascent soul was over 50%, no one would complain if the chance was even higher. If her natal spiritual plant were to advance to the 4th rank before she could form her nascent soul, Yin Qingmei felt she was 100% certain of success. It's a pity that the nascent soul pills of the moral sect were all distributed as spoils of war to those major sects in the East. The 2 batches that are being prepared for refinement were also made with materials gathered by other sects, and the quotas have already been set. Otherwise, if junior nephew Yin and I had nascent soul pills, we could at least increase our success rate by another 10%. At this moment, Kingnu said with emotion. She sought to purchase the nascent soul pill from the moral sect, but even Qi Jiansu was unable to do so. So many forces in the eastern lands were fighting alongside these few holy lands against the eastern Li demonic path. Even the holy lands had to expend some effort to mobilize them. Among these, the elixirs from the Dayad sect were the best reward. As the nascent soul pill with the best effect in assisting nascent soul formation in the eastern continent, it was naturally highly valued by the other major sects in the eastern lands. Moreover, when the moral sect refined it, many of the medicinal materials were collected by various forces in the eastern lands as a group. However, Qingnu was quite generous. Qi Jiansu said that as long as the 5-element sect gathered enough materials for a batch of nascent soul pills, she was willing to help refine them, charging only a handling fee based on the cost. Then Kingnu asked Qi Jiansu for the list of ingredients for the condensing infant pill, and upon seeing it, she immediately refused. The materials from this batch of nascent soul pills were more than enough for her to refine a complete set of the 3 spirit medicines for nascent soul formation from the immortal sect. Although she didn't know the specific formula, Qingnu absolutely could not accept such a wasteful act. The sect leader's wife is also about to form her nascent soul. Of all Kingnu's words, Yin Qingmei caught the last keyword and asked in disbelief. A few days ago, a sudden and major change occurred. Amidst the ups and downs of my state of mind, I broke through that bottleneck and achieved the perfect formation of the core. Qingnu sighed and said, with a somewhat somber expression, "Congratulations, madam." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ting and Gu Yan, who were standing nearby, immediately offered their congratulations. Yin Qingmei forced a smile and offered her congratulations as well. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to Mount Liujia first. I'll upgrade the spiritual veins there to the 5th rank and arrange all the conditions for King Mei to form her nascent soul to the best possible level. At this moment, Chen Mobai spoke up. The women immediately nodded in agreement. Gu Yan and Zhu Ting both looked at Yin Qingmei with envy. After all, they were only at the foundation establishment stage, while the latter was about to become the top cultivator in the eastern wilderness, at the same level as the sect leader. Before leaving, Chen Mobai went to the sword washing pool to look at the purple lightning sword. The sword was very excited when it saw him coming. Master, I feel like I'm about to break through. After checking, Chen Mobai discovered that it was an illusion caused by the purple lightning sword. Each time it refines a wisp of immortal slaying lightning, and then passes through the sword cleansing pool and the Duo fire, it makes significant progress, but this progress is still far from becoming a 5th-tier superior item. Keep up the good work, I'll come see you again when I have time. After inspecting the purple lightning sword, Chen Mobai returned it to the sword cleansing pool. Master, when I'm not around, please don't use frost too much. Its properties don't suit you, and using it too much will be detrimental to your cultivation. I am your best partner. The spirit of the purple lightning sword floated out of the sword washing pool and said something to Chen Mobai that made the corner of his mouth twitch slightly. This sword is somewhat contrary to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. No, if we wait until it reaches the 5th-tier superior grade, even with the previous agreement, it will probably fly to the sky. Qing Shuang's attributes were not compatible with Chen Mobai's after all. After reaching the 5th level, she could no longer merge with his essence, energy, and spirit, and her progress almost stagnated. We must reintroduce a sword so that, even after the purple lightning sword reaches the 5th-tier superior grade, it will feel the pressure of competition. The dispute over the Yuan-Yang sword of the immortal sect has dragged on for so long, it's time to find a solution. Immediately, the image of the top-tier flying sword of the immortal sect, which he had been longing for ever since he began cultivating the pure Yang scroll, flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. It was actually reserved for Chen Mobai when the war was first started. However, since the Yuan-Yang sword was the core of Zhao Kaitian at that time, and could not be taken out, Chen Mobai settled for the Dinghai sword instead. After the war ended, Chen Mobai wanted to cancel Zhao Chishan and take out the Yuanyang sword, but he was opposed by the other 2 major halls. Over the years, Zhao Chishan has integrated into all aspects of the immortal sect, and after plundering Dragon God Star, the immortal sect has enough spiritual energy to maintain the operation of this online battle platform. In other words, most people in the immortal sect do not want to cancel Little Red Heaven. Although Chen Mobai held absolute power, he dared not truly go against the will of the people and stand on the opposite side of the masses. He could only try to find a way to replace the core of Zhao Chishan and bring out the Yuan-Yang sword. This led to a dispute between the 3 main halls. Because Zhao Chishan has been operating normally for over 100 years, replacing the core of the Yuanyang sword would inevitably require a long period of shutdown, which would have too great an impact. The reasons given by the Zhengfa Hall could not convince the Xianwu Hall and the Kaiyuan Hall. Even internally, Wang Shui reminded Chen Mobai that if the Yuan-Yang sword were to be replaced, Chen Mobai would also have to hand over the Dinghai sword. Moreover, if the Little Crimson Heaven core were to be replaced, to avoid excessive data fluctuations, the new 5th-tier magic weapon would have attributes similar to the Yuan-Yang sword, and would also be able to fuse with the 5th-tier spiritual veins of Crimson City Mountain. These requirements all point to only one most suitable magical artifact, the 9-Dragon Cauldron, the most treasured artifact of the Dance Artifacts Academy. Originally, Zhao Chishan's core was intended to be the 9-Dragon Cauldron. Unfortunately, the heaven-mending lineage was later outmaneuvered by Wu Qi and Kun Peng. However, the immortal sects always honored their bets and adhered to the most basic rules and bottom lines. After losing the Little Crimson Heaven incident, Gong Ajixu directly replaced it with the Yuan-Yang sword from the Pure Yang Academy. Therefore, even with Chen Mobai's current status, He must abide by the rules and cannot forcibly push for the cancellation of Little Crimson Heaven or even replace its core. Because if he does that, he will lose the support of the people and even disappoint his own people at the Dance Weapon Academy. If this were in the Eastern Wilderness, Chen Mobai would definitely have taken advantage of the situation without hesitation, enriching himself at the expense of the public. But not the immortal sect, because Chen Mobai still has a sense of shame. How about replacing the Yuan Yang sword with the purple lightning sword? As Chen Mobai was leaving the myriad transformations immortal city, this thought suddenly popped into his mind. Having just flown out of the sword-washing pool and into the purple lightning sword soaking in the Duoluo fire, it suddenly felt a heat at the tip of the sword and couldn't help but let out a spark. What's going on? A sudden chill ran through me. The spirit of the purple lightning sword floated out looking puzzled. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already taken Qing Nu and Yin Qingmei to Liujia Mountain via a teleportation array. With his geomantic skills, he easily upgraded the spiritual veins of Liujia Mountain to the 5th grade lower level. During this process, King Nu also instructed Yin Qingmei to pour the refined 4th-order myriad transformation thunder water drop by drop onto the key parts of the jade wudong tree. You've read all the precautions for conception, so please remember the taboos. After we leave, you should activate the Great Formation. Hopefully, by the time you open it next time, you will have successfully formed your nascent soul. You've nurtured this Hayashin mirror for quite some time, and it's now a high-grade 4th-tier mirror. It's incredibly powerful and can protect you through the heavenly tribulation. I'll lend it to you for now. Before leaving, Chen Mobai gave Yin Qingmei some instructions and handed her his natal magic weapon. End of this chapter.